Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech SAP S4HANA APO PPDS training course. In today's fast-paced business environment, effective planning and scheduling are essential for optimizing resources and meeting customer demands. Let's dive into the world of SAP S4HANA APO PPDS. Now, if you're scratching your head wondering what that is, don't worry, we've got you covered. Simply put, SAP S4HANA APO PPDS stands for SAP S4HANA Enterprise Portfolio and Project Management and Detailed Scheduling. It's a mouthful, I know, but stick around because we're going to break it down into bite-sized pieces. SAP S4HANA APO PPDS is a game changer in the business world. Studies show that companies leveraging SAP solutions experience a 10% increase in productivity and a 12% reduction in operational costs. These numbers speak volumes about the impact of SAP S4HANA APO PPDS on businesses today. Now, you might be wondering why this topic matters to you. Well, let me tell you, understanding SAP S4HANA APO PPDS can be a game changer for your career. Whether you're a business professional, a developer, or an IT specialist, having a grasp of this powerful tool can open doors to new opportunities and enhance your skill set. In this course, we will be covering everything you need to know about SAP S4HANA APO PPDS. We will start by exploring its core concepts and functionalities, dive into practical applications, and even touch on some advanced topics. By the end of this journey, you will have a solid understanding of SAP S4HANA APO PPDS and how it can revolutionize business processes. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to our channel for more insightful content on SAP and other tech topics. And if you have any questions or topics you would like us to cover, drop them in the comments below. Until next time, happy learning. Now, let's look at the agenda. 1. SCM and PPDS introduction. 2. Supply chain horizons. 3. Repetition of PPDS introduction. 4. Creation of master data. 5. Master data.
All right. So then let's get started. So before we begin, a quick introduction. My name is Anil. I come with around 16 years of industry experience. I've been instrumental in implementing various supply chain technologies that includes APO, IBP, PPDS, ePPDS, and so on. Right. I have been fortunate to implement as well as support multiple projects in multiple industry domains like heavy engineering, MS, FMCG, chemical, and so on. Yeah. The training approach that I prefer, and we would be going with this training approach, is it's a combination of theoretical and practical both together, because if you just go through theory, it won't help you to understand the concepts, and just you will have to also create your own scenario. So this entire training would be placed in a way that we would start with setting up basics, then doing the proper implementation in a way that it would happen in actual project, and finally we would be able to see the results of the scheduling. Okay, so all of us would be selecting some sort of master data and then taking it ahead, but the more details to follow. So let us go over the course curriculum so that you know what are we going to learn. But let me walk you through what are we going to learn throughout this training. Okay, so this training is actually placed or divided into 5 different modules. Okay, so the first module is introduction and course overview. Don't pay attention to the duration that is here, because when we are in a flow, you may not be able to exactly follow 0.5 or 1 and so on, but that's an approximate indication for all of us that we have to move on to the next topic. So don't pay attention to that. Pay attention to this course content. Okay, so first of all, we will spend substantial amount of time in understanding the PPDS. What is PPDS and what is the role of PPDS in a supply chain planning? These things, these different modules do not work in silos. Okay, they work in conjunction with each other. So when you say a supply chain project, it includes everything from raw material procurement to finished good production. scheduling at the shop floor level. So all that end-to-end cycle is what is part of your supply chain planning, and that is why you should know the role of PPDS in a supply chain planning. So we have to spend actually considerable amount of time out there to understand the meaning of it. Okay. Then most important part is we have to spend a lot of time into setting up some master data. As I said, this is going to be a practical training session, right? So each one of you will be selecting one product or will be creating one product on our own in the system, right? And then right from creating that product into S4, because now we have got S4, and I'll talk about it, the difference between a S4 PPDS and a APO PPDS. But then we have got a S4 system here because that's what every client is now implementing. So we will set up some data into S4 system, integrate it to PPDS system, do that scheduling and planning and whatnot on that, and then send back the results. Okay. So what results, that part would be clarified here, right? What is the input and what is the output of PPDS? But the base, the fundamental, the basics of creating that plan or schedule is the master data overview. And we have to actually, every one of you, and I will not proceed until each one of you shows me what data you selected and created in the system. And it's pretty easy. Okay. And the integration as well, right? So uh, first initial couple of sessions will be spending time on understanding setting up master data. Okay. Then we will go on, and once the master data is set up, we will find out, okay, what type of demands the PPDS can follow, right? Because as I said, PPDS is part of a supply chain planning system, correct? Supply chain planning system. So that does not only include your production order or a process order and then scheduling it. It includes everything, because the production order cannot be created unless there is some demand in the back end, correct? On that demand, you cannot just start producing unless you have a raw material for that. You cannot have a raw material unless you plan the raw material at least 4 to 5 months ahead, right? Because you have to give sufficient time to your vendors to produce it and transport it and store it at your location. So all those things are part of the demand management. So we will understand what sort of demands go. Okay. And we will also understand about some make to stock, make to order strategies that are there at the location product master, correct? The way any particular production order can be produced against a sales order or against the forecast and whatnot. Okay, so we have set up master data. We now have demand. Okay, then we go into production planning model. Okay, so PPDS, anybody knows long form of PPDS? So basically, there are two parts in the PPDS. Just like if you go to SNP, okay, so SNP says supply network planning. If you go to IBP, it says integrated business planning. So the word planning is there, correct? Similarly, production planning
Yeah.
word is here, and then detail scheduling. So this module, this PPDS module, is actually planning as well as scheduling. You can do both the things there. Okay. So planning means what? Scheduling means what? We will see and we will understand what is it here. Okay. Sorry, here in the unit number 3, production planning module, right? But at many times I will also explain to you that in general, PPDS may not be used for planning, only used for detailed scheduling. That's also possible. Okay. We should know, because the input for PPDS is coming from other planning modules like IBP or SNP, right? Or any other module as well. So PPDS can be used for detailed scheduling also, correct? So
Yeah.
that's the thing. So we will understand about how you can do production planning, one how it can utilize. In fact, I will combine both these models together, right? Production planning followed by the detailed scheduling. Okay, so we would understand the significance of master data settings that would impact your production planning. We would understand what detailed scheduling is. Now I'm moving on to the next step. So once the planning is done, we go into detailed scheduling. So what is the business meaning of detailed scheduling? Okay, always, my advice from day one to you would be always try to apply a design thinking principle. So whatever you do, and design thinking means that you should always think from the end user perspective. Don't think from a consultant or a technological support person perspective. Okay, that's the problem with most of us, that we always think that, okay, I am a technical consultant, so, or I am a consultant, so we always try to think from the tool perspective, but always think from a user perspective. And the moment you start thinking from user perspective, you would start creating the applications or whatever you are doing as part of your consulting responsibilities. They will be always from a end user usage perspective, and then you will realize that the end user for all these things are the manufacturing or the shop floor guys. They do not have to go in too much details of too many complications. They want simplistic thing, but whatever they want should make a logical sense. The moment you realize it, that I am creating something, it has to make a logical sense to that guy, you would create the best possible solutions, best possible consulting outcomes out of you, right? So we will see this. Okay, I mean, in a layman's language, what do I mean is, you say that okay, I have to run a scheduling, I have to run a planning, I have to run a scheduling. Okay, so many people just talk, okay, go and click here, and this is the heuristic, that and that is the outcome, the plan order, and then you click on this button and then it would do a scheduling. No, it doesn't work that way. You should think it like, okay, how do I most efficiently utilize my resources? So what does it actually mean while I say that utilization of the resources at the shop floor? Okay, so more of it is coming soon while we enter into this unit 3 and 4. Okay, so there we would understand the various methods, various influencers on the PPDS planning and scheduling. Okay, and then we would move on to the module number 5. Okay, so module number 5 is about tools of the production planning and detailed scheduling. Okay, just wording I would modify it. This should be tools for production planning and detailed scheduling. Okay, so what does it mean is uh, SAP out of the box brings up some of the tools and reports that are coming from PPDS. Okay, so the most important tool most of you must have seen is detailed scheduling planning board, where the shop floor guys are actually doing a detailed scheduling. Okay, so some similarly there are product planning table, resource planning table, and so on and so on. So we don't have to create some reports on our own. Okay, it's a short term thing, right? PPDS is always going around 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 4 weeks horizon. So that's where we have to most efficiently utilize these tools, and this again connects back to the design thinking approach, because if you do not give something meaningful to the end user, that okay, just go and look here and this is what would pinpoint you. Okay, I have to take an action on one resource, don't have to take an action on other resource, and so on. You won't be able to make sense of the results, right? And that's where these tools and their detailed understanding comes into play. Okay, so we will go over some of the tools. A small disclaimer is some of these tools I would already be touching upon in the previous sections, because we cannot actually do the detailed scheduling unless we go into the detailed scheduling board, right? We have to go to RRP3, RRP4, and so on. So all those reports also will be touching, but again there will be a refresher here. On top of that, some of the additional reports. Okay, and then once this is done, we will have some additional topics like the master recipe and configuration, and so on and so on. There will be some surprise test in between for all of you, right? So my only advice to you is set up data on your own the way we progress. Okay, so if you cannot do it here, try to do it here, but I don't recommend it 100%, because I don't want your attention to be diverted somewhere else. Okay, but since you're working into PPDS project, you have that additional privilege that you know multiple things already, right? So that would be an advantage, so that we can try to fast forward things. Okay, so we would have to set up a data and then subsequently take it to PPDS, check out the configuration, check out the settings, and then do the planning and scheduling and so on. Okay, all right. Okay, so we will start with the first module. Okay, and this module, on today's session, we would be mostly focusing on the introduction of PPDS. Okay, introduction of how PPDS is used. Okay, and that also includes the combination or connection between PPDS and other supply chain modules and so on. All right, so what to expect from this training? Not only from this module, but entirely from all the 5 modules and this training of 30 plus hours. Okay, we would understand the PPDS planning and scheduling. Pay attention, planning and scheduling again, right? You would be able to put up the requirements for PPDS. Okay, what does it mean is, as a functional consultant, if you want to say implement something, enhance something, those I would call as putting up the requirements for designing, developing something. Or say you are facing a new project where a client is giving you some requirements, you want to understand him, understand what is his expectation from the production planning detail scheduling model. So those sort of things you would be easily able to face, because if you know the big picture of what happens, right, you are able to face that level of meeting. Okay, with the customer, the first initial level of meeting, because that's where the people come up with their own requirements about their expectations from the tool, correct? And then what we do is actually the third stage. We do the setup and configuration, because somebody would have captured the requirement, somebody would prepare a blueprint document based on that, and then finally the consultant would go and do the configuration. So you would be able to do both the things actually, because big picture is important. You would be able to manage the PPDS master data. Of course, you may have seen this in bits and pieces or in sequence, but this is the time we would go through it from left to right, right? Be able to do the error handling and root cause analysis. So there could be multiple things, right? Why the job has failed, why the queue has failed, okay, why my capacity is lesser, what is the problem with my PDS, and so on, correct? You'll be able to request your enhancements, and ultimately you would be able to use the PPDS more effectively, efficiently also, right? That's the thing. Okay. So I've spoken about it in general, right? But then PPDS is the PPDS module is something that is used for both, right? It is used to generate the procurement proposal, also to meet the production requirement, as well as it is able to do a resource level production plan. Okay. So because every one of us know about it, this is okay to know. Okay, I will just take you through some of the planning things. Okay, so all these things. Okay, so all these things are planning. This is demand planning, this is supply network planning, this is integrated business planning, this is production planning, this is enterprise resource planning, and this is requirement planning, right? So all these are different types of plannings. Okay, there are various tools available to do these plannings in the market as of today. Okay, all these are the first step, correct? Because demand planning is little separate than all these different plannings, because what demand planning does is the prerequisite. So once you have a planning of the demand, then you feed into these ones. Now here, these are different names for kind of doing the similar thing, right? Because what you do in supply network planning is you plan the supplies across the network. First of all, right? What is a network? There is a distribution center which sends the demand to your production planning location, or secondary distribution center sending to primary distribution center, sending to production planning, and so on, correct? So this is a network, and then to plan this network we do a supply network planning, correct, based on the demand planning. So this is input, and this is the demand is an input to supply network planning. When you say integrated business planning, so this is just an advanced version of SNP, because what we do here in SNP, it used to be like, okay, you did the planning at once and then you have to wait for next day or next week so that you do the planning again, because the integration was not so tight with other modules and so on, correct? Even between the modules also, once you release the demand to supply, and then you have to wait for the next time the release happens and so on. So there was some sort of lags, correct? And the simulation was very difficult previously, correct? Because in the SNP you could not do on the fly simulations, because the planning itself would take very long time. So SAP came up with this concept called integrated business planning, where everything is so tightly integrated that you can on the fly do simulations and whatnot, correct? So both of them do almost similar thing, correct? Then it comes to production planning. So basically I would little bit separate it out. Sorry. Oops. So this production planning, I would call it that this sits as a next step after both these things. Okay. Why so? It's because the way the application is used, and what I say is not 100% as it is. There are various possibilities of combining things. Okay. So what does it mean is, you first of all did a supply network planning or integrated business planning, then you feed that outcome into production planning, so that production planning is happening at the plant level, okay, wherever the manufacturing is happening, and at that location level, uh, multiple additional constraints appearing. For example, you have resource constraint, you have the raw material constraint, you have your labor constraint, correct? And then you have machine breakdowns and on. So this is more of an execution side of it. That is why these guys do a rough level planning, okay, just rough level indicative planning for next so and so horizon. But this guy does more of a close to reality planning, more of a execution level planning, correct? So it would just pick up the the plan from all any one of these, and then it would convert into more of a realistic one. That is why the master data required for production planning is also little bit detailed one. Correct. So just as a concept, understand this. Okay. So you got the difference, right? Similarly ERP and MRP also. So basically before SNP or IBP came into picture, initially our software itself we used to call as ERP 6.0 and so on. So that software, I mean, it's a predecessor of SAP S4HANA, that we used to call as ECC or ERP. And the by concept ERP means enterprise resource planning. So ultimately you're doing a planning at the entire and your storage, your manufacturing, and so on and so on. Correct. And similar concept is for material requirement planning. So the terminologies have minor differences between each other, but then ultimately we use them for the same purpose. Material requirement planning would also do the same thing, that okay, you plan demand somewhere in the future, 6 months down the line. Now how much raw material would be required for that at that time, so I can already put the orders and so on. So this is an advanced planning thing. Correct. All of them are advanced planning things. Correct. And then we would go into PP. Correct. Once this is done, then comes the DS. Correct. Okay. Right. So you should know this concept. Okay. Once you know things in by fundamental concepts, then your need of being technology agnostic would go away. Right. So once you know the concepts, then I have to also explain you at some point in time that what are the other other softwares that can be used as a replacement. But I'm not recommending you to go that direction. Think, learn about the PPDS concepts, and then also know about what happens outside, so that because the integrations are becoming so tight these days that I have seen customers using multiple software tools together tightly integrated. They might be using say O9 software for doing this and PPDS for doing that, and both of them are working fine. Correct. It is possible. Or they might be using the APO or IBP for doing the previous things, and for the next thing they might be using a Kinaxis software. The concept remains the same. There will also be a detailed scheduling board out there, but if you know the fundamentals, it is helpful, right? So on the screen, okay, what is shown is again the connection of different supply chain planning modules. The colors are real little distracted. So what does it mean is by old and new, because you never know, you might be supporting the old way of PPDS and the new way of PPDS. So see, APO, this is the APO model, APO box, okay, advanced planning and optimization. And you know that box comes out of the box with multiple modules in itself, correct? There is demand planning module to do the demand planning. There is supply network planning module, okay. Then there is PPDS module, production planning and detailed scheduling. There is GATP also. There is the TPVS module, transport planning and vehicle scheduling. I don't know if you have seen this. And there is SPP as well, service parts planning. Okay. So basically, why only these things are connected and this not is because SPP and APO, these are two separate things, right? In service parts planning, you just plan for your the nuts and bolts. So usually useful. This model is very useful for what do you say, the heavy engineering. You manufacture a truck or you manufacture an aircraft and so on. Such kind of industries usually use service parts fall apart. Okay. And the APO consists of all these modules, right? You do demand, supply, production, GATP, and transport. Okay. Now, by now, you know about other modules, right? But then what happens in new? Okay. New means as SAP started migrating ERP to from ECC to S4HANA, they also started migrating all other modules to the new softwares. Okay. So demand planning has been migrated to integrated business planning, and some of you are using it, so you know very well. Correct. Okay.
Yes.
SNP is also migrated to integrated business planning, and in IBP there are modules, right? IBP demand is equivalent to this demand. Correct. Also IBP SNOP also has some sort of demand, but I'm not going into those details. Indicatively, this says demand equal to demand. IBP supply or SNOP becomes, or SNP becomes IBP supply or SNOP. Transport vehicle and detailed scheduling is altogether taken out from APO, and now it is a different software, different box itself. That's called as transportation management, because this used to be a very much required concept, how to fill up your truck and so on while the POs are going away. So this is now a TM module available. Very interesting module, by the way. GATP. Now GATP has been migrated to S4HANA and now we call it AATP. That is advanced available to planning. Concepts would be similar. Okay, in your free time, just read about it because I heard two of you are already into GATP. So this is always a beneficial thing to know about advancements, correct? And finally, the PPDS. PPDS is now on S4HANA and we call it as ePPDS, right? So what differs here is this thing is a new software itself. Okay, new box itself. So no problem. But since S4HANA based PPDS is part of S4HANA itself, the integration has changed little bit. Integration has been so much simplified that you would be relieved in case you're facing a lot of queue issues. Okay, right. So this is again the same thing actually. Okay, so see, before all these modules that I have been talking about, everywhere there is this word called planning. Correct. When we say planning, you have to process a lot of big data and then come out with some sort of outcome from that. Correct. You would have heard about this data model concept, right? The big data concept. Correct. Where they pick up lot of big data and then do some sort of planning on top of it, forecasting and blah blah blah, and then that give you some meaningful outcome out of it. So to process this big chunk of data, it was the previous architecture of separate memory and separate processing unit sort of thing was very slow. Correct, because you cannot process millions of records or billions of records at once. Okay, so because all these modules are related to planning and they have to look at a lot of history. Okay, when we say demand planning, it has to look at a lot of huge history. Supply network planning, it has to look at next 2 years or 4 years of horizon. GATP is probably not so much planning thing. It would look at the actual sales orders part. But the production planning and detailed scheduling, even if it looks at a very small set like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 2 months, depending upon your client, it still has to look at up to second level data. PPDS up to second level data. So there are a lot of data pointers that all these modules will have to process. And for that, SAP came up with APO. It came up with this concept called live cache technology. So it is like a very layman's understanding. You have memory, you have processing unit, so they have combined both of them. So now in the memory itself the processing happens. Okay, processing means the calculations. So previously, if you fire a select query, it would go to Oracle database, it will pick up that line, it would do that whatever calculation you want to do in ABAP and send back the results and save there. So this picking up data, bringing, processing and saving back, etc., was taking time. Okay, there were a lot of limitations. So the live cache thing works in the memory itself. So you don't have to, the data is picked up, processed then and there itself and saved immediately. So it is like a in-memory computing technology. So in the memory itself, you are doing the computations, and that's what we call as live cache technology. The entire S4HANA thing is based on that. Okay, this is the S4HANA is extension of live cache, and that is why SAP markets it as it is the fastest thing in the um, processing side. Why? Because it doesn't have, it's a processing as well as it's a storage. Correct. You don't have to pick up data and take it somewhere else. So same live cache technology, it was there in APO. Now it is available with S4HANA suite also. Correct. At the bottom, you would see the S4HANA platform. So on the platform itself, this PPDS thing is set up. Okay. Even if PPDS is there, you still have to activate the live cache for PPDS. So because entire, as I said, the entire S4HANA itself is based on this technology. It doesn't mean that PPDS would be allocated it entirely. You will have to, set up some partition, or I mean, that's a basis thing. But then we still have to activate the live cache for that PPDS part and then use it. Correct. But as a concept, you should know what live cache is, and you knew it. That's good. Okay. So this is actually a end-to-end flow. Okay, and this is a very high level and pictorial, just as a the high level big picture for you to know that what happens in a supply chain planning. Okay, we are still in the introduction of PPDS phase, the module one. Okay, but This is how in general any project would look like. Okay, when a client says you, okay, implement a supply chain planning for me, this is how the architecture would be. There can be various colors, features and variations in this for sure. Okay, but this is it. Don't have to read through the entire diagram because it starts from this part, it goes here and then goes to the right side. Okay, I'm calling it as a typical PPDS system design. When you go to discuss or sell PPDS to any customer, then this is where you start with. You have to explain to them that this is how the PPDS system works in general. These are some kind of questions, and the questions that you ask in such meetings to the customer, they are specially related to one of these models. Okay, what do you do here? What do you do there? And so on and so on. Okay, so the diagram looks complicated, but see what happens is, first of all, you have got a ECC or S4HANA system, correct? Because you cannot do your executions unless and until you have a execution system, that is ECC or S4HANA system, correct? You might come across any other ECC or S4HANA sort of ERP system also, okay? Because there could be, say, Oracle or Microsoft Dynamics. So all these are ERP systems, correct? SAP is the market leader, and that is why most of us, 90% people are using, or customers are using that system. But yes, there are competitions available. ECC S4HANA competition. What is it? Microsoft Dynamics, Oracle, Fusion. Okay, you should at least know the names, because why I'm actually stressing for you to know and increase your knowledge horizon is because of this cloud thing. Competitors are rising. Okay, what happens is you have to say just do one particular task, say transportation management. Now somebody can write a code and then create a software out of it, and that is very easily possible to be integrated to any other ERP tool. So he would just offer that software on cloud to any client. Okay, so client says, okay, let me try it for 1 or 2 years, and he finds it very easy and he starts using it. So that is why you may come across some of the modules here which are, mixed of multiple vendors. Okay, so at least you should know about the names. Okay, that helps all the time. I think SAP came 30, 35 years, 40 years back, and it should be the older one than Oracle. But I know about one interesting thing in them. So what happened is Oracle as a database provider was very strong, is very strong rather in the market, right? So then they decided to get into ERP phase, ERP software domain. So they already had their Oracle Financials, the software which is a great market leader. Even it was better than SAP Finance module. Okay, SAP FI module, as I learned. Okay, so then what happened is they started acquiring the best companies in those phases. Say, for example, PeopleSoft was the market leader for HR. SAP HR was there, but PeopleSoft was better than that. Okay, so they acquired PeopleSoft. They had their own finance and some other tools also, which were best in the segment they acquired. Because some companies are master of something, but not jack of all. SAP had everything at once, right? When you say ECC or S4HANA, it is the best thing at one package, correct? But Oracle started acquiring the best of best, okay, and then they combined all of them and they came up with the product called Oracle Fusion. It is still there in the market, Oracle Fusion software, right? But then, I mean, I haven't seen it is becoming as popular as SAP because of compliance, and SAP has that strong presence. I don't want to get into why it did not become popular, but yeah. So with that logic, perhaps Oracle came later than SAP, I would say. Yeah, so it depends on requirement. It is, I can tell you 100% that it is not as popular as SAP by now, but you never know. Okay, overnight success. This is the age of overnight success. So they might come up with some features, okay, and some easy possibilities. For example, integration is one of the difficult part. It used to be a difficult part with SAP, right?
Yes, yes.
Integration, because integration models and whatnot is there. Some customers offer it, they would just put up adapter on top of your software and it's easy to integrate, so that can be one of the game changer. Similarly, other part, and that's where SAP is lagging right now, but they are picking up fast, is open sourcing. None of these softwares are able to talk to outside models, outside things. Okay, that's what we call as extensibility, correct? But what I mean is, what happens is these softwares are like input and output softwares. You provide input here, you get the output. What happens inside the box, you don't know. Correct? You can configure things to influence the planning, but you don't know what sort of logic is implemented. Correct? In multiple places. Okay. Or rather, you would know that, but you cannot influence that. You cannot modify that. So you cannot change the MRP logic that SAP has brought in. Correct? Or say forecasting logic. So they, uh, but many times, because the big data enhancements and all, or even the advancement in technology like Python and all, people would like to process outside, correct, and bring the results back. Say you have a lot of demand history, you take it to some Python coding or R coding outside in cloud, you do the forecasting there and bring back the forecast because you have implemented a much advanced forecasting algorithm than it is available with SAP. It's possible. It's for, I don't say, and SAP brings the best, right, but not most advanced sometimes, right? Some customer may have too much detailed requirement to have a most advanced algorithm, correct? So with that logic, this is one place where SAP used to not provide any extensibility, that you cannot pick up data from here and send outside. But with this S4HANA thing, it is becoming slowly possible, because I think they develop some APIs on S4HANA. They take data, pick up data from here, send it outside. With IBP also, with the late new version, there will be extensibility features. What I read is in the Excel tool itself, you would have an extensibility option. So if you click there and connect it to say Python code or anything outside, I don't know how to run that, then it would pick up your demand history from Excel, IBP Excel, send to the Python code, process and bring back the result. So you don't run the operator, the heuristic operator or the forecasting operator that you would use in IBP, but you would do that outside. So that's where other softwares are ahead, because they had nothing to lose, so they opened up for extensibility earlier than SAP, but SAP is slowly picking up. So first of all, you have an ECC or S4HANA system. Okay, this is your execution system, correct? So
Yes.
let's take an example of that iPhone itself. Okay, how that iPhone ERP would run and the execution to PPDS would run. Okay, so you have ECC S4HANA system. First of all, what you would do that, okay, you decided to bring up a new phone called iPhone. So you would create that as a material here, correct? Is a material code that would be available, correct? Now, imagine that this iPhone 12, or it's 11 right now, right? So there will be 12 soon, or 30, no, no, my bad, sorry, I'm outdated. iPhone 15 would be coming up soon, correct? 15 or 14, whatever. Okay,
Yes.
iPhone 15 is coming up soon. So you created a code, iPhone code here. Okay, now you what you need to produce that iPhone, you need a screen, you need a processor, and this and that, and that's thousands of components you need. Okay, have a date of release of that iPhone of September 2024. Okay, for example, because the planning should happen at least an year advance. Okay, so to release that iPhone in September 2024, you would already need to tell your suppliers to provide all the components to you. Fine, that is one thing,
Yes.
because the component lead time itself is 6 months or 7 months. So they would give it to you, then you would assemble and put the iPhone and so on. That's one thing. Now, how
Yes.
much quantities you want to put the order to the suppliers for? You don't know, right? So for that, you need to do some forecasting that in December 25, I would need 1 million pieces. In December 24, I would need 2 million pieces and so on. So you would roughly need to know that how much order I need to put to my suppliers. Correct? That's another thing. Third one is, you already need to know that, okay, I am this year, I have included India as a market, and coincidentally, they have included India as market this year itself. Correct? So you would need to know that, okay, whether I need to already send say 500,000 pieces to India already and then put it there as a safety stock or not. So in what month I need to send, or do I need to put an extra warehouse in South India and North India so that I can reduce the transportation time and so on. Correct? You would already need to know that this is going to happen roughly, okay, down the line after 1 year or 2 year. So what I am talking about here is all the ERP, enterprise resource planning. Okay, or supply chain planning, not ERP also. This is a supply chain planning, because I am already thinking about the suppliers. Okay, I am already thinking about the customers, correct? where to
Yes.
procure, whom to send, what time to send, what time to procure, and in what quantity. All those whats and wheres are here. Correct. So with that example, what would happen is I created iPhone 15 as a new code in HANA. Correct. But I don't know how much quantity of this would be sold somewhere in 24 and 25. So I need to know some sort of history for that, right? Then and then I can predict the future, because based on my sales history of last year, I can predict next year's forecast. Correct. That would give me a rough idea about how much quantity would be sold. But here the phone is completely new, so I don't have a history. So what they do usually is, and a small diversion, there is a concept on demand planning where you can do the realignment or interchangeability thing, where iPhone 14 can capture the history from so iPhone 15 can capture the history from iPhone 14, its predecessor. So that would at least give him some history. Correct. This is clear, right?
Yes.
Or okay.
Yes.
So you introduce iPhone 15 here, and in the demand planning module, which is doing your forecasting for next 2 years, because for next 2 years, I don't have any sales order. So I have to only work on forecasting. So say in this case, I have chosen IBP module for forecasting. So in IBP, I would pick up the previous predecessor of this software, predecessor of this phone, pick up the sales history and generate a forecast here. Fine. I've got a forecast.
Yes.
At the same time, there are two other possibilities of demand, and we will see how to create and so on there. Correct. So there is something called as customer independent requirement and plan independent requirement. So these are some sort of forecast only. These are actually some sort of rough forecast that are created in ECC. Okay. So these are, I would say in a simple language, I would say these are predecessors of sales orders. You would convert that PIR into a sales order subsequently and so on. But more of it is coming in the module 2. But for now, there could be three type of requirements. Okay, customer independent requirement could be like, okay, I know that Chroma in India is going to put up this and this order, or you just talk to Chroma and tell them, okay, how much do you expect me to send? So they already tell you 200,000 is my order for next year. Okay, so you put that as a customer independent requirement already here. This is not an actual sales order. You are not going to do goods issue against it yet, but this is just the CIR. Similarly, plant independent requirement. So you, based on your judgment or your sales guys inputs, you know that this customer is need this thing, would need this much, and that customer would need that much, and so on. So that sort of plan independent requirements can come in. So there could be these three type of requirements. Okay, on top of that, one additional part, in case the order, in case the phone was already live in the market, so you will also have some sales orders. Correct. Because if something is already live, you would get sales orders. So all these things that I'm talking about are types of demands: forecast, PIR, CIR, or sales order. All these are types of demands that would come. Okay, so now you gather, capture all of them for next 2 years of horizon, or 3 years of horizon, or 1 year, depending upon your client, and I will explain you the horizons very soon. So all those things go into any one of these ERP tool. Okay, what level of complexity you need, you would select the tool. If you don't need too many complications, like if you just want to do the material requirement planning on a very simple basis, you would use ECC or S4HANA based MRP. Correct. If you want additional complications that you know and faster processing capability, you would go to APO SNP, and because this is anyways getting outdated, then you would go for IBP. So this guy would do what? This guy would do a mid to long term planning for you. Now these are important words: mid to long term planning. So this planning would be for roughly 2 years horizon. Okay, starting from say September 23 to September 25, I planned it out. Correct. Mid to long term. Okay, I will talk about what mid to long term is and what short term is on Excel very soon after this, but for now this is doing a planning. Okay, but this plan, which it is planning now from mid to long term, it would sometime come into short term. Correct. Because say today I am in July. Correct. I am already doing advanced planning, but that September month, what is being planned by any of these modules, it would be rolled over to today. Correct. Because I would sometime go into September. Correct, where I will actually start rolling out the phone in the market. So that would become a short term. So you would pass on the mid to long term results for first 2 months to the short term planning called PPDS. Okay,
Yes.
the rollover happens. This is coming on Excel also for you. So the moment it comes to PPDS, you would just convert the plan orders coming from the mid to long term planning engine to short term planning. Okay, those orders will not be touched by these plannings later on because you have converted them to a short term production orders and so on, right? So it is like fixing the plan orders or converting them to plan to production orders and so on. So they are here. So once this is there, this is your entry point to PPDS, like production planning and detail scheduling. So as I was telling before some time, production planning and detail scheduling is more of a execution side of engine, correct? So execution means you would need more granular data. This is more close to reality. You have to take influence from your shifts of manufacturing, your machine breakdowns and so on. So you would convert those orders to production planning orders, like by order conversion or by running the production planning heuristic. Okay, that would give you the capacity and component planning requirements. Fine. This is also similar to MRP, but more advanced because it gives you to the second level possibilities in that. Once this is done, then it gives you key in the first 2 weeks I need to produce so and so orders. Then you pass on that to detail scheduling. It would just do the order sequencing, like okay, you manufacture this order today, the next order tomorrow. You cannot produce all the orders at the same time in one day, correct? So to the second level sequencing it would give. Once the sequencing is done, the orders are published to ECC, and from ECC or S4, and then from there it goes into a MES system, which is manufacturing execution system. Okay, because by the time order appears here after sequencing, it is already converted to a production order or a process order. Already it is available on the shop floor. So the moment it goes to shop floor, you just do some technical release of that order or so, and then it goes to a MES, a different tool. MES is like some tool that is talking to the machine that okay, this machine is producing this much order. So on then and there, this guy would do the real goods receipt of as and when every operation of the order completes, right? So this is a typical cycle, typical flow of how an order would get into from demand to execution. Yeah, see, you might feel that okay, this could be a repetition, or again I may be repeating few things again because I want to now explain you one important concept which is called these horizons. Okay, but then this concept should be very familiar in your mind as a supply chain planning consultant. Okay, you are first of all a supply chain planning consultant, and then you are a production planning and detail scheduling expert. Okay, right. So that handshake here, that mid to long term horizon to short term horizon, what happens there actually is, in the mid to long term horizon we generally do a week level planning. Okay, very rarely you might find IVP or SNP are doing a day level planning, or sometimes there could be a possibility. So in a day, the total capacity of that day or that week, we would call it as a bucket, it would be condensed together. So what would it mean is, okay, I have got what does it mean is, okay, there is a resource, manufacturing resource, on which 10,000 pieces per day, 10,000 pieces per hour is the capacity of the resource. Okay, so in those 10,000, you might want to put all, collectively add the orders out there. So what it would do is that, okay, one order needs to be produced of 5,000, another 3,000. So it would put both the orders together on that day itself. So those orders will have start and end time exactly same while they are in the mid to long term planning. But once you convert that to a PPDS or short term horizon and pass it through sequencing, it would do that, okay, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. schedule the other order, then there is a break, or then there is a setup time requirement because you are now changing the product, and then put up the other order there. So that sort of sequencing would be available here in the production planning and detail scheduling in the PPDS horizon, right? Okay, so in this case, the order is actually converted from a bucket day level to a second level sequenced order and so on, correct? And that brings us to the advantages of PPDS. And these are talking points actually. I mean, really they are advantages because I have used PPDS. So every one of them matters. But then these are talking points while you go and face a customer, right? You sit for a new prospectus. So it gives you a feasible production plan, first of all. Do you know the difference? I mean, do you know heuristic? Have you heard about the term heuristic? So basically, the heuristic. I mean, I'm now not talking about the PPDS heuristics because that is much deeper concept. but I'm talking about just as a concept generically. My main focus is you should understand the fundamentals first of all, right? So when I say when I say heuristic, it is not only a SAP proprietary. Heuristic is heuristic. It is a Greek term. Heuristic means to find the solution at each level, right? So heuristic is the simplest form of solution finding algorithm, which would go step by step in a network. Say if you're using a heuristic for finding out your material requirement planning or your supply network planning, so it would pick up the last location. It would see, okay, what are my different sources to procure this material, or if I supposed to produce it, it would just go and procure it from one source, because that's what we have told it. From that source, again it would think about it. Okay, do I need to produce or procure from which source? Then it would start producing and so on. Correct. So heuristic is finding solution the way it comes. So it cannot think globally. Okay, it cannot consider all the parameters across the network at once and then come up with a best solution like an optimization or other complex engine can. But heuristic is simplest form, very easy to understand, and it serves the purpose very well. So that is why it is most popular. Okay, but the concept, the idea behind asking you this question is this particular part. Okay, feasible production plan. So heuristic by nature is a infeasible planning engine. Infeasible means it plans infinitely. So even if you are able to produce it on one day or not able to produce it on another day and so on, it would still be able to produce. So you can have planning outcome from heuristic in an infinite fashion, not in a finite fashion. So it would create overloads on the system, right? But then when it comes to PPDS, okay, so the plan that is created by heuristic in your IBP or in your SNP, or for say created by your PP planning heuristic also, or a MRP. MRP is finite, by the way, that's different. But any heuristic that I said earlier, that would be infinite plan. So the PPDS scheduling will also use some sort of heuristics or advanced heuristic, which are actually enabled to create a feasible plan. So this is a finite plan. By finite plan, I mean that here I am saying that this order and this order are starting and ending at the same time. I am, because it's a bucket planning, I would start and end at the same time. But then practically it is not possible. On one single machine, you cannot have two orders. So it would just sequence the order in this fashion in that day. Okay. And this is what we call as feasibility, because it would just try to avoid the overloads on the system on the day. So the outcome of PPDS scheduling is the feasible production plan, more achievable production plan. It would do a machine scheduling optimization, right? Why it is so? Because you can sequence a particular thing. If you go in deeper PPDS, then you can also decide. Take an example. You have got, say, 4 colors to be manufactured on one single machine, one single die, whatever. Okay, so if you go from red color to white color suddenly, then you have to spend a lot of time in cleaning the machine. Correct, because red color would have left bigger impact on the machine, and you are now going to produce white color, so you have to spend a lot of time. So that's what that lot of time spending is called as setup time. So you have to set up the machine so that it produces white color later. So in this case, red to white is huge time spending in cleaning deeper so that it doesn't leave a stain. Whereas if you go from white to red, it is better, because lighter to darker is lesser time spending. It is easy to clean white. Similarly, go white to red to green, it's better, but green to white to red, if you do this kind of sequencing, then that's a disaster, because you would be spending a lot of time in cleaning things. Correct. So all those sequencing, like which order to which order to which order you should go, that sort of optimized sequencing and scheduling can be achieved with PPDS. It ensures to have on-time delivery for sure. Correct, because in advance, if you plan for detailed scheduling for 3 weeks already, okay, so you would already know that, okay, boss, I have some order 2 weeks down the line. The order that I'm producing, the production order that I'm producing for that plan order, I won't be able to achieve. So I will have to increase my capacity so that I am able to fulfill that on-time delivery. So it helps in on-time delivery. Higher throughput, of course, because you can do in a most optimized sequence. So you reduce your setup times. So your outcome is going to be very high. Correct. So smooth operations at shop floor for sure, because the shop floor guys, what they do is just pick up every day. if you have a greatest system implemented, then they would come down here. The MES guy, who is the execution guy, he would just pick up the the PPDS scheduling board printout and go and just tell that, okay, from this time to this time I have to produce this operation, then the next operation. Or there will be a bigger screen, a very big screen, uh, directly coming out of the scheduling board to the shop floor. So the guys will just go and refer to that screen and see, okay, from time to time I need to produce so and so. So that is why it gives you a lot of opportunity to do very smooth operations at the shop floor. You can do order prioritization also. We'll see the prioritization scheduling heuristics. Block planning is something possible with PPDS. So as a concept, block planning is if you want to reserve a particular resource for a particular sort of order, say all the red color items, if you have the characteristic of red assigned to the product, then all the red color items, so that scheduling board or the PPDS scheduling would just reserve that resource for that. Because say for example, you have a high priority mark on some products, okay, so you assign that as a characteristic to those 10 products. So scheduling while executed automatically would block that resource for that characteristic based products. Okay, so block planning is a very good concept. I would like you to note these keywords down somewhere so that you read much deeper about it. Okay, I can explain you the concept, I'll show you how it is done and so on, but that itself is a bigger configuration. So in case we cannot go to that depth, okay, so read about it, because this would be your differentiators from other PPDS guys. You can get alerts, overload, underload alerts, and so on. And then fewer setups. Of course, it connects to the optimization part, because you can avoid doing lesser setup times and so on, right? So these are your talking points while you go to the PPDS. How do you say? Any client who is a prospectus for you. Yeah. So with this, actually, we have kind of completed the introduction and we are ready to go for, understanding the master data and so on. Okay. But before we go in there, one important part that I want you to understand is different horizons that are there in a supply chain planning. Okay. Request. So in case you feel that you know something, all of you, okay, not, because I have to think from everyone's perspective, right? So in case you think that, okay, you know this in much detail, all of you can just pinpoint, okay, you can say so, that's not a problem, because we want to save time on something that is already known. And why this statement is because all of us are from supply chain background, right? But in case you don't know to the greater detail, it is fine to spend 15 minutes and you should know the different horizons. Okay, so now I'm going to explain to you different horizons that are there in a supply chain planning. Okay, horizons like these things, right? When does this thing happen, when does the other thing happen, and so on. Okay, so from the theory perspective, the last section or the introduction perspective, the last part of what are different horizons a supply chain planning works. Okay, yeah. So I am going to plot this like week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, and so on. Okay, or rather, to do that I need to make it small little bit. Week 1 and week 2, why capital? Week 1 and week 2, week 3, week 4, week 5. So I would say, and week 6. Okay. And after that, I'll just go into month 1, month 2, month 3, month 4. Say it is a 12 months of horizon that I am going to plan. Okay. Let me separate this out. Okay. So typical supply chain planning project would be somewhere in this duration. Okay, 12 months of horizon. It could be 12, 24 months, 36 months, and so on. There is no restriction of doing. Okay. So I would just include that Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4. Okay. So this becomes your 1 year. Then this becomes your second year. And the third year, maybe I will make it as total, no, similar quarter only. So let's say we have 3 years of planning horizon. Okay. So when we say demand forecasting, we generally do demand forecasting for the entire full horizon. Correct? Okay. you may be using any other tool, okay, no problem about it, but you would do demand forecasting for the entire 24 36 months or so horizon. Okay, on top of that, what do we call these horizons as? Okay, first of all, my bad, I should have taken that first. Okay, so basically first 2 weeks we would usually call as execution horizon usually. Okay, and this is a very typical thing. Okay, it may not be 100% as it is. Some people may be calling 1 month as a execution horizon and so on. So typically in this scenario, we have got first 2 weeks as execution horizon where your PPDS would come into picture. Okay, then
Yeah.
from week 3 till your all through the horizon is your, how do you call it, as your um, planning horizon. Okay, okay, so basically 2 weeks you would do the execution, and next whatever is the horizon you would do the planning. Okay, so in a supply, these are the, I mean, these terminologies are from your supply planning engine perspective. Okay, but then in general from supply chain as a concept perspective, first 2 weeks are called as operational horizon. Then next 1 year perhaps you would call as tactical planning horizon, and then from 1 year onwards till next 2 years you would call as strategic horizon. So first of all, 2 weeks is the operational horizon where all the executions are happening, and that is why your execution software is coming into game. There will be MES and other softwares on top. I'm not going into that detail, just the supply chain planning softwares. Okay, so in the first 2 weeks, orders, okay, thinking from a production perspective, because we are focusing on the PPDS model, or a production model. So the orders here in the execution horizon would be production orders or process orders. Okay, so the orders in the first 2 weeks horizon is going to be production order or process order only. Okay, this is the horizon where you don't do the planning. The planning is already done and the planning has already fed the input here. Okay, because that goes in a sequence, right? So when week 3 was planned, when the week 3 becomes week 2, the planning doesn't happen on it on anymore, but the execution happens. So the week 3 plan order gets converted into a production order when it enters into week 2, and then the PPDS scheduling and MES play their role. Fine. Okay,
Yes. Yeah.
but okay, so then when it comes to your next horizon, which is called as planning horizon. Okay, so the planning would be happening from week 3 onwards till quarter 4 of 2 years. So for next 2 years, you would be doing the next 3 years, you would be doing the planning, correct? So what it means is in this planning horizon, demand planning is generating its forecast, and then supply planning or IBP or any engine that the few types of plannings that we spoke about, they are working day and night and creating the plan orders. Okay, so this would be created up to the next few months, few years. Fine, but why do we do that? Why so much long plan order creation and forecasting is required? First thing, the forecasting, the sales orders that are available in the execution horizon cannot be available in the future horizon, because you do not expect your customers to give sales order already 6 months ahead, right? It is possible that some customers may be giving you, in case your lead time of transportation is very long, say you take 4 months to deliver, 4 months to produce. Okay, so in that case he would give you a sales order at least 8 months in advance, correct? So that sales order would be somewhere here. That's a different case. Okay, but usually sales orders arrive just in time usually. Okay, and that just in time or whatever it is, that we would again be talking in this section. If you go to this unit number 2 where make to stock, make to order scenarios are explained, I'll be talking about it there, no in detail. But in general, okay, this is a very very typical explanation. So in general, the sales order is not expected to be arriving so early in advance. So sales order we would expect here, but not always. Huh? Sometimes if you have good relation with the customer, he would be giving you some sales orders that I want some delivery of the material in month 4 I want some delivery here, so it is quite possible. So that's not a generic one. But in this case, sales orders are here, so production orders are there, plan orders are available here, correct? So in these plan orders also, you're creating these plan orders based on your forecast, because last year you had some sales history, you have generated the forecast, so you already know the plan order. Okay, so now in this case, what happens is for the first year up to 12 months, the customer uses it at tactical planning horizon. Why? Because what it does is, okay, I have got some heavy forecast somewhere in the month 8. He would look at that already now. So the forecast is super heavy, but he would be able to see the capacity shortage there, because okay, month 8 I am not able to produce, but I am already seeing a forecast, and the forecast is 10 times my production capacity. So that guy who is your supply planner, he would already spread the forecast in the backward month, so that he keeps producing year, so that he finishes production or accumulates that much supply by month 8, so that he, when the actual sales order arrive, he would be able to ship to him. Fine. Because the utmost necessity for any supply chain planning is service level. That is how fast you are servicing to the customer. The moment he puts an order, you need to send him immediately. This is the game changer, right? Amazon brought in the 1 day delivery thing, and then it became the market leader, correct? You order and you want it immediately. In US they are delivering with drone, so I'm talking at the retail customer level. Okay, this is at the wholesale customer level, in fact, so this is at much bigger level. But the retail customers also, people are doing that, single day delivery. So why, what they do it, they keep the warehouse very close to you, right? You wherever, whichever city you are in, you place the order, and at many times they deliver you next day or on the same day. It's possible. So that's what is called as having the greatest service level possible. Service level is like how fast you are able to service to the customer. And for that purpose, this tactical horizon comes into play, because he would already have a forecast of month end. He would know that, so he would already start planning it somewhere from month 1 to month 8, so that he has sufficient stock and he fulfills it when the actual sales order arrives, right? So this is what we call as tactical horizon. This is the main job role of a planner, the supply planner who would be doing all these things. So in this case, the supply planner would be playing his role. Okay, but not always 12 months is tactical. Sometimes people just want to, that's why I keep it as week 3 to 6. So they want to take this action only for this 4 weeks, because they have very shorter lead time, right? Even if the sales order arrives in week 6, he would be able to accommodate that in the previous 3 weeks, right? If the sudden sales order comes. So sometimes customers just keep this 4 weeks as tactical horizon. Sometimes they keep 6 months as tactical horizon. Here I am considering 12 months as tactical horizon, because tactical means whenever they go into supply chain planning, they would consider the alerts of this much horizon and take action on top of it in their SNOP meetings. Third stage. Now my planning is not stopping from next 2 years also after first year, right? Quarter 1 to quarter 4. But these are the places where I am not going to consider the individual month sales order or individual month's forecast and so on, because this one they call it as a strategic horizon. Why? Because they consider the accumulative demand supply picture for the entire quarter. Usually all the high level executives, top executives of the companies look at that. They have a graphs plotted. They would look at these graphs and they would see that, okay, in quarter 4 I am seeing that the iPhone 15 that I'm going to launch, it will have a sudden spike from India. You would already see that here, correct? Because there will be the forecast available from previous year, from the predecessor. So he would already see there is sudden spike here. But the supply for this spike, I am able to fulfill in quarter 2 of that year, next year. Why? Because I do not have sufficient stock here. And why that is so? Because even if I do the reverse planning, the warehouse is available in China, and Chinese government, the custom rules take place, and they ask us to delay the deliveries by 1 quarter because of the rivalry and so on and so on. So they would think that, okay, I am producing somewhere in Indonesia, I want to sell in India, but it goes via China suppliers and blah blah blah. So in that case, they would do some strategic decisions that, okay, boss, if that is the case and India is a bigger market, let us create a manufacturing facility in India so that I am able to fulfill this already in quarter 4 of 2024. Not only manufacturing facility, these are strategic decisions, okay, because you are looking at the region level, entire region, entire quarter, okay, what is happening. So okay, India being the great market, Even if they are producing in US, they would create a warehouse in India, right? So that is a very strategic decision that they are able to take. So that is why the strategic horizon comes into play. A real life example to would be again the same Amazon thing. Amazon did the strategic planning and they saw that, okay, say Mumbai is the region from where I get the most orders for so and so products. So what they do, that those products which are highest selling in Mumbai, okay, they create a local warehouse in Mumbai. So already they ship a bigger chunk. So instead of their central warehouse is in Calcutta, Amazon or Flipkart. Okay. So if that particular product they start shipping per customer from Calcutta to Mumbai, then they would lose on two things. First is the transportation for every product they will have to bear every time the order comes. And second thing is the customer will not be satisfied because the Mumbai guy will have to wait for 3 days, 4 days to get the order. But now they already have seen in the strategic planning that, okay, this product comes so frequently from the orders come from Mumbai. So they created a warehouse in Mumbai, right? Local warehouse, and they ship that product in the bulk in one truck at a time, okay, for the entire month. And that's what is called as the strategic planning. So this involves some sort of investment from the company, and that is why the responsibility for strategic planning is on the higher executives. Okay, whereas the tactical horizon guy is not making a decision like, okay, warehouse kholna hai ki nahi, ya kahin pe I need to create some sort of plant or not. So he is able to spread the demands or increase the capacity, or talk to the production planners, talk to the network planners, talk to his managers and so on. Okay, so yes, all these things are done in the tactical horizon. But the main part that we are going to focus on is the operational horizon for PPDS. So what happens here is, strategic planner guy he did his planning in Q2. He created an additional warehouse. So the moment the warehouse got created, it would be created in system also, so that we are able to fulfill or do the planning at that warehouse also. So that way he would be able to see that, okay, I'm sufficiently able to fulfill. Now this quarter two subsequently comes into month 12. Okay, because it is rollover happening every day, we go to the next day, right? So the whatever planning was done, and by the way, this planning is done either every week or every day depending upon your customers. When it was APO world, then they used to do the planning every week because APO takes very long time to do the planning and it's a cumbersome process. But since IBP came into picture, these plannings have started happening every day because IBP is a faster, very very faster guy, correct? Dhanasri, you can endorse me on this if you use this sort of planning. But these plannings are happening every day. Okay. But whenever, I mean, as per the last planning available from last month, when it enters into month 12, again in month 12, forecast will not change drastically. So he would see that, okay, even if I have got a warehouse, I still get some overload alerts because the forecast is too high. Then this guy with the tactical planning, a planner would start working on that and it would spread it so that by the time this plan enters into these 4 weeks or say week 3 and week 4, it is already a smooth plan because a lot of people have worked on it for last couple of months, correct? From Q3 or Q4 till this week 3 or week 2, there is a lot of time, almost 2 years. So the moment the rollover happens, when the plan comes near to the execution, it is already converted into the smoothest plan ever. So when it enters into PPDS horizon, by that time, the PPDS guy doesn't have to think about quantity. The production planner who is sitting here, he doesn't have to look at the quantity. What he has to look at is how efficiently I can fit in those orders into the schedule. So he is not actually concerned about whether it can be produced or not and so on, because that part is taken care of by these guys already. He is more concerned about, okay, how can I produce? How can I create a most throughput out of it? So what it means is, he has got 10 orders. Now I need to sequence them in the most efficient manner, reduce the cost of manufacturing. Okay, if there are two resources or labors not available, still I am able to accommodate. If the machine breaks down, still I am able to accommodate. How do I avoid extra setup money and setup times and so on, so that I can even produce more than expected, not less than expected. So here, if he says 100 and he is able to produce only 80, then that creates a 80% throughput, and that has impact on your entire supply chain. Why? Because in this horizon, you may be getting 100 demand. Okay, against 100 demand when it was here, you planned for 100 plan order, but when you actually produce, that is only 80. So that 20 demand is not fulfilled, and that is creating supply chain problem. And this is the reason that we have to do the entire end-to-end planning. Because in the old days what used to happen is, yeah, 100, this was say 120 originally, okay, nobody was doing this tactical planning and so on, so this 120 was entering into this short term horizon. But in the short term, we would ask him to produce 120 and he would actually produce 80, so there was a 40 gap, right? And that 40 gap was carry forwarded all across the horizon. So now what we do is, when it was into tactical horizon it was 120, but by the time it moved here and here and it came to week 3, it was 100, okay. But this guy would be able to produce only 80, okay. So what is this? Still there is a possibility of not 80 but maybe 95, because there could be a sudden breakdown and so on. So the capacities that are used for ppds and that are used for this next horizons, they have a slight difference. So we already operate based on 95% capacity, okay. So production planner would be using the full capacity, but when it comes to the next horizon, it is actually converted to 95% of what is available. So that 5% gap is placed just to accommodate any sudden changes or sudden breakdowns and so on, okay. And when we create the resources, I will tell you what I am talking about. But this is, and the production planning is 100% capacity, but when it comes to planning orders or planning horizons, we say it is a 95% capacity. So that is why all these things starting from week 3 onwards till quarter 4, we call as rough cut capacity planning, RCCP. So this is a new concept, very old concept, but probably new to you. We call it as RCCP, rough cut capacity planning. Okay. This is execution and this is RCCP. Fine. This is the execution horizon. Okay. That we said anyway, right? Say I am producing iPhone 15. Okay. This is my product. Okay. Now, for iPhone 15 production from in week 1 as well as in Q4, this is going to be one single resource, for example, right? The assembly resource is one robot. Okay. He has one capacity. The robot has a capacity of how much? The robot has capacity of 100 iPhones in a day, for example. Okay. 100 iPhones in a day. Fine. So this becomes his capacity. Now, what we do usually is the execution horizon and the planning horizon, or the RCCP horizon. Both of them refer to same robot as a resource. We would create it as a master data resource in S4, and that would get translated to whether it is an execution system or a planning system. So IBP will have the same and PPDS will have the same. Okay, as an example. But if the IBP will create that resource. So see, there are three things: S4 resource, IBP resource, and PPDS resource. So this guy S4 resource gets created as IBP resource as well as PPDS resource, because they are the separate systems, correct, or separate tools. So that is why we do the integration and convert it to respective resources. S4, he has capacity of 100 per day, 100 iPhones per day. Okay. So in S4, the resource is able to produce 100 per day. Okay, usually we keep S4 and PPDS exactly same, because S4 we maintain the actual, even the PPDS we have to maintain the actual, because that is what it is doing the manufacturing. Okay, so the production order that are created in the execution would be considering 100 per day, right? But when we transfer this resource to this planning horizon or to this rough cut capacity planning horizon, the capacity we send with some sort of efficiency rate. So we say 95% efficiency rate. So 100's 95% would be 95 per day. So this horizon in its entirely will be doing the planning based on the resource capacity as 95 per day. Okay. So I am now putting 100 plan order here. Okay. So in one day, if the resource is producing 95, and if the order is 100, then it would go from one day to the next day. Correct, in this horizon. But still, since it is a weekly planning, it would show in the same week. We are not doing day level planning here. Okay, in my case, we might be doing day level also. That's fine. But then this 100 quantity in this week would be reflected in the same week. When this order enters into this particular week number 2, right? So this becomes now day. Actually, I should have marked it as day, but there was lesser space. So day 1, day 2, day 1 up to day 14 I would call. Okay, because this is day 1 to 7 and day 2 to day 8 to day 14. In 1 week, there are 7 days or 5 days working days and so on. So when this 100 enters here, it gets converted to a PPDS order, and in PPDS order the actual capacity is 100 per day. Okay, whereas in on that day how much this guy would be producing is only 95, because I indicated the IBP resource to produce 95 per day. I am operating with this frequency, with this efficiency. So the PPDS will have to actually produce only 95 on that day and 5 next day. So we keep this sort of efficiency margin between the resource capacity of PPDS and resource capacity of rough cut planning, just to accommodate that. Okay, I cannot operate with 100% in PPDS because there could be resource issues, light electricity issue, water issue, machine breakdown issue, and so on. So this sort of 5%, 2%, as per your customer, that margin is always kept. And whether it is, planning system, or it is actually somebody doing the planning manually, this sort of margin is always kept. Okay, I have to ask someone, but some question, because I need this feedback whether people have understood, and who is not talking at all is Dhanashri so far. Dhanashri, explain tactical horizon. What happens in tactical horizon here? The way you understood. Layman's language doesn't matter, but the concept should be clear to you. Yeah, this one, tactical horizon between week 3 to month 12. Now, Dhanashri?
Yes.
Hmm. Or else, okay, just explain us the difference between operational, tactical, and strategic horizon. In one single sentence is enough. Or I'll tell you one more question. If you are not able to capture all those dots yet, in your current project, what are these horizons typically in your current project? You may not have strategic horizon, by the way, in the current project, and I have to talk about it. But you will definitely have operational and tactical horizon, irrespective of the tool that is being used. Can anybody tell me what are these horizons in your current project? All of you are from the same project.
So, like this operation horizon is it we are talking about the APO. So it is PPDS horizon, correct?
Why they have to be product to product, this order horizon, why they should vary from product to product. So see, every product has some sort of manufacturing lead time, correct? The product takes
Yes.
1 day till 10 days, okay, for example. Or the product has the total lead time also, plant delivery time of the product can also vary. Say for example, the product needs some raw materials which needs the production, and so on and so on. So considering all those things, whenever the plan order of the product enters into this week number 14, okay, say the product's plan order was somewhere in week 3, and when it enters into week number 14, you would be converting the plan order to production order, correct? So before you convert any plan order to production order, all the prerequisites for that order should be available. Like the raw material should be available. Ideally, you should have received the sales order for that product, correct? So all the planning things should be already available as firm orders for that, right? Raw material
Yes. Yes.
available as a stock or at a purchase order, and so on and so on. So sometimes the purchase order would be taking 10 weeks for the product. 10 weeks is too long, maybe 4 weeks for the product, correct? Or the sales order takes time and it arrives 4 weeks in advance, and so on. So depending upon the combination of all those things, which are the firming inputs for the order, you would keep the horizon little longer for that product, correct? Because
Yes.
you need sufficient time to do that. So that's why the horizons can be different, right? Yeah. And then talking about the other side, so on the location product master that we would see, we maintain this horizon as a PPDS horizon on the location product. The other horizons are also maintained. Since you're into APO, then the tactical horizon is maintained as SNP horizon. Have you seen that? SNP horizon.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Strategic may not be. But then talking about tools here, okay, so yeah, I have already noted. So execution is from PPDS. Focusing on SAP side, execution is from PPDS, but you can have Kinaxis also. Kinaxis is also doing good for production planning, detail scheduling. Then when it comes to this tactical horizon, okay, so the tactical horizon can be planned with what? Tactical horizon can be planned with either SNP or IBP. Okay, both the things can be used. There can be, you can use MRP also, ERP tool, any other ERP tool, but I am not focusing there because we are now talking about advanced planning algorithms. So both of them are advanced planning, right? Advanced means some additional features available on top of MRP. Fine, but some people
Yeah.
sometimes use S4 MRP also, because now with S4 side also they have created something called as advanced MRP that also plays a significant role sometimes. Okay, so pay attention. You may come across some project where they will be using a S4 based advanced MRP. Let me, because the
Hey,
name itself
is it
yeah,
MRP live? Is it?
exactly. Advanced
Oh,
MRP is MRP live.
okay.
The previous MRP used to be classical MRP,
Classical
right?
MRP. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So MRP live also has better features available. Okay. And then when it comes to the tactical strategic planning horizon, then SNP cannot be used there. Neither MRP can be used there, because you cannot do planning of such a vast part. And then these guys also do some sort of quick simulations and so on. So that is the marketing concept for that is the marketing idea for SAP also, that you have to do tactical strategic planning with IBP sort of engine. In fact, that was a differentiator of IBP on top of other engines, that it is also useful to do strategic planning. Correct. So I don't place SNP etc. for doing a strategic planning, and that's why SNP planning you would only see for 1 month, 1.5 year, 1.5 years, and so on. Usually, okay. I mean, there is a whole lot of section dedicated to that. Okay, total sense if I explain to you practically. So I would refrain from the question for now, but it is there. You see, I am visiting
Okay.
it here, course agenda. So all the, I mean, I am pretty sure what sort of doubts are coming in your mind, but I'm going in a logical way, right? Concepts first, then master data, then the configuration, integration configuration, and then planning and scheduling. So it comes as part of planning for sure. Okay. At the end of all the sessions are done, I'll send you this Excel also, just for you to keep a track in case, because for me it helps. If I've gone through it with somebody, if I just look at it once, then I immediately remember everything that has been discussed there. So the colors have some kind of mind mapping all the time, so they help. Okay, so I'll send you that, but if you want to keep it for your notes, you can take screenshots from time to time. That's no worries. Okay, all right. So now let's move on to the next part of the training. Now we are actually slowly starting with the master data. Okay, so basically, what does PPDS do? So it picks up all these sets of master data and the pointers like dates and so on, and then it converts into a feasible, efficient production plan. Okay, that's very simple. Okay, I mean, what it takes is, I am going to produce something, correct? So for production, before all these things also, what you would need is location, product, etc. But from production perspective, you would need a BOM and routing and a production version. You are aware about it or not yet? BOM routing production version. That doesn't matter anyway. We have to cover that up because that's the most important building block for PPDS scheduling planning. So basically it works like BOM plus routing slash recipe. So depending upon type of industry, if it's a process industry, you would
Yeah.
create a recipe. If it's a
Recipe.
discrete industry, you would use a routing. So the basic building blocks are BOM routing slash recipe. Both these things get converted into production version. Okay. So somebody was saying that I know about BOM and PDS, but don't know about routing. But basically you know about it already. Why? Because without BOM and routing or recipe existing at a time, there cannot be a PDS. PDS is simply the conversion of BOM plus routing slash recipe. Okay. So under the recipe or routing, we assign different resources because you need to produce on some resource, refer to the capacity of that resource. Then you have some capacity of the resource. All these things are input to PPDS. Then you have a due date, like when do you want to finish this production, correct? So you need to follow that due date also. You have to assign some scheduling rules, whether you need to go in a backward direction, forward direction, or backward forward, or on time, and so on. So different rules you should see. If there are any shifts maintained for the resource, because you don't want to keep producing or scheduling the order when the shift is blank, correct? and of course the calendar, whether you want to produce on the weekend or not, on the evening after 6 and blah blah blah. Correct. So these are some of the inputs for a PPDS planning engine. So the PPDS planning engine picks up that master data, considers either heuristic or optimizer based production. Optimization based PPDS scheduling I haven't seen at most of the places, because it becomes too complex. Unless there is a very specific requirement, people do not go for it. So people do various types of heuristics, around 35 40 types of heuristics that are available in PPDS. We choose one of them, and then the outcome of PPDS is efficient production plan that meets, like, it is constrained by resource capacity. So it's a finite plan. You cannot have overload of the capacity. You can have that, but you will have an alert out there. Correct. You have highest utilization, lower setup times, minimum stocks, because it would try to fulfill it on time, try to avoid early building, and minimum work in progress. Correct. Work in progress is like there is a sales order. Okay, but for that sales order, the plan order is work in progress. No, it is the wrong case, because you cannot keep the customer waiting. So the sales order is on 17th of July. Your plan order should finish on 16th July. Do 1 day of goods receipt processing time and ship it. It's as simple as that. Okay, so that where PPDS helps us. Okay, and see, I won't go through this slide, frankly, because these are again the marketing things, and I kept it. But I spoke up a lot about it, right, in the earlier explanations also. That what does PPDS do? So keep it handy for future purposes. All right. So let us now focus on the master data side of it. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll very quickly go through multiple slides possible from here, which are relevant for the relevant. Okay, up to slide number 17. So you know the basics, and then we get into system. Okay. So basically, now and just keep me correcting from time to time if I should also talk about the APO side of the master data. Okay, because my more focus and intention would be how do I set up master data in S4 and bring it over to PPDS in S4. But in case you do not know about how the master data in ECC, and then how do you bring to APO via the core interface, SIF, etc. Let me, please buzz me from time to time. I will explain that part also. Okay.
Yeah.
First of all, what you need for a effective planning within PPDS is the materials, the plants, okay. Here, not only plants, but you would need customers, vendors also, because this is more of a talking from a APO master data perspective. And APO would be, SNP. If there is IBP, then it is also considering the entire tactical planning horizon as well. That is why you would need customers or vendors also in case you want to go to that level of planning, right? If vendor is included, you can do the network planning for raw material procurement. If the customer is included, you can have additional note that customer is sending you actual sales order. Correct. But for us as a production planning guys or PPDS guys, we do not need this customer and vendor, right? Because we are not doing a network
Yeah.
planning. We already have a plan order. So what we need is material, a plant, and a work center or a resource. Correct. Work center or a resource is actually coming from here, the bomb routing and resources part. Okay. So how do we operate here? Is we follow certain sequence of steps. First of all, the master data is managed or set up within ECC or S4HANA the way it would get created. Usually we are not responsible for setting up any sort of data in S4, right? But here we will do that. Then we would transfer all that data. So if it is like a APO system, ECC to APO, then you would set up all those integration models and then transfer the data. Correct. If it is S4HANA to PPDS, then you practically you transfer, but technically you do not do the transfer because it is available in the same system. So you kind of just flag or enable any master data that yes, boss, this master data is for PPDS also. This is a basic difference of the integrations. If it is APO and ECC environment, then you literally transfer the data via core interface. Okay, queue gets generated and so on and so on. But when it comes to PPDS on S4HANA, we call it as ePPDS. Okay, when I say PPDS on S4HANA, I call it ePPDS. It is the embedded PPDS because it is embedded. Okay, so when it comes to ePPDS, then you literally, practically, you do not transfer the data actually. I mean, you just do the enabling of the data that it is available for PPDS. Okay. Then when it comes to PPDS side, then there are some data elements which you set up in PPDS directly. Whether it is ePPDS or PPDS, you have to enhance the resource. For example, you would do some sort of, shifts and shift sequences on the PPDS resourcing, correct? So only from a resource perspective, you do some modifications. Rest of the data comes as it is. Okay. Rest of the data is basically it is held in S4HANA, and then it is straight away available. So that is where the completeness of master data is necessary. Okay, sometimes you may have to do some sort of enhancements so that the data is complete if required for your customer, correct? Once the data is completed, you do the validation, you do the consistency check and so on, then you do the managed capacity variants, correct? So it goes through roughly these 4 steps that you create, then you transfer or enable it for activation, then you complete the data in um, there is something additional to the completeness actually, which I am forgetting, but let me recall. And finally you manage the capacity variants. Then this is just a glimpse. If at all you are not able to follow it, it is okay. But glimpse is like an S4HANA, you have materials, you create the resources or work centers and capacities, correct? So with the materials, you would create BOM, and with the resources, you would create routing or recipe. The BOM and routing or recipe you would combine and create a production version. And the production version gets translated as the PDS to PPDS. Similarly, the material come as a product to PPDS and the resources come as resources to PPDS. So very powerful slide, really. If you do not know the basic ingredients, then this is an important slide. Okay. But once you do it on your own, you don't even have to look at it because it would be so embedded in your mind. Correct. In MM0123, we call them as materials on S4 or in ECC. But when it comes to APO or even PPDS, we call them as products because we do not call it as material master, we call it as product master. If you have heard about the transaction call slash SAP APO slash MAT1, that is the product. Okay. So why on planning system we call it as product, and why on the execution side we call it as material? Any idea? So that is an outcome of a process, right? That's why it's a product. And on top of that, generally the finished goods are the finished outcomes, right? Products, they are not raw material. Raw material you wouldn't call as product. Your product is like you assemble a couple of raw materials and you create a finished product, correct? So in a
Yes.
planning system, you are not supposed to plan all the raw materials and all the finished goods, etc. You're supposed to plan only the critical materials. Because say, consider the case of iPhone 15. Okay, now iPhone 15 is a product, so it's a material in ECC, I would send it as a product to PPDS, correct? But in case all the raw materials for that product, I am not doing the scheduling for them, or okay, I am not bothered about when they are available and so on, nuts and bolts and so on and so on. So I wouldn't call them, I wouldn't send them to PPDS. iPhone probably was not a correct example. Say iPhone 15 and the box of iPhone 15. Okay, both of them are products, for example. Okay, box and iPhone 15, both of them are products to each other. Okay, so you want to do the detailed scheduling of iPhone 15. So you would send it to PPDS. Okay. But the box of iPhone 15 you wouldn't send to PPDS because you don't want to waste your scheduling resources on planning something which is available in infinite fashion. Box does not have any bottleneck. You place an order today, tomorrow you get 1,000 boxes available. It's so easy, correct? So it is like an infinite way. So there is a concept called bottleneck planning in all the planning systems. Okay, so in the bottleneck planning, we do not go for planning all the raw materials also in the planning system. We just plan the finished goods which are sitting on top of bottlenecks, right? Which have a really constraint on the capacity perspective. So the expectation is that you only send those products to PPDS and to the planning system which have bottleneck, and they are mostly the finished products. And that is why we call it product that side. And ultimately, the way you explained earlier, that's a outcome of a process. So we do not actually go to the planning or production order for raw materials to be planned and so on. So we just operate around the finished products. So that's why the concept came in earlier. Okay. But this thing is clear to you, right? Material to material, product, resource to resource, and BOM routing recipe becomes production version to the PDS, right? All right. And now this thing is pretty much clear because you're using it. So whether it is S4HANA in ECC or S4HANA PPDS or APO PPDS, when you have a plant, customer, and vendor, all of them would go as a location in the system, and they would be called, they're differentiated with location types. Correct. I am going to run through here because I'm assuming you have seen this as part of your APO day-to-day work. And ultimately, what we need for PPDS is only plants. Correct. Still, it would arrive in PPDS as plant or location type 1001. Okay. The integration is again different. Core interface or advanced planning activation depending upon type of system you are in. The material master would be converted to product master. Work center or resource that you would create. Okay, both of you can create either of them. For recipe, you would create resources. For routing, you would create work center. They are separate master data but have practically similar information under them. So they would be transferred and created as resource master in PPDS. Then you would create a BOM routing recipe and then a production version that would be a PDS in PPDS. And then if at all you are trying to use PPDS for planning also, like network planning also, it is possible but not recommended and not done. So between two plants, like or one DC and one plant, then you would need a transportation lane also. Okay, so that transportation lane is created from any of this inherent master data called info record, contract, or scheduling agreement, so on. Okay. Next one is the location part of it, correct? And I spoke about it like plant, vendor, customer, and blah blah blah. Fine. So I will not spend any time. The next slides are going in details about what is the location and so on. So before going in there, okay, I want to okay, I want to tell you some basic concepts, okay, and they are part here. Okay, I want to tell you some basic concepts about how PPDS is activated in the system, okay, and then we go on creating the master data, okay. And please keep your Excel handy because you will have your own set of master data to work upon, okay. And what that master data is, and write it down. You will have a location, you will have a material, you will have one or two or three resource or work center, whatever we set up, okay, whatever is available or set up. And then we would set up a routing or recipe. We will have a production version, and you will need to show me this, okay. I'm not going to leave you unless you show me your data preparations on your own subsequently. Okay, and then what else? Material, location, resource, recipe, routing, production version. I think that is enough for now. I'm not going into transportation lane and so on because there is no need of complicating things. So see what it can be that we have a plant and we have a DC, correct? And we build a transportation lane between both of them. So there will be one single material. Instead, I am dropping the DC because I'm assuming that this tactical network planning has happened and I have already entered in the execution. So I'm focusing on the plan side of it and trying to produce, trying to schedule the different plan orders that are available at the plant. So this data is sufficient for me. And keep this on your Excel also. As soon as you get a system access, you will need to find that out. Okay. Okay. So before we go in there are few settings that you need to do when it comes to activating the PPDS system. Okay. So this is your S4HANA system. The first thing that you do is go to SPRO. I mean, this is not a daily activity or monthly. This is one-time activity. So once you go into SPRO, there is a dedicated section called advanced planning at the bottom. Can you see it? Can you locate it? Here it is. Okay. This advanced planning is for PPDS dedicatedly. Okay. You go inside this one and then somewhere here, basic settings. Yeah. So under basic settings, you have this option called activate advanced planning and scheduling. So you just need to double click and ensure that this is activated for your system. So as you know, SAP has started selling these softwares like business functions separately, right? So they would sell you the S4HANA, but if you don't want to purchase the PPDS part, then this option would be disabled for you. You cannot actually disable it, right? But as soon as this is available to you and you enable this, it means that now you can use all the various functionalities of PPDS for your own set. Correct? Fine. This is one time thing. Second thing that you do is go and set up the settings for data transfer. Okay. So I am jumping one step ahead. These settings are not for master data, but they are for transactional data. So we will perhaps come back in here. But then you were asking me this question, right? How do I transfer data? Do I need to set up the integration models and so on? So you don't need to set up any integration model. Say you want to transfer all your, say, production orders or a stock, correct? You just need to enable it, save it, done deal. So the moment you create it in S4, for a material which is PPDS relevant, then it would immediately go to PPDS. It's as simple as that. Okay, fine. So these are two important settings, activation and settings. Okay, there are some other settings also like global settings and all, but we will come back to it subsequently, slowly. Okay, no need to go through it all of them at once. Okay. So the
Okay.
first thing what I am doing is I am going to identify some location material and all those things, and then keep sending them to PPDS. Because
Okay.
first thing is to identify some material which is relevant for me, and then I will operate upon them. Correct. So first thing is what I would do is go to SE16 and MARC table because I, see, I am a supply chain planning guy, so I don't know all the peculiarities of a material and so on, right? I mean, in the interest of time, I'm trying to select what is available already. If it is not there, of course, I'm going to set up something on my own, do some trial and error. But for you guys, I would advise that, okay, pick up the material that I would select here, make a copy of it in MM01, right? And create the separate material for yourself. I would strongly advise that if you want to understand the basics. Okay. So for now, let me see if I have any material available. By tomorrow, actually, if we are able to select, okay, 11:39, right? So we should be able to finish up location and material today. Okay. So by tomorrow, you should have also selected your location and material in the backend system. Okay. So we have got 3030 material locations. Okay. So I would go for 1010 because I know that is one of the plan. We have got lots and lots of materials with some MRP type and so on. Okay. It will be little difficult to do it this way. Then what I would do is, because I did some homework earlier. Okay. So I would go and select one material, which is my FG. This is good for me. Okay. In the interest of time, I had chosen it, but there is no particular rule. Okay, what you can do is pick up any damn material that is available from the MARC table. For say, let us stick to one plant only, 1010. No, sorry, my bad. Let us not stick to one plant. Otherwise, what will happen is, if I am doing a scheduling, I will disturb your thing or he will disturb my thing and so on. It is quite possible. So as far as possible, stick to 4 different plants. Okay, stick to different plants. Okay, if not happens, doesn't matter. If you are able to, you can select one single plan, then at least we will try to stick to different resources per material, right? Your material should be different and your resources should be different for that matter, correct? Then your scheduling will not interfere with each other. Otherwise what happens is you go and try to schedule everything that is there at 1010. So you creating orders, I creating orders on different resources, and all of them, one guy will do the scheduling, my schedule would get disturbed and so on, correct? So better to try to stick to different plans. And let me see what are the plans so I can allocate the plans to you here itself. Okay, so we don't have a lot of plans, by the way. We have got 10 10 10 20 17 10. And I don't want you to spend time on creating a plant, although it is not a very big deal of setting up your own plant. Fine. And the material that I have selected is FG126. Okay, so please try to avoid this material, FG126. So you will have one material, two material, five material, doesn't matter. It is up to your appetite of setting up data. What I would do is on this material, we'll select the bomb routing recipe and all. We'll bring it to PPDS. we will create tens of orders, plan orders, and do the scheduling after we set up the PPDS. So this is how the training would logically proceed. Okay. So you can have 2 materials or 4 materials, that's no problem. Okay, you can have one material with multiple orders on that, then also you would be able to see the scheduling. Okay, so maybe if time permits, I would try to copy this material to FG127 and create new one for me later. But to begin with, this is the step. Okay, fine. So
Alright, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the main purpose of SAP S4HANA APO PPDS? Option A, to handle financial accounting processes. Option B, to manage supply chain operations. Option C, to support product development and innovation management. Option D, to facilitate human resource management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, wanna ace your supply management game? Our SAP S4HANA APO PPDS course is your go-to solution. Take it at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, you'll master SAP S4HANA APO PPDS, a toolkit for planning everything from product quantities to their precise destinations. Covering all the basics and advanced tips, our course is crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors? They're pros with heaps of experience, ready to guide you through and answer any queries you may have. And guess what? Our students love it. Just like you, they found our course incredibly beneficial. The best part? It's super affordable. This golden chance to learn won't cost you a fortune. Ready to level up your SAP S4HANA APO PPDS skills? Enroll now on our page. For more details, head to ZaranTech's website. Stay tuned for more updates.
So that's the first thing, that you have selected the plant. Okay, now and selected the material also in my case. But the next step is to send this material to PPDS. Sorry, to the location to PPDS. Okay, both things are selected, but to send it. So if it was the age of your regular APO based PPDS, what you would do? You would go to CFM1. Transactions are there. Okay, still you would select the plant. You would put the plant here, generate this integration model, activate this integration model, right? So if I have to send the plant, I would just select 1010 here and generate. Okay, let me try to generate, because I have never tested this whether generation is still a problem, because we don't need it anymore now. So let me try to, hey, see, the plant part is gone. Nothing is coming in. The moment I selected the material, the logical system, the plant part is gone completely, and very few items are remaining which perhaps would need some sort of generation activation. See, everything is disabled the moment I selected it. Correct, everything is disabled. Correct, but still material, plant is the only thing which needs some sort of adjustment to send it to PPDS. And what that adjustment is, you will need to execute a report. Okay, so that is /SAP APO / create. I forget, I'm very weak in remembering the report. So this is the report, create location report, that has been provided by SAP. Okay, here you need to specify 1010, create for standard address and blah blah blah. Rest of the things, no issues to be selected. Okay, I mean, since we are working in the PPDS part, we focus only on the plant side, but the business part or shipping, receiving, they are from the network planning perspective, correct? So if somebody, if at all wants to do the network planning also in PPDS, they would go in that direction, but we would go in here. Now I think this plant may have been already shipped to PPDS. So let's see what error comes, or if it, okay. So the location for plant already exists in PPDS. So it just verified whether the plant is existing. And then you go to your regular transaction code call LOC3. What is it, LOC3 or LOC? Okay. And then here onwards, you would feel like your home page. This is the regular transaction. It got created as a production plant.
Sorry.
You go and display it, and all other information will be here. But at the plant, what is required is rest of the things are coming up very well, no issues. Okay. But if you go to the calendar part of it, then in case you want to follow a particular production calendar, then you need to assign that from S4 side. See, if you go to change mode, then you can assign here also, but usually we do assign from S4 side also. But while we come to the scheduling side of it, we will see with and without what happens and so on. Okay. Otherwise, I can show you something additional. Okay, very quickly. So since now the plant has been transferred, okay, we have the plant here. So what is the transaction for plant? I don't know. So I'll go to SPRO and see. I think it is T001 or XK02. It is for vendor, I guess. Yeah, it is for vendor. Anybody remembers the transaction code for changing the plant in S4? It is SPRO. Let's go in here and find. I know the table actually because we rarely have to go to do that on S4. But getting attributes. Plant maintenance. Let's try it here. So what I want to demonstrate quickly is integration model is not required, but the moment I will change the description of the plant there in S4, it would be updated here immediately. It doesn't take time because it's the online transfer. And in many cases, actually, it refers to the same plant. I hope it's here. Yeah. So do I have authorization or not? It doesn't allow me to change something. Okay. Never mind, but I will just copy this 1710 and then try to create 1711 as a plan. Yeah, it does not allow me because this is not a transaction to create plan. This is just to extend the plan as a maintenance plan. If I want to divert all these locations, I'll come prepared next time because these are out of scope things for us. But still, E001W is the T code for plan. Anyway, I won't be able to change anything from here. We don't need to change the plan, doesn't matter. You can figure out how to create a plan on your own. So you create a new plan and then create a material out there. But for now, what I want to demonstrate is the immediate transfer. So I'll pick up one of the material on the plan on S4 side. Okay. So let me go to MM02. Okay. And I have selected this material because I am going to base my all planning and scheduling on this material. So let me go in there. The only important views for us are MRP 1, 2, 3, 4 and advanced planning. These 5 views are most important for us because all the information that is required for planning and scheduling is available in this 4. Okay. So I'm selecting them and plant is 111010. Okay, fine. So we will go through these details later. What does MRP type and all these things mean? But first of all, I need to transfer this plan to PPDS. Okay. So the only action that you need to take is go to the advanced planning. Okay. And there is a radio button to just tick the advanced planning relevancy. And the moment you save, it is immediately available in PPDS. No need of any transaction. See this one. Okay. So initially when you create the material, this advanced planning tick is not marked. Okay. You go to the MM02 change mode, tick this mark, enter and save, and then it is immediately available to PPDS side. MRP time down. See, because you are trying to connect the MRP type based filtering in your CFM1 transaction, right? You would be, yeah. So that filtering was different because, as I said, planning system is to plan only the bottleneck products, not all the products. So what used to happen is you were assigning X0 as the MRP type for external planning of the materials. Usually in your project also probably you are sending X0 or maybe a custom Z type of MRP type is created. So you're just sending those materials to APO. Okay. But
Yes.
here, see, X0 is a standard MRP type coming from SAP for without MRP. So what happens here, the configuration of this MRP type itself says that this material, even if you pass on to MRP, it will not run MRP. It is an external planning material. So that don't, those days are gone. Okay. Where MRP type based filtering used to happen. Here, you do not have a MRP filtering. Okay. You are just doing an advanced planning activation and immediately it is transferring. Correct. So you selectively assign the advanced planning to some materials which are only required to be planned and scheduled within PPDS. All right. However, the MRP type plays a significant role while it comes to the firming and the fixing and that concept. Correct. We spoke about it, that we will cover that in future. So the MRP type is still used for doing the auto firming and all other things, but not going into those details yet. Okay. So this is very, very relevant, but the filtering function of MRP type is gone. It doesn't do the filtering anymore. Okay. Right. So even if it is PDI, I didn't mind for now. Okay. However, we'll see next time if we need to change it for the fixing part. But in the next session onwards, what we would do is everyone is supposed to have one plant and one material of your own. Do not select this one because I am owning it now, but you can select 4 of your plant materials. Fine. And then set up the advanced planning on top of it. The moment you set up, this plant is then available into your MAT1 transaction the way any other plant is available. Sorry, material is available, right? So you go in here and this is available. Technically, it refers to the same table. So because if you go to the change mode, you wouldn't be able to change anything. Okay, I am locking it. Acha, I am locking it. See the difference. I am now into MM02 somewhere, right? So it is giving me an error of you cannot go into change mode in PPDS because technically it is referring to the same transaction. Correct? See, did you understand this? That at table level, perhaps the SAP APO table is different, but in the backend, they are so well connected that if I am in the change mode in S4, it does not let me go in change mode in PPDS. Fine. So that is why the integration model things are not needed, because you are practically you are transferring, but technically you are not. Technically, you are just enabling it to be available to the other system, right? Okay. Rest of the things we will see in here. Okay, just small change I want to show. See, the description says FIN 126 MI serial number. Now serial number 1234 I am going to put in the S4 side. Okay, and save. This actually saves a lot of time. The integration part taking away from PPDS, because then you can easily play around, make some change in S4, no need to generate, activate, or run Rymodini and so on. Okay. You're aware about Rymodini, correct? For me. Okay, so now the material is changed. Let us go to the PPDS side of it. Go back and say display. So now see the 1234 came. I need not to run anything because it technically referring to the same table in the back. Yeah. Okay. So the session today would be like, we'll do a quick recap, 10-15 minutes in the recap. Then we will see some of the homeworks that was given to individuals, and then we'll start with the next steps. Okay. Right. Okay. So what we covered yesterday is basically introduction of supply chain planning in general, because whenever we want to learn a specific module, a specific technology, planning happens. Okay. And that end to end means, how does the demand comes, how do we get the requirements from our vendor, then how do you produce it, right? Now before production, even how do you procure it or distribute it, and then produce it, and then also you procure the raw materials from your vendors and sell the items to the customers and so on. Okay, so let me open up my notes. Yeah. So basically, what we learned yesterday is what does end-to-end planning means, end-to-end supply chain planning means. Okay, so it consists of multiple modules, right? You would do some sort of demand planning out there, then you would do your network planning out there, you would do your enterprise resource planning or material requirement planning. After that you would do the production planning, and finally you would be getting into the details of scheduling. Okay, so I'll quickly go through that diagram because I think we cover up most of the things under that diagram. Okay, so what happens in a typical supply chain planning flow? Okay, wherever there is PPDS system. Okay, so whatever I talk from here on till for next 10 days or so, working days or so, we would be focusing or concentrating around PPDS. So PPDS or detailed scheduling part is the central pivot point, and rest of the things are peripheral supporting modules that are helping PPDS to do a perfect scheduling. Okay, so you should know about this particular flow. It's a very typical PPDS system design that would have. I'm not saying this is the only possibility. There are multiple numerous possibilities, and depending upon type of customer that you have, the type of business line that he has, whether it's a process industry, discrete industry, whether it is a distribution industry, whatnot. Okay, there could be multiple steps. Design characteristics. But once you understand the basic fundamentals, then you can very well design. Okay, so what happens in a typical supply chain planning system focusing on the PPDS as a central pivot is, on one side, or everything is centered around one system called as the execution system. We would call it as, not call, but it could be either ECC or S4HANA. Focusing here. Okay, the execution system could be ECC or S4HANA. You need to have an execution system. What we do under PPDS or APO or IBP, that's all planning. That's not execution. Correct. So I am a supply chain planning consultant, so I should not say it is not always necessary to have in planning systems. But as the world is progressing more and more, right, when there is the need of faster supply chains, the planning systems are gaining more and more important, especially after the COVID thing. A lot of companies have started digitizing their supply chains. So those systems are getting more and more importance now. However, none of the planning system can do anything unless there is an execution system at the pivot. So you will always see most of the projects have either ECC or S4HANA. There are some other systems also like Oracle Fusion and other ERP systems that are there. If you have heard about Microsoft Dynamics, Oracle Fusion, and there is one more, the Panasonic owned system, I forgot the name, JDA Edwards, that is purchased by Panasonic. You would come across numerous as such systems. Okay, so that's your, first of all, that's your execution system. Okay, now when we think about supply chain planning in general, then we have to think about a very long term planning. Correct. Execution is like today what I'm going to do, I need to do this, I need to convert the purchase order to execution order, and so on. So that's a different case. But when we think about the planning, so planning usually you do for a very long time horizon. Okay, especially supply chain planning. Why? Because you are sitting somewhere in America, you have a factory in USA, right? And you have supplier in China. So the Chinese supplier takes 2 months to manufacture and 4 months to ship, because via shipping, it takes around 4 months. So 4 months of shipping plus 2 months of manufacturing, it is 6 months. So if you want to purchase the raw material from a Chinese supplier, you have to give him order at least 6 months in advance, then you are able to produce on time, right? So because around 6 months or so lead time is involved, and see, I will be using this supply chain terminologies from time to time. Since it is a repetition, I may not be able to explain in detail. But if in case it is not clear to you, please pinpoint to me. And just one advice I want to give at this moment: if you want to be a great, I would say, great consultant, it means you want to differentiate yourself from rest of the pool of consultants. If you want to win over the customers, then start using the typical technical terminologies whenever you speak to the customer, whenever you discuss. So, okay, time required to travel is one thing, but the lead time, transportation lead time, manufacturing lead time, these are the right words. They are there in the Bible of supply chain planning. Okay, so when you see you transport something from China to America, that is the transportation lead time of 4 months. When you say you manufacture something in the factory, of the raw material, it's a manufacturing lead time, correct? And overall 6 months is the planned delivery time of that material, correct? So 4 months plus 2 months is 6 months, and that is the planned delivery time. It means that, okay, I want to procure this material from some customer, then I have a planned delivery time of 6 months. So start using these terminologies. We would be seeing them. My concept is the bombardment, continuous bombardment of the keywords on your ears. Then that would be actually very firm. Your mind mapping would happen very strongly, because now I'm talking about it. Just after this introduction, we are going to go and check the master data part of it. So while we are in the master data, we'll see where do these are maintained, and these are the common terminologies. Fine. So considering that 6 months of plant delivery time of all the raw materials, you need to plan way in advance. Okay, so because you are planning, so today you're sitting, you need to put the order at least 6 months in advance. So you need to give him advance notice, right? For that purpose, because of the longer lead times, you have to plan at least 2 years or 3 years in advance, so that you can take informed decisions. You means your planning team can take informed decisions. For that purpose, you do not have any sales order, right? Because since you want to plan for some demand which is available in January 2024, it is not even 24, June 2024, well, of almost after 1 year. So you do not have a sales order that, okay, I need some sort of demand in June 2024. So that for that demand, I need to place an order to the vendor, which he should submit to me at least by January 2024. Correct. So it is like this. Let me go in here, and I will talk about this diagram also in brief very shortly. But this is I mean, just focus on this part. Okay. And for that, I'll remove the extra distractions from the screen. Okay, so this diagram talks about, initially we are in the days. Okay, then we start with the weeks. So week 3 onwards still, and somewhere week 6 it is in the weeks. After that it goes in the months, month 12, and then for next year it goes in the quarters. Okay, so I'm planning at a very high level. Okay, so this is your planning horizon, and since all of you are from APO background, you would understand that what this horizon, or what does this time phases mean. Like somewhere I'm in the days, in the weeks, in the months, and in the quarter. Okay, but for example, you're going to sorry, 6 months of plan delivery time is there, correct? So you want to already plan for the month 12. So you need to know a sales order of month number 4. Sorry, not month 12, month number 4 somewhere in this year. Okay. So if you have a sales order here already, then you need to start producing today only, because there will be a plan order for the sales order today only. I mean, ending today only. Fine. So it is like this. Let me just redo this, and for the benefit of participants, yesterday I'm adding additional examples so that you also don't get bored out of this. So you have a FG product, okay, finished product, and it needs a raw material. Okay, finished product has manufacturing lead time of say 1 month. Okay, I'm talking about months here only. And raw material has manufacturing lead time of 2 months. Okay, then transportation lead time, this guy has 0 or null, because it's a finished product at my location. But the raw material has transportation lead time of say 4 months. It's like that. Okay, and this is entirely from the plant perspective. I am not going to the DC level. Okay, so this, that the plant itself has got some demand of the finished good, and then it needs the raw material and so on. Okay, so what happens is, in case you are going to get a sales order somewhere down the line in the month of 9, okay, a sales order equal to 100 quantity somewhere in the month 9. Okay, right now you do not have the sales order, but what if you get the sales order already in the month 9? So what you do for that? Okay, if there is a sales order in the month 9 at the plant, you need to finish up the production of finished good by this time. So your production order should be equal to 100 quantity, and it should end here. Then and then the sales order can be fulfilled. You agree to this? This is what we call as on-time shipping. Or you are not able to follow me? Say it, guys. If there is a sales order in the month 9 somewhere here, okay, so you need to finish your production in month 9 itself on the particular day. Now I am in a month, but it would happen on a particular day. Okay. Okay. So you have a sales order here and you have production order you need to finish here. But then for the finished good, for the production order to end in the month 9, you need a manufacturing lead time of 1 month. So this is the production order end. Okay. So production order start would be somewhere 1 month early, because you need to start it in month end, then and then you can finish in month 9, because you need 1 month of manufacturing lead time, right? Because every order that we talk about has a start date and an end date. It takes some time, right? So this is the manufacturing lead time translation. Now if you want to start the production order somewhere in month 8, it means that the raw material should be available here, right?
Yes.
Because unless and until raw material is available, you cannot start it in the month end. It's the first step that is required. But if the raw material is sorry, this is not start, this is end. So if the raw material is required here, and I'll call it RAM only for making it small. So raw material ending is here because the production is starting here, but I need 2 months of manufacturing lead time and 4 months of transportation lead time. So the raw material is ending here. It means it would start at least 1, 2, 3, 4 months somewhere here, correct? So the raw material would be starting here from the supplier, right? And when I say starting, it means the raw material shipping will start from month 4 and then it would arrive in month 8. So it would be here. Now, if the supplier has to start the raw material purchase order in month 4, he has to start producing somewhere earlier than the manufacturing lead time, which is 2 months. So he has to start producing it here. So RM production is equal to 100 is starting somewhere in the month 2. You got it, right? So imagine that somewhere in the month 9, you are going to need a sales order of 100. You need to start planning at least how many 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 months in advance. This is one thing. On top of that, you cannot give the raw material production start notice to the vendor that I need it tomorrow and start it today. It doesn't happen. He also needs some preparation time. So you may need to give him order at least a month in advance, correct? So imagine we are sitting somewhere in the week number 2 here, okay, because this is week 3. So we are somewhere in the week number 2, which is month 0, because I'm considering all these weeks belong to 1 month. Okay. So if this is month 0, I need to give the order to the vendor because I need to produce something in the month 9. So this is way far, 6 months, 8 months, 10 months down the line in the future. So this sales order of month 9 is never available so much in advance. Because of that, coming back to this diagram, because of that, we have a demand planning module. I went too far in explanation here, but that was required to explain all the PPTs, that all the slides that we covered yesterday. So because I do not have a sales order in advance available, so I will use some module called demand planning, or there could be another possibilities of using the execution side of independent requirements called customer independent requirement or plan independent requirements. So both these things are to be punched in manually. So these are not the sales orders. Okay, these are some sort of plan demands. Okay. Similarly, the forecast is also planned demand. So forecast is generated automatically by the planning tool like a demand planning API or IBP. And this customer independent requirement or plan independent requirements are some sort of planned demands. Okay. Planned demands. They are not the real demands. Only sales order is the real demand. These are planned demands, that something may be coming of that sort. Correct. So these have to be entered manually in ECC, plan independent requirement or customer independent requirement. There are two types of demands. So plan independent requirement is generic forecast, right? It doesn't need to belong to a specific customer. Customer independent requirements are specific to customer sort of thing. So it is especially used in case of make to order scenario where you need to produce something for a specific customer, where you can put up the requirements of the customer also, right? Okay, the customer might give us a sales order of so and so type of product, so I will already enter a customer independent requirement of that sort. Okay. Or else you get a forecast, and nowadays almost 99%, that's I don't know 99 or 90%, but many projects, actually I cannot translate it into word figures that way, but in many projects we have some sort of forecasting tool. It is giving us the forecast. Okay. And that forecast is 2 years, 3 years, and forever, right? So here in this example, we have taken a forecast. We have This orange line, it says demand forecasting, and it is going on until Q4 of 2 years. So it is a total 3 years of horizon, right? Day one till week till month 12. This is first year, then Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 second year, and Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 third year. So this is a 3 years of demand forecasting horizon that we have planted here. Correct. So we have ECC where history sales orders are there. We have the demand forecasting where the forecast for 3 years is there. That all goes into one of the planning tool. Okay. So yesterday I was talking about some sort of planning tools that are available in the market. So when I say planning tool, they are the network planning tools. You are already using SNP as a supply network planning tool, but there is IBP, which is integrated business planning tool. Then there used to be ERP in a long days. I mean, every one of them is ERP by concept, right? We do planning of enterprise resources only. But then when SAP brought up, they used to call it as ERP tool, and then subsequently it got evolved into new terminologies. So in a sequence, if I want to put, okay, and just focusing on SAP side here, so it was in the sequence like this. So first came ERP, 60s, 70s, then they converted into MRP, 70s, 80s indicatively. Then subsequently they brought up SNP, which is supply network planning, and finally now we have IBP. Okay, IBP has a lot of competitors right now, like O9 Solution, Kinaxis Solutions, JDA that I was talking about. Okay, and then there is Microsoft Dynamics, which is called AX Software. Okay, and whatnot. So there is a what is that consulting organization? I forgot the name. McKinsey, I think. Uh, I mean, just a one moment of diversion. Okay, Magic Quadrant, Gartner. Gartner is the company. Okay, so have an habit if you're enthusiast into supply chain. Okay, in general, including PPDS, then have a habit to go through these magic quadrant sort of paper that they publish every year. This Gartner company, they are the reviewers. Okay, and every year they would just publish the magic quadrant of companies which are the best companies in the world for using a supply chain. So try to understand what is making them best, and then incorporate that in your consulting. I mean, this is there are multiple I'm not promoting any one of them here, but just for your information. And then these are the supply chain companies, but there is one magic quadrant that they publish for softwares also. Okay, so I'm not saying that one software is bad or one software is good, but it is always beneficial to you that you understand what is good in what. Okay, so why I'm not able to find it here, there is a paper that they publish where they just put up the advantages of one software, like say Logility is one software, Oracle Fusion is other, Unison, Tools Group, Anaplan is also doing great, and then somewhere there is SAP integrated business planning. So it is better to know the competition, and it is better to know where are we lagging. And for example, this one, SAP versus Kinaxis or Blue Yonder. Blue Yonder is also by Panasonic, correct? So you can go in and just find out the comparison that, okay, this is the place where I'm lagging, how can we make it better, include your suggestions and so on. Okay, so just make a note of this and have a habit of going through such advancements. Okay, magic quadrant of supply chain softwares, there they compare various parameters and then they put up that is very useful for the customers. Okay, but customers finally choose a software which is, in all perspectives doing good. Say it may not be the best in everything, but it can be giving you better in everything. Those kind of softwares are great for customers. Okay, so that's about the ERP software or the MRP software or the network planning or integrated business planning software that we do. But all that these softwares are doing, these tools are doing here is a rough cut capacity planning. Okay.
Basically, the long-term capacity planning and I mean, so that we don't, purchase more I mean, more than it is required. So it should be, I mean, like based on the time buckets, right, which you have explained yesterday, time buckets and the horizon. So
absolutely,
it determines the requirements of the resources, like and whatever it is.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, but then a small modification out there. So what happens is because you're planning so much in advance. Okay, because see, the sales order is supposed to come in the month 9, which is not available to me. The sales order, because the sales order is just sent just in time. Nobody is giving you sales order so much in advance, like 1 year in advance, right, from the customer perspective. So what we do is, instead of the sales order, we just predict the future based on the forecasting tool. So we just imagine that last year I had got sales order in that month, so this year also I may get it. So how do I represent it already in my system as a forecast? Fine, I got the forecast. Okay. So here, this planning tool that we spoke about, it is planning for almost 2 years in horizon. So this sales order is for month 9, but it will also do a forecasting for quarter 3 of 2024 or 2025. So such things, when you're planning so much in advance, it has to be always done in a rough cut planning fashion. What does it mean is, you cannot say, for example, this production orders that I'm talking about here, okay, and the transportation duration that I'm talking about here is precisely 4 months, 1 month. I'm able to tell you confidently. But in reality, when you start doing the execution, so when the ship starts from one location to other location, or when you are actually getting into the manufacturing, there are multiple challenges. Okay, machine breaks down, the ship is not cleared by the custom, there is a storm, there is COVID, so anything might come, correct? So those things nobody has control over. Natural calamities nobody has control over, correct? And the ship breakdown is even not a natural calamity, right? Now machine learning algorithms where they can also predict the probable failure, but there can be some unpredictable failures also even today. So such thing cannot be cannot be predicted. So if you plan for a sales order of 100, the production in the production order of 100 and the transportation of 100 in this example, so when this order subsequently enters into the execution side of it, right, and I'll talk about it because we are approaching PPDS here. So when you enter into this first 2 days or 2 weeks or whatever that execution horizon is, when you put that order on the shop floor and start producing, it may not be able to produce entire 100. It is quite given. It can produce 100. If it can produce 100 or 110, it is better. Okay, but if it produces instead of 100, it produces 90, then it's a nightmare, because there could already be a sales order in this first 1 or 2 days which you need to ship. The sales order is 100 quantity. You have already promised your customer that I am going to give you 100, but in general you created a production order of 100 against it, but there is some sudden failure happened, or there was a strike and you could produce only 90. So that 10 shortfall is a nightmare for your service levels. The customer will not trust you that, okay, he promised and he is not able to give me. For that purpose, what we do here is, if the sales order is 100, then the production is produced only 95 from here itself. Okay, how do we achieve that? So the capacity that we consider in this horizon, in the planning horizon, is 95% of what I can actually produce. 95% is just the indicative number. So you can produce 100, but you are already planning in the future horizon based on the 95% possibility. So that 5% margin that you're giving, that is for adjustment in the short horizon already. So this is called rough planning. Okay, it could be 90%. Some customers operate at 80% only because they know the type of challenges that they face at the shop floor. So the actual execution capacity is different, and the planning capacity is just some percentage of the actual capacity. That is why we call it as rough cut capacity planning. This, in fact, there is another objective. So this is only from a planning perspective. This is only from a capacity perspective of the production order. But you predicted a forecast here because the sales order would be available somewhere in the sorry, this is forecast. So sales order will be available very short horizon, right? So you would not be planning based on the sales order here. There will be a forecast. You would be planning based on the forecast. So you plan based on forecast of production capacity 95. So you planned up 95 1 day, 1 month, and remaining 5% next month, and so on. That way you planned here. Okay, but in reality, when you actually got the sales order somewhere here near horizon, okay, when this month 9 will slowly roll into this week 3 and day 14 and so on, so that time the sales order would arrive. But it is possible that the sales order could be of only 90, or it could be of 110, because you do not have control. You can try to be as close as possible to the forecast, but you do not have control. This is called forecast accuracy. You planned for 100, but you got 110. So your forecast accuracy is just 90%, correct? 10 less. Or you planned for 100, you got, I mean, this is plus 10, minus 10%, sorry, 110. And if you got 90 only, then it is plus 10%, and so on. So don't get into it. But you do not get close by to that. And because of all these things, all these unpredictabilities, which are governed by the human interferences, the actual realities, you have to somehow plan these things in the rough fashion. And that's what you call this thing as rough cut capacity plan. Okay. So whatever you do here, this planning in the longer horizon with any of the tool that most of you are using, AP or IBP or the other tools, you do a rough cut capacity plan. Fine. Next step is when it comes, the plan orders are created from mid to long term horizon. Okay. Mid to long term could be, week 3 onwards till quarter 4, or it could be from month 1 onwards till quarter 4. Okay, I would call these 2 weeks as short term horizon in this example. Some customer would call first 2 weeks, and then next 4 weeks also as a short term horizon, and rest of the horizon as mid to long term horizon. Okay, it could be anything. Okay, and this thing I have to talk when we go get into the PPDS in details, correct? Because these horizons are governed based on the type of master data that you see. So that's why I will keep coming back to this diagram again, because it should be super clear in your mind that what is my short horizon, what is my mid to long term horizon, and what is the overlapping horizon between the execution tool PPDS and the planning tool IBP APO, whatever. Okay. So these are the plan orders that the planning tool creates in the mid to long term horizon. But once the orders enter into a short term horizon, which in this case is first two, I will call it as week 0 and week 1. Okay, these days are not making sense. Week 2, sorry. Week 1 and week 2. So when the order of week 3 enters into week 2, right? Subsequently, the Sunday will become Monday, right? So the order of week 3 will go into week 2. That time we convert those orders into firm orders or PPDS orders and so on. So this conversions has a dedicated chapter somewhere down. But then just imagine, just understand the concept that the mid to long term planned orders are converted into PPDS orders somewhere here. Okay, either automatic way or manually, whatever. So that orders are converted, and those orders after conversion are automatically converted into production order, because there are some settings in the MRP and in S4 side where the confirmed or PPDS orders are automatically converted into production order. So what you are having here in week 1 and week 2 are all production orders. You get those production orders. Okay, and then on top of that, you might want to run planning, or you might want to directly run scheduling. So this is interesting. When we say PPDS, it has got two sides: production planning and detailed scheduling. Okay, and we are responsible to take care of both. Some customers want to run both production planning and detailed scheduling. Some customers only want to run detailed scheduling. What does it mean is the order is available in the short term horizon. Okay, here. Now, what happened is this order of 95 or 100, whatever has come here from the long term planning tool, it may not be 100% true. Why? Because probably yesterday's order you produce over, right? It was 100 quantity, but you produce 110. So you already have 10 excess yesterday, correct? But still, say I'll just convert it into 100. Okay, every day I wanted to produce 100, every week I wanted to produce 100, but for some reason you produce 110 in the previous week, so you have 10 quantity excess, correct? So the order that is there for tomorrow, you don't want to actually produce 100, but you want to produce only 90, because you're getting 10 excess from yesterday. The sales order here was only 100, so 100 matches, 10 excess comes, that has to be utilized here. So for that purpose, some customers also run a very short term planning with PPDS. That's what we call as PP, production planning. So there are some heuristic in PPDS which are used for doing a production planning. Again, I'm just be sure that you understand the concept, the fundamental difference between a planning and a scheduling. So PPDS is both planning and scheduling tool. SNP, IBP or whatnot, all these are only planning tools. There is only P at the end. So enterprise resource planning or supply network planning and so on, whereas the PPDS is production planning and detailed scheduling. So this guy would it has a possibility of doing a planning again on those orders. So see, FMCG sort of industries always do planning again. If the industry is a heavy engineering or where there is very lesser chance of changing any demand supply picture, because your orders are such a big and coming from wholesale customers, you do not generally overproduce, underproduce and all those things. It works in a very smooth manner. So that is why 100 will become 100 only. But in case of FMCG, it is always possible that okay, my machine breakdown for producing the biscuits, so I just converted that into confectionery, into cake, into something else, so they can reuse the line, so they take a on the fly decisions. Okay, so for such on the fly decisions, it is always possible for that for one product you produce zero because the dye could not finish, or maybe the raw material wasn't available, the color did not arrive for confectionery and all. So you might want to change that on the fly and you would like to overproduce from some other product. So it is always possible. So those sort of industries always use the PP, production planning functionality again, and use some PPDS heuristic to again do a planning and convert the order of 110 again as per the latest demand planning situation, demand and supply situation. Okay, that's what happens here, the production planning for short term. Okay, but important thing here is the master data that goes into this is different than the master data that goes into this rough cut planning. Why? Because the rough cut planning is at month level or week level. The planning level also plays an important role. So you're doing a rough cut planning somewhere here from month to quarters and so on. Even the weeks would be planned in month and then disaggregated to the weeks, right? Equally. So that is why this master data has generic information, but when it comes to the production planning, it has got more detailed information, right? Up to the second it is capable of planning. So we'll see this PPDS master data also later. So that's what is the production planning. Once this thing is done, then we get something like this. Okay, so this is my week 1 and 2, and this is my week 3 and week 4 from that example from the Excel. So the order that is created by the planning tool, it is like this. It is doing a bucket level planning. So in one week, it would just do one order starting and ending. It would tell you information about okay, the order has to be processed via 4 operations. So I need to produce the first operation from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. and then 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. different and so on. So this type of sequences is not there at all in the bucket level planning, in the rough cut capacity planning. So the job of your detailed scheduling is to pick up these orders and convert them into some sort of operation sequence, which are not overlapping with each other. Okay. And they are giving a precise information to your production planning guys that boss start at this time, end at this time, then pick up the other order and so on. Very simplistic way. It would just do a sequencing, but it would do a sequence optimization. It means that okay, you got 2 orders to be produced, okay, this order and this order, or you might be running it for the entire 2 weeks horizon. Okay, so what this rough cut planning is saying that orange order, blue order, orange order, blue order are repeating day after day at the same time. But this guy would do that, first of all start producing with the light color blue order, then consecutively produce the orange orders operations, so that if you put blue orange, then you need to spend a lot of time in doing the setup, because both of them belong to different products. So different products may require different type of setup on the machine. Don't do that. So let's put blue order because that was high priority perhaps, then put orange orders consecutively, then do some setup, then put blue orders consecutively, then put some time for setup, and then produce the orange order again. So likewise the sequencing would be governed in the most optimized way, so that we reduce time in the setups, we reduce time in the uh, prioritization, right? Not reduction time of prioritization, but you also apply prioritization. For example, you needed this order with the highest priority because it's a high priority customer, so you schedule it here. That could be a manual change by the scheduler possible, and then you produce this order because it was needed in the week 1 itself, then week 2 order was the blue order, and so on, right? So this sort of order operation sequencing is the outcome of PPDS. That's what we do here. Okay, and that is how this entire thing works, from a demand planning to supply planning to enterprise resource planning to production planning to the detailed scheduling. Once the orders are detailed scheduled and the operation sequencing is done, then you simply publish it to ECC. I mean, usually the orders are already published to ECC or available in S4, but just indicatively, the change in the schedule is again sent to S4 ECC, and then from there it goes to a manufacturing execution system called MES. In the manufacturing execution system, it sits on top of any planning and scheduling tool. Then it picks up the orders. It would go and sit at the shop floor and then just ask the operators, shop floor operators, that boss, from this time to the other time, just schedule this operation and finish that operation and so on. So that's the different case. MES systems are multiple. Even SAP has their MES systems. Okay. So that's in brief that we have seen since yesterday. In general, the system architecture, how does it behave and so on. Okay. So is this clear? Yeah. So see, these are the only types of those things, but then sales order is the biggest one out of it. I mean, let's not call it as forecast, but these are the types of demands. Okay. We have next module, which is the demand. Okay. Because see, you want to start producing something or you want to plan the production, but you do not have demand, then what do you plan against, right? It is always a demand supply relationship. When we say material requirement planning, you just do what is the demand and accordingly what is the requirement of materials. Fine. So these are the only types of planned demands. Okay. PLA, NNED, planned demand versus actual demand. These are two separate parts. Okay. So actual demand is only sales order or a delivery. Okay.
Okay.
To a supply chain, entire supply chain, the demand has various definitions. Okay. So it will be coming up anyway, but it's better I speak about it here once. Okay. So I want to draw a typical supply chain. Okay. And I would just draw the line items and you guys will have to tell me what it can be. Okay. And these line items are from supply perspective. Okay. Not from demand perspective. That's supply direction perspective. Direction is very, very important in supply chain. Okay. So this is a very typical supply chain network. Okay. Now, just to begin, I will give it as a name as plant one or plant. Okay. For some material. If this is a plant, he's receiving something from someone and he's sending something to someone. So what these someones can be on the right side and what this someone can be on the left side. Okay. So let us call it as DC is on the right side, plant at the middle, and on the left side, plant is taking something from someone. So what this could be? So if someone wants to complicate things, okay, and that's usually a case that the network is not so simple. So these DCs can be PDC. We would call them primary DC. The primary DC could be the regional DC. It now supplies to a lot of, or okay, I would call it RDC in your words. So it's a regional DC. It would supply to individual DCs under the geography. So this can be the primary DC and it could supply to tens of secondary DCs. Similarly here, the plant can get raw material from the vendor as well as the plant can get it from another plant also. It's quite possible. Or the plant can get the raw material from other DC also. It is also possible because the DC is perhaps procuring from some vendor. So there is no limitation, right? There is no limitation. But then coming back to your question, okay, what sort of demand it could be? So for this supply chain network to begin, the lowest level is this, correct? These are level number zeros, okay? And we have a special terminology for that, that is called low level code setting in PPDS or in supply chain planning, because all these things are connected via these kind of connectors, which we call as transportation lanes. So when we use any planning engine, planning tool, the planning tool should know where to start and where to end, right? So it cannot start with plant because the demand is actually at the DC. So we have to indicate them that, okay, boss, you are at low level code number 0. So it would start planning from this direction. It would come to the plant, which is low level code 1, and then it would go to the vendor in case you're planning the vendor also in your supply chain, which is unlikely. You may or may not want to plan the vendor. Okay. So that is level number. So now, if there is one another thing, okay, say for example, what I am doing in this entire context or in this example is I'm just dropping these distribution centers from my planning, because my focus for this training is not to do the rough cut capacity planning, but my focus is to mainly focus on the production planning and detailed scheduling. Correct. So for that purpose, how does this demand migrates from RDC to plant is none of my business. Okay, it is my as a supply chain consultant, but to save time, we are not focusing that same. That is the part of supply chain planning, supply network planning, and IBP. So I'm dropping it here. Okay. So what happens, and agree to me, okay? Just we are just making it simplified from context perspective. Okay. So this is the situation, and this RDC is not a RDC anymore. This is a customer, for example, for me. Okay. So my supply chain planning becomes like this. Okay. So in this context, if the customer would be giving me actual demand, that becomes a sales order. Okay. So this is my actual demand. Or there could be plan demands also. The plan demand is customer independent requirement, CIR. Why? Because it is coming from the customer. So this particular section is especially used in case you have a specific customer who gives you a specific order. So what does it mean is, if you enter a CIR in the system, that CIR is very specific to the customer. As a type of a plan demand, this CIR based plan order you cannot use for any other customer, because you insert some sort of customer specific settings in the CIR. That is CIR. But in case this is not CIR based, in case it is DC based only, okay, you got multiple DCs only, and fine, you're planning from that perspective for the plan. Okay, so you can also insert PIR, which are plan independent requirements. So this is straight away a forecast. Only thing is, it is not generated automatically. You are putting it. Say your sales guy, okay, he is a sales guy for, say, Karnataka. Okay, and he already spoke to, for the iPhone example from yesterday, he already spoke to Chroma that Chroma would be giving us a purchase order of some quantity somewhere 6 months down the line. So we cannot start planning it. So he would manually put, I mean, manually put a PIR in that case, because Chroma is giving us an order, but that is not, I'm not customizing and producing it for that. Correct. In this case, because iPhones are iPhones, right? iPhones are not Chroma iPhones and Reliance iPhones and so on. So for such products, it is PIR. But if it was a case of a aircraft, for example, I'm an aircraft manufacturing facility. So every aircraft that I produce, that belongs to a specific airlines, correct? So it has got the bomb of the aircraft is different by customer, because the color goes different, some modification, someone needs a satellite antenna on top and so on. So for such industry, I would go for CIR. But if the industry is a generic industry where the product is not specific to customer, it's a PIR. Both these things are entered directly into S4 system. It's a master data out there. Okay. But then in case I want to do a very long-term planning with some advanced algorithms of forecasting, I have a forecasting tools also. Okay. So these are three types of plan independent requirements. Okay. So see, now just to connect one additional dot. So these are the predicted requirements. Okay. From a demand perspective at the DC, I am all of them I'm talking here at the DC perspective. Okay. If there is no DC, so all these things can also be entered at the plant. But there is one additional type of demand that goes into supply chain, that is between plant and DC. So imagine this is your network, a DC sending demand to plant. So the DC has got, okay, let me drop CIR, let me drop PIR. I have a forecast. Okay. If the DC gets forecast, then the type of demand that comes as part of input to PPDS or a supply chain is the dependent requirement. Because this is a forecast which is at the DC. The DC is sending some demand to the plant. So this is not a forecasted demand, but this is a dependent demand. So just be clear about it. There can be various multiple types of demand. Okay. There can be, we call it differently in different tools. So say IBP calls it dependent demand, APO calls it distribution demand, and then whatnot. So don't get jumbled in the naming conventions, but these are type of tool specific demands that are in. Okay, so that's an additional type of demand. Okay, then let's come back to the next sessions. So we're going to start today with the master data, and this is the base. Okay, don't pay attention to the number of hours that are allocated here, because that may not be 100% true. From my belief, if you spend time into understanding the base master data, not making it too complicated, but understanding the connections of master data, your work is half done. Because most of the things are, master database. There are only three things in, rather four things in PPDS. One is introduction. So you should know where this module fits in the context of supply chain. Second thing is the master data. If you know the master data, half work is done in PPDS. Third thing is doing the planning and scheduling. So in the planning and scheduling, what happens is this is a closed source system, right? You don't actually configure that algorithm. You don't actually write down something in the algorithm that what is happening in the backend, right? Scheduling is happening. You use one heuristic. What is required there is to understand different heuristics that are available with PPDS, and this is the customer. So I have to use this sort of heuristic. That is important. Okay, and for that it is utmost necessary that you have the basics about the heuristics. That is the third step of PPDS. And fourth and foremost step is to understand various tools that are available, because see, master data is there. You inserted your demand and supply planning, so you created a data model. There is a black box available with SAP that does something on the data model and gives you meaningful outcome. Now, what to do with that meaningful outcome? I should know about various tools that are available in PPDS. The algorithms are available even in Excel sometimes. You will be surprised. You're using a heuristic, right?
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a key component of SAP S4HANA APO PPDS? Option A, product portfolio management. Option B, product design integration. Option C, product compliance management. Option D, supplier relationship management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, wanna ace your supply management game? Our SAP S4HANA APO PPDS course is your go-to solution. Take it at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, you'll master SAP S4HANA APO PPDS, a toolkit for planning everything from product quantities to their precise destinations. Covering all the basics and advanced tips, our course is crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors? They're pros with heaps of experience, ready to guide you through and answer any queries you may have. And guess what? Our students love it. Just like you, they found our course incredibly beneficial. The best part? It's super affordable. This golden chance to learn won't cost you a fortune. Ready to level up your SAP S4HANA APO PPDS skills? Enroll now on our page. For more details, head to ZaranTech's website. Stay tuned for more updates.
Day and night in the PPDS, or you are using some statistical forecasting models, correct, in IBP. The softwares are sold costly, but the same statistical forecasting you can do even with Excel. What is missing there is the base, the data model. IBP helps you to create a data model at certain planning levels. It helps you to organize your data, create a meaningful data model. So it is all a big data processing tool, where you feeding just random sales history and whatnot. It just prepares a systematic data model and gives as an input to that algorithm and gives you a finite outcome. So this is just the organization of all the different things required for processing a big data, correct? Same thing you can do with in Excel. And that is why the four things that I spoke: the introduction, master data, then planning and scheduling tools, and the reporting tools, right? The detailed scheduling board, the product planning table, and so on. All those things are necessary for you. Okay. And this training is based like that. So we will spend some time in the beginning on setting up master data, understanding the tool. Then we will spend some time about understanding what sort of demand, how do I create a demand before doing the planning, correct? Once the demand is in the system, we would spend time in the production planning part of it. So we will convert that demand into plan orders and so on. And this all connects to the master data. If you do not have clear master data, it doesn't help. And then finally you go into detailed scheduling part. This will be modified to detailed scheduling, not production planning. You will do the detailed scheduling and then understand what is done there. So translate that daily plan into hourly plan and so on. And finally, you will know some additional tools available under the PPDS, correct? So you will also know, okay, what does resource planning table can do, what does product planning table can do, and so on. We will also touch base little bit on the PPDS optimizer. This entire sessions would be based on the PPDS heuristics, but we will also know what it can be, what are the capabilities of optimization. It is too complex. Very few, or I mean, in my career, I haven't seen a single customer getting into it, but in case you have one, it is good. You can explore a lot, but I will at least bring you to the level where you are confident to get into optimization. And then there are some additional topics, configuration, and then detailed scheduling, master recipe, and all. So these are embedded. These are not dedicated topics, but I am going to embed them into wherever they fit in context with the previous framework. Right? Okay. So are we all together? Is good. So let's get into the next steps. Okay. So basically, what we did yesterday is we saw how material location plans, etc., can be shared. Okay, this is where we started and ended precisely. That on either S4 or ECC side, you have some sort of master data which gets translated to PPDS master data, whether it is a S4 PPDS or APO PPDS, both of them. Okay, the only thing that differentiates both of them is the way you integrate that data. Okay, when it comes to APO based PPDS, you got a core interface SIF that you must be aware about. You go and generate, activate, and all those things of the integration models. But when it comes to PPDS on S4HANA, embedded PPDS, it is just done by setting up some advanced planning activation. So let's see that. Okay. So first of all, you have plan, customer, vendor on ECC or S4 or ERP side that you translate as a location on PPDS, but we still identify them with variable or differentiated location types, plant as 1001 and so on. In the context of our training, we will not integrate customers and vendors because we are not doing a network planning. In fact, the DC and plant, both of them are sent as location only, but with a different location type. So in our case, we will just select one plant because we are more interested to focus more onto the planning and scheduling at the plant level. Okay, so for here, we will just select one plant on S4 and send it across. Then there is material master, which becomes a product master, correct? With the differentiated transactions, we access material master on S4 via MM0123 transactions and product master via the slash SAP APO MAT1 transactions. Then there is work center or resource on S4 that becomes a resource master on PPDS side. Then there is this complicated master data called bomb routing slash recipe and production version, which becomes the PDS, but more of it coming soon. And then if at all you want to use this tool for network planning, right, DC sending it to another plant or one DC to other DC, you need the transportation lanes also, right, so that that line is connected. So for that you need to have some sort of master data, which is either an info record, a contract, a scheduling agreement, or a purchase. The info record is purchase info record, or there can be a special procurement requirement. So there are various sorts of input master data that are required on S4 or ECC that get translated into a transportation lane. Okay. So that's clear, right? I'm now going forward to not here. Okay, so let me give you some background. So basically, before we go forward and set up some data, let us go through some important settings that are required for any advanced planning system. Okay, and in the for help for just to bring the others to the speed from practicality, what we do is you go to SPRO in the beginning. The moment you get a PPDS system in hand, you go to SPRO. Okay, in SPRO there is a section called advanced planning. That is where all these things are coming into play, correct? Because see, MRP or ERP that I was talking about is also planning. But when SNP, IBP sort of tools came as an advancement on top, I'm talking from this context. When there is ERP, MRP, it is also planning. And same thing happens in SNP, IBP also. But we call these as advanced planning because of the features that are coming up, right? You can make a better data model, you can process huge amount of data, and you have more number of heuristics optimizer type of algorithms out there. So that is why we call it advanced planning, and SAP is retaining that. So this is a embedded PPDS. Okay, this is S4HANA system. Under that, the PPDS is available under advanced planning section. So all the settings that you need to do, the various heuristics, the various tools that I was talking about, the master data that you set up, the global settings that you do, it's all under here. Okay, so this becomes your central pivot forever. Now you go to basic settings. Under that, you go to activate advanced planning, and this is the first step that anybody does before starting up with his PPDS journey, right? This has to be ticked. If it is not ticked, then all other features of PPDS will not be available to you. This is one thing. Okay. Then the second thing that you do is setting for master data and transactional data. Sorry, not master transactional, only for transactional data. So under this, unlike in the APO PPDS, you are doing this integration model setup and all. Here, you're just activating which transactional data should be going here and there. Correct. Stocks going from PPDS to PPDS from S4, sales orders, plan independent requirements. See, CIRs are not even here. Why they are not here? Maybe CIR are embedded under PIR, it may be. But once you create a plan independent requirements, they translate plan orders, production orders, campaigns, purchase order and PREX, manual reservations, requirement reduction, inspection lot, batches, and scheduling agreements. So most of the times what you use is stock, sales order, plan independent requirement, plan order, production order, PO, PR, then inspection lots. That's it. Rest of the things are peripheral. Not every customer is perhaps using sales scheduling agreements. They just create a sales orders, no scheduling agreements. But this is also type of demand, a version, a type of sales order only. Okay, in layman. Then production campaigns. So sometimes there are some campaigns created, but I will speak about it. Okay, just note down some one of you and remind me while you are in the production scheduling board to explain what a production campaign is, because this is very specific to some industry segment. Some customers might want to create some campaigns in the production. So let's talk about it there. Okay, you can also create these campaigns in S4 and transfer them. Rest of the things are there. Okay, but these are the important master data, and your job is to ensure that you enable all of them while you are setting up the system first time. Now I will not save, go back. So these are two settings. Rest of the settings will come to that. Okay. So we, before starting of any integration, these are two settings. On top of that, one small setting I should tell you that comes under SMQ2 transaction. Okay, and not that we have to do it as a consultant. The people, the basis guys will have to do it. Okay, so are you aware about the queue? What is a queue and how does data transfer happens between APO and ECC or S4? Okay. Perfect. So I think are living life with queues because you explain in word to word, the way the queue should be explained. That's great. So there are two types of queues, as I said, inbound and outbound, right? So because this is in context of one other system, right? So say APO system. So this SMQ2 transaction that I am here, it is inbound to APO. And when I say SMQ1, it is outbound to APO, correct? Okay, but while we are in the embedded PPDS system, still the queues are required here because not master data, but the transactional data still flows via queues here. Okay, because of that, one setting that is required and that many times people forget is you go to either inbound or outbound transaction when execute. Okay, there are many queues of plan order and so on. Why are they stuck? I don't know. Sys fail. Object does not exist in database. Okay, never mind. So for time being, I'm going to select all of them. Okay, and just delete them because I don't want the system to be diluted while we start. We'll start fresh. Okay, this is not the way you should do it because queues could be important in the production system, but this is test. Fine. So once you are in the SMQ2, go to QI and scheduler. Okay, and make sure that the CF star queues are registered. Okay, because these are all settings for a new system. You got a fresh system in hand. What to be done? Activate PPDS, verify that the transactional data flow is activated, and come down here and ensure that CF star is in R fashion. Okay, how it is done in case it is missing, because in the new system usually it is. Then go to registration. Okay, simply put CF star. Okay, and say okay. Then it gets registered. Okay, this mode is now deregistered selected, by the way. You need to say R. D is deregister, R is register. So this is already in the registered. Sorry, mode. No, my bad. Sorry. The type has to be R. Okay, mode has to be D always. My bad. Right. So if you go for deregistration of this queue, let us do that. Okay, so this CF star deregistration. So this become U, right? Is unregistered. My bad. It's been a while I'm looking at this. So now CF is unregistered. It means that neither data can come to PPDS nor it can go out. Okay, so ensure that this is always in the registered fashion, because I have seen people facing this problem multiple times that the queues are unregistered and they are unable to send data and look data into cross systems. Okay, so this is another setting that you have to do other than PPDS system activation, right? Okay, so the transaction code is MVM, which is model version management. Okay, go in that. So and the sequence that I'm explaining has to be followed while setting up the system also. So what you do basically is come down to the screen. Now this is setup because we have got a already set up system, right? But if you got the system first time, you will not have this. Even if you copy and create a new client of the system, you will not have neither model nor a version. Okay, so in that case you have to click here and then create a planning version and a model both. Okay, and that has to be happening in the sequence. So first of all you create a model and then create a planning version under that. Okay, so the model is like I have been talking about data model thing from beginning, right? Data model, data model, data model. So this is exactly same concept. If you have seen the big data analytics wala things, so the guys focus more on creating a data model out there. So data model is in context. I am passing, I have lot of data, but I will create a data model, give it as an input to the processing algorithm. Okay, so same thing is here. Whatever data that you transfer from S4 system or any other outside system to PPDS or a planning system, you have to assign a data model. So that becomes your active model. You can create another models also, but that is not usually the case because people generally want to keep that data in sync with the other system. Correct. So that is the active model, which is consisting of all the data. Now it is quite possible that you got some 10 products. Okay. They are automatically assigned with the active model 000. And you don't want them to be considered for your planning. You just want to keep them in your planning system. So you can deliberately remove them from the model. That is possible. So if you remove them from the model, they are no more part of the model. Nowhere the planning engine is going to consider them. Okay, so that's the concept of model, and there is not many detail. It's just the name that you specify. Okay, and few other things like when it was changed and so and so on. So that doesn't matter. You just have to create a 000 model. I mean, very rarely you will find some project where there are additional models like 001, 002, and so on. But those 001 and 2 will not get data from other system. Whenever you integrate data from other system, it would only go into 000 as a default model. So this is your universal truth. This is the way system is set up. Now under one model, okay, under one model there is one version called 000, which is called as active version. This is the planning version. You can create multiple versions, say 001, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so what happens under a version is in a straightforward manner, model contains all your master data, version contains the transactional data within the master data. Okay, so what it means is, okay, I have got some 10 products in my model. Okay, now that 10 products will belong 10 products. There is some planning situation for those 10 products which is there in the active version called 000. All the transactional data also lies here. Okay, now I want to run some simulations on top of it. So I'll just make a copy. There are some jobs to make a version copy between 000 to 001 or any other version name. There is no limitation. You can give any name to the planning version. Okay, say simulation and so on. So you copy the version from 000 to other version. So it would copy all the transactional data. Master data would remain as a base. Okay, in that new version. So if you go to any of the planning execution tool here, okay, which processes data, say RRP3 or a detailed scheduling board or any other tool that I will explain further, you have to specify what is the planning version that you want to look the data for. You have to specify 000 or other version. If you do it, if you make a copy of say version called 001, you specify 001, it would display data only under that. Whatever you make changes there, that is not integrated to anywhere. It just remains there. So you can run through some of the simulations on top. You can change your capacity, production planning capacity, see how does it affect you. You can create a new demand element and then see how does it affect the capacity utilization and so on. So all those things are called as simulations. So it has little meaning or little importance from production planning and detailed scheduling perspective. Why? Because the production planners, schedulers, especially not production planners, they do not do a lot of simulations because they are in the execution phase, right? So for a first week, if I keep running the simulation, that what happens if I do that, what happens if I do that. They will lose on time on doing the actual execution. They have to get the order out from the shop floor, correct? So it has lesser how to say um, benefits from the scheduler's perspective. But when it comes to the planner's perspective, again, there is a difference of the planner and scheduler. So when it comes to the planner perspective, he is doing the plan for a very long term horizon. So he can use another version, make some changes somewhere down the line, 1 year long, and then rerun his planning and see what is the impact, right? So that way, the simulation, the other simulation versions, I mean, any other version than 000, you call it simulation version, and that is helpful in those cases. But for us, it is important that you have a model and a version. And this is so much important before you transfer any single data to PPDS. If you transfer, I mean, there is a bug in this embedded PPDS that you can transfer data even without setting up the model and version, but it is so difficult to get it out later. This system is still evolving, right? So I've made that mistake once, that I forgot to add the model version and started sending data. So there was huge chunk of data without any model and version, and then I created model version. I could not assign them to the model and version. That was such a difficult task. Then we had to reach out to SAP and they did something, and something happened. Okay, so make sure that you follow this type. Ideally, in an ideal world, if there is no model and version, you should not be able to transfer data at all. I gave this suggestion to SAP guys and they agreed, because this is so volatile, right? People might forget. Never mind. Inside the version, there are some settings. Okay, so the settings are whether this version is active for PPDS or not. So you have to actually activate this. I need to go in change mode. I'm making this change for you. Change planning active. Okay, then there is this PPDS horizon in days. Okay, so this PPDS horizon is what is means that you are running some planning algorithm or a scheduling algorithm onto PP on that that the scope of that engine will be just for 90 days, because I've specified 90 days. In the APO world, it used to be at the location product level. If you go to the location product master data in your system, in the ECC, in the PPDS with APO, you will see the PPDS horizon as one of the field under product master. Here with ePPDS, they have moved it at the generic level. So you specify at once only, okay, 90 days is what is my horizon. And then I will select to run the job only for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or whatever. So in the job, you can specify. But if you have 90 days of PPDS horizon, and if you're running the PPDS job for say quarter 1, it will just create results of only up to 90 days, because this is the master restriction that is in. Correct? Understand this difference? Okay, fine. So if you say no order without a source of supply, okay, let me see, this is new. Order without a source of supply, order without a source of supply allowed. So I would go with that, because yeah, at times you might want to create punch in a purchase requisition without a source of supply, without a transportation lane, or you might want to create a plan order without a source of supply. But if you say throw some error out of it or do not create, then you won't be able to create it. So I leave it blank because we might need it from demonstration. Okay, so let me just save this. This is important, but the planning version should be activated for the PPDS. System is quite slow. And by the time this guy is saving, let us go to the next step. So that is about setting up a model and version. Then we spoke about what is the basic setting that you need to ensure, because for the core interface, usually the settings are done by basis guys, but there are some additional settings that if you are interested, you should have an habit to check that the RFC connection should be set up, the logical naming convention should be in, the logical system should be assigned to the client. So this itself is a training in itself, right? How to set up the RFC connections and calls and so on. Okay, but so I'm not going in details here, but I have a question for you, because that's a universal question. So please, someone explain me what is a logical system in terms of SAP systems. It has nothing to do with PPDS. It is generic. It is APO. You talk about PPDS, yeah, any other SRM, CRM systems, this is valid. But anyway, logical system is like if you go to say CFM1 for generating an integration model. Okay. It doesn't work, by the way, in these embedded system, because as soon as you select the logical system name, okay, it will just disable all the options here, because we don't have to save anything while it comes to embedded system. We have to just activate advanced planning. But this is the logical system name. So what is indicating is S4H is the identifier of the system, then client is 100. So this is the universal naming convention that is used all across. And the basis guys have to define it, have to connect the two systems with one logical system. So unless and until source and destinations are connected via some configuration, they don't talk to each other. So that's what this slide is talking about, that to send the data from one system to other, between say APO PPDS and S4, you need to configure the safe, and you need to assign the logical system name and set up the RFC destinations and all. Okay, so I'm not going in details here, okay, because that's not the context of the training. But whenever time permits, all of you have system access, correct? So search on internet, search on Google, or talk to your senior colleagues, and then try to understand, because this helps. Although this is phasing out, okay, once the basis guys has done the job, while you are in the embedded PPDS, not many things have to be done, because it's the same system practically, correct? But then I told you one thing yesterday, that in general, there are multiple competitors coming up to SAP. Okay, so for this diagram that I showed previously, for this diagram, every step can be a different software. Okay, for demand planning, you might want to use O9 software. Okay, for ECC S4HANA, you might want to use SAP. For this network planning, you might want to use say JD Edwards. For the mid to long term planning and conversions and this PPDS part, you might want to use either PPDS or maybe go to Kinaxis. So in case there are multiple softwares coming up together, and then customers are also, taking advantage of better offerings. If something is costly, then they would go for the other. Okay, not that I recommend to go for such a multifaceted system, multi tools connected to each other, but you never know, you don't have a control. So in that text, the integrations play a lot of role, very very important role, correct? So for that purpose, you should know that how the previous integration used to happen. Unless you know the basics, you cannot improvise on the future, right? So that's the thing. For the data for the where is it, for the score interface settings, just try and understand what are the settings in your free time. Okay, fine. Then coming to the next, so model version thing, right? As I explained to you, model and multiple versions under that. This is it. Make a note of this. Make a note of this program. Okay, this let me see, version copy program. So let me open that here. I think it should be part of one of your SNP jobs in case you are using it. So we have got version copy. This is the new program as far as I know. This is the old pair. So see, you will come across multiple such settings sometimes, correct? So you may not be able to remember that, and I don't recommend to remember. So have a habit of going through the F1 help and understanding about that, right? But for PPDS thing, okay, what happens is some people do not want to use this system, activate this for PPDS. They might just want to use it for say reporting purpose, because they have got the free license. Just imagine a hypothetical situation. Okay, but if you want to use this model and version, okay, this 000 version for your PPDS planning, then you would make the change planning active, correct? But in case you copy another version, you do not set this, so PPDS will not be impactful there, right? Even if you run something on that version, PPDS planning will not happen. So you just want that other version for creating some reports and so on. So in context, the meaning varies, right? When you enable the change planning for PPDS, it means that you are able to use this version for PPDS, correct? It's that way. Okay, and then I want to go to this PPDS program version copy pair. Okay, so sorry, why am I should execute it, right? So this program, we have to just specify that from 000 version to say any other version that you created in case you did. Okay, what if you want to copy only master data or master and transactional data, and if you want to filter it for some products and so on, you can do that. But I am pretty sure this program should be part of one of the job that you're scheduling under your SNP. Okay, in case you're supporting a SNP system, because version copy is quite useful for SNP long-term planning, but for PPDS it may not be such useful. Okay, but you should know, okay, if I can do a version copy between one version to other version. I can create infinite number of versions, not recommended, but yeah, one or two versions is usual for long-term planning and all. Okay, so make your own notes somewhere, right after the call or anywhere, and just list down, because I am listing or I am explaining you most common mistakes that people do while the system comes to you. And then see, if you are supporting a PPDS system, you may not need to do this ever, because for support these things would be already in, and you are usually supporting a production system. Support means maintenance. But if you are implementing a PPDS, which is quite possible because a lot of customers are moving from regular PPDS or APO PPDS to this embedded PPDS. So in this case, they create multiple copies or the client copies of one system. So as soon as say you have one PPDS, you create a client copy, so all these things would be gone in the new copy. Okay, so you have to again set up the safe, again ensure that the activation is done. Perhaps activation can be retained, but you never know. Then you have to ensure that the model version is there. You have to see that the safe queues are flowing and all. So these are all the basic health checks that you do when you get a new client, and that is quite possible that you will face very soon. Okay, and this presentation would be there with you, and try to create it in a way that you just get the contextual topic list, so that you know what to do around them. Yeah, the next step is to transfer the master data and enable target system independent settings. So transfer master data, we know that, I mean, this is going to be a case from here onwards, and we'll go through that. And the safe settings, okay, this I think I put up. Okay, and the last thing is actually modification of the data in the target system. So if you remember one diagram from yesterday, where is it? This one. Okay, so you do manage the master data on your source system, then you transfer system, then you complete that data, and you manage the variants, etc. in the target system. So there are these four steps that go in, right? So I mean, in context of PPDS, your job does not end as soon as you transfer data, because on the resource on PPDS you might want to add some shift sequences, because the facilities to maintain additional data on the resource is much better within PPDS as compared to what you see in S4 side. And that is what we need to make sure that the data is complete, that are at most necessary. Okay, now next one, ATP categories for demand and supply. Okay, so let me go in here, SPRO. ATP categories is the basic difference, actually, the way the planning system behaves as compared to your regular execution system. So let me see. I always get confused. Where is that ATP thing here? Do you see the global available to promise somewhere? Okay, never mind. Let me just search it. Okay, so before this thing opens, does anybody know what an ATP category is? So basically, before I explain to you that, I'm taking a little diversion into explaining you one additional topic, which is called time series versus order series planning. Okay, does anybody know about these differentiations? The planning engine can do two types of planning. If you are especially from IBP background, then you should know about it, because IBP first of all came in the market as a time series planning engine, and now they are upgrading themselves to order series planning engine. So time and order series now for benefit of others. Take an example. Okay, say forecast. Okay, so when we say forecast, what is the forecast? Out of those three elements that I shown you, okay, here, where is it? Okay, let me not go to the diagram, doesn't matter. Say I see that, okay, month 9 I am going to get a sales order of 100. Okay, so I create a forecast of 100, correct? So forecast is just a quantity, Correct. It is nothing than the nothing else other than the quantity. Correct. Now, if some customers may be doing a planning at this, where is it? At the quarterly level, okay, or at the monthly level. In this bucket, I am doing a monthly level. In this bucket, I am doing a quarterly level. Correct. So the demand forecasting are operating in the month as well as in the quarter. Fine. So does it mean that it is still doing the forecasting per day in the weeks? Here it is required in the month. Here it is required in the quarter. Correct. So what happens in this case is forecast is just a quantity. So they might be creating a forecast at month level. Okay. When this month was here, right? So they would have generated forecasts like these 4 months that could be part of this quarter four. So simply someone would aggregate or copy the forecast of 4 months and show it as quarter month. But whenever this forecast would get into these weeks, then it would simply pick up the forecast of this month and disaggregate into these 4 weeks. Correct. You know this concept, right? Aggregation and disaggregation. Very powerful concept in terms of supply chain planning. Okay. Entire IBP and all other things, right? Supply chain planning things, tools are based on effective aggregation and disaggregation. So the point is, I have got some forecast. Okay, that is just the quantity, but I am easily able to spread it here and there and there and here, aggregate it and then send it across. I will never say that forecast belong to month 9, so it would only belong to week 5 or week 3 or so on. Usually what we do in terms of demand planning is we do a equal disaggregation. So we just divide that forecast by 4 and say, distribute it to all the 4 weeks which belong to month 9. Correct. That's how it does. Okay. So this forecast is called as the time series representation of the demand, because it is nothing but what it is, just the quantity in terms of time. Okay. You can, and the time series is what it has got. Okay. Granular level of times. Okay. Day level, week level, month level, quarter level, and so on. So you put the order at any time, you aggregate and disaggregate, spread it equally. It doesn't matter. But if I say a sales order, okay. So the sales order is a firm demand. It would be coming from some specific customer for a specific date, for a specific time, for a specific quantity. Correct. So when I say that I have got a sales order somewhere in the month 10, so it would be shown in month 10, but it will belong to a date. When I will bring that sales order to somewhere in these weeks, week 3 to 6, it will not be equally divided. It will be belonging to a specific week. And then when it goes to the days, it will belong to a specific day. So you cannot further dissect it, aggregate, disaggregate it. So it is an order, correct? So this is a firm order. Okay. So that sales order, it's a date and quantity of 100. This is not so simple, correct? So this is the basic differentiation. The time series based planning just operates based on quantities. They do not have a specific order number behind it or a specific date behind it. Whatever level you plan, you can aggregate and disaggregate and all other things. That does not belong to a specific thing. That is, so forecast is one such example. Okay. But order series one is all the orders, the firm orders. Okay. Whatever you create, it gets a specific order number associated with it. If you create a purchase requisition in this planning, it will have an order number and so on. So that's what we call as order series planning. And both these things are actually identified based on a specific categorization within APO. Okay, I'm not talking about IBP, but within PPDS. Okay, let's focus on PPDS. So all these type of orders, okay, whether it is a time series order or a order series order, okay, time series quantity or a order series order, they would be identified based on a specific category, a 2-character word. So that's the concept that SAP brought in. Okay, along with APO, and that's what we call as ATP category. So say if it's a purchase requisition, they call it as AG. This is an identifier. Now this AG itself, any order that you create as a purchase requisition, if you tell them that okay, AG is the category of the order, system will know this is a demand or supply. So the basic configuration behind identifying whether this is a demand or a supply, what I have to do around it, can I aggregate, disaggregate, all those things, that goes behind in the backend, right? So as soon as you create a ATP category, you also have to define the categorization and the features of this type, whether it is a demand, supply and all. Okay, but the planning engine very well understands it. Even if you go to PPDS global settings, okay, and I should go it there now. If you go to the PPDS global settings under SPRO, there also you define that, okay, consider these categories as demand, consider these categories as supply and so on. under advanced planning, if you go to global settings, maintain global parameters and defaults. So see, first page, we'll see it later, but the second page says ATP categories, where all the receipt elements like supplies and all the requirement elements like demands that are specified. So if the category does not belong in here, these are coming pre-packaged, okay, by SAP. If it does not belong, or if you want to take out some sort of demand from demand as supply, supply as demand, you can do that while if you make some changes in the global settings. Okay, it's as simple as that. So this categorization is ATP categorization, and I want you to be very much comfortable with the ATP categories as we enter, because if you want enter into PPDS, because if you want to enhance the PPDS system, correct? If you want to create a report out of it, so you should know what categories belong to what, correct? And then subsequently, in a short time span of 6 months, you would get so used to it that you will always know PP. EE is the plan order category, AG is the purchase requisition category, and so on. So that's simple. We don't use all of them. There are only few that are used commonly, and that's what would come. Yeah. What we covered is the basic settings, integration settings, understood about PPDS, repeated about the supply chain planning, and now is the time to go to master data. So now let us come back to the master data. And then yesterday I selected this one as mine. Now these boxes will be more, so I am going to take them out. You will tell me your boxes later. Okay, fine. So what are we trying to do now is start setting up the PPDS system basics, right? And we are starting from S4. What do we need? What master data we need a location plan, correct? Because I am from this network, I am not focusing on DC also. We are not doing network planning, and so we will just take this out. Okay, this part is separate. We will do the plant. Okay, we will not have a dependent demand per se. We will have actual demand and plan independent requirement and forecast. So with these things we will do. Okay, this forecast will generate the plan orders. Okay, and we or maybe we can create some plan independent requirements also. Okay, CIR will see if the basic configuration is there or not, and then we'll create a plan order. Okay, we'll try to convert into process or production order, and then finally we will vendor also we are going to take it out. Okay, I just don't want to overcomplicate the network, and it doesn't help anyway. Okay, so this is our network. Every one of you will have to select what is your plan, what are the materials, and rest of the things. Okay, so now again explaining that what I am going to do is one material, okay, one plant. These are two things. Under this material, I want to create a bomb. Okay, that bomb will have two components, component one, component two. I hope you are able to follow it here. Practically, we will see it ultimately, but then these are very basics about the master data. But if you do not know, just buzz me out. Okay. So one plan, one material. Under that material, one bomb. The bomb will have two components. Under that, we would be creating either routing or recipe, whatever is feasible, possible. And we can create both also. That's not a problem. And under this, we will be creating one operation, operation two. Okay, and this is like not me only creating, you are creating as well. Okay, I will not proceed until you show me these things from your side. Okay, so operation 1 and 2, and for this operation 1 and 2, what we would need is resource 1, and we would need resource 2. So either resource or a work center. Okay, resource or work center name. Okay, so this is all the basic master data that would be required for us to set up the things. Okay, and this is still from S4 perspective only. Okay, so this is from S4 perspective. Now when this thing would go back to PPDS, and that, I mean, we will not wait for entire thing to be set up and going, we will keep going there. So plant will become a location. Okay, material will become a product. The bomb and routing will not be, oh sorry, one thing I missed, it's the production version. Okay, so we'll create a production version which is combination of bomb plus recipe or routing, both of them fixed together. Correct. So the plant and location will be similar. Material and product will be similar. The BOM routing production version will not become these things, okay, but that will become a PDS. Only one PDS, my bad. Okay. So material will become product. The component 1 and 2 will become the products as well. Okay. We do not have separate thing called component, but we will have product 1, product 2, because we don't differentiate between raw material and supplier. Yeah. So we will call them almost the same thing. Okay. Then the production version will become a PDS. And finally, the resource of work center will become a resource of work center. Okay. I should have called out the resource and work center first, then the PDS, because PDS cannot go unless and until you have the resources in place. Okay. Fine. So now what I did yesterday is selected the plan called 1010 already. Okay. So just to repeat it very quickly, let me see where do the plant is shown is. I know the table here. I don't know where exactly the plant transaction is, but there is some transaction. Search on Google and let me know. But it's T1, T001 and T001W. So this transaction gives us the all the plants. No, sorry, not T001, but it is T001W. This is the company code one. Okay. So this is the basic configuration table in the backend where we'll see the list of plants that are created in the system. So we have got around 8 plants. Okay, you can create your own plant, figure out how do we create a plant, or you can use one of these plant, anything that goes with you. Okay. Even if you select the same plant as me, it's fine because the resources that we will create will be different. So your capacity consumption would be different than mine. Okay, that's not a problem. So I've selected 1010 as my plant. Okay. Then there was one product called FG126 which I readily found. So I selected that. But before that, once you select 1010 as a plan, the way to transfer this under APO system, APO PPDS, is you would go to CFM1, right? Select the plan, put the plant here, generate the integration model, activate the integration model, and boom, it is available somewhere in PPDS. Fine. But when it comes to this embedded PPDS system, there is a specific program that has been given, and that program is create location program. Remember or make a note, CRE star LOC star. This program has to be executed and scheduled at once. So you just need to specify your plant here, execute, and the plant is immediately available on PPDS site. This is the first step. Okay, I have done that already. So it would show as shown yesterday that the plant location already exists. Okay. This is the first step that you always do, that the location transfer happens. And the moment the location has been transferred, you go to your LOC transaction, usual LOC transaction under APO. Okay. Go give the yellow 1010 and the plant is available here. First step. Okay. So you may skip this if you're using the same plant, or you might want to create a new one. That's no problem. Okay. But make a note of this new structure. You are not creating or generating integration model generation and activation. Now, there was a homework on some people's name yesterday. So I'll just pick up the third homework, which was on my name about Remodini. Because now we are talking about data integration. So I asked you this question yesterday, if any one of you know about Remodini as a concept. And the answer was nobody knows. Okay. So Remodini is a process which is helpful for the old way of working with the APO based PPDS. What we do in APO based PPDS, to transfer something, we first of all generate an integration model with transaction called CFM1. Then we activate the integration model with transaction code CFM2. And there are few other transaction codes like CFM3, 4, 5, 6, which are used to, display the integration model, delete the integration model, and so on. So you have around CFM6 or so, various integration models. Okay. So there is a third thing called Remodini. Okay. CFM1, if you go in, this says create integration model, like generation of an integration model. If you go to CFM, can someone go on mute, please? Akib, you please. Okay. If you go to CFM2, then it is activate or deactivate integration model. If you go to CFM3, it is activate, deactivate in the background. Okay, this sequence is good enough, right? Then if you go to CFM4, it says display integration model. And if you go to CFM6, it says change integration model. And then there is CFM7 or 8. So 7 says delete integration model. So this is the life cycle of an integration model, right? From creation, generation, activation, display, edit, and deletion. Fine. But on top of that, there is this program called Raimodini. This Raimodini program is there is no transaction with it here. It may be there, but this says start initial supply from integration model. So what you do via this program is you specify the integration model name, logical system, and whatever application it is, and run it. Okay. So see, on a daily basis, whenever you are whenever you are generating an activation and integration model, okay, first time it would send everything. Okay, so if the material is already sent, if the data for that material, say it's a material integration model, it is already sent to the target system. Next time, if that material has no change, then it would not try to resend it. Okay, or for example sales orders. Okay, so there is an integration model for sales order. You generated, activated the integration model first time in your life. Okay, but during implementation of the system, all the data from scratch has been sent. Okay, all the data. But next time when you send, it does not send what is already sent or where there is no change, because there is something called a change pointer generation within the systems, which identifies that what has changed from last thing, because every time you cannot keep sending everything again and again. Okay, and generation generally takes a lot of time, so you will not also want to generate it. You just activate and send it, activate and send it every day, the differential activation. So to avoid all those things, or sometimes if you want to send something which is already sent, but you don't want to, generate, activate the entire integration model again, you want to send everything from the scratch, the way it was sent on the day one. You run this program, specify the integration model name, whatever application it is, and you do the initial supply for that. It means that initially whatever was supplied, that again will go through. So this is very useful in case you see, okay, some settings are not activated. Okay, or say there is still a difference, you're doing it multiple times, but there is still a difference between number of sales orders between both systems. So such cases are handled via this Raimodini. And I am 100% sure it should be a part of your regular job. Perhaps you may not have seen that. Okay, you may not, you may have just neglected it, but it is there. Raimodini. Okay, let's go to the next step. We know about Raimodini now. Now I'm coming back to my master data. Okay, so let us check FG126. We need to at least finish up setting up the materials today. Actually, I mean, this is where we stopped yesterday and we again stopped today there only, but not help it. Okay, so see, the material that I have chosen is what? FG126. Okay, that's correct, right? The material that I have chosen is FG126 at 1010. Okay. So these MRP 1234 and advanced planning are the important tabs for us. Okay. Go in that. The way to transfer the materials to PPDS is you just have to go to the advanced planning tab within the material. Okay. Advanced planning tab and select this advanced planning active. The moment you save it, it is immediately available with embedded PPDS. You need not to create any integration model, generate, activate part. Nothing has to be done. Just make it advanced planning. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is for this, because we want to explain the few details. Okay, so I'm not going to select a material which is pre-existing. I have decided it is not our responsibility, but I like to face this challenge. Okay, so let's go to MM01. Okay, now there is a way to copy it. So I want to first of all select a SFG. Okay, so I'll go to any existing SFG raw material searching. So we'll go to MA RA table. Okay, and we'll see the material type. We have a material type somewhere here, right? This is the material type, because I cannot copy the finished good to as a raw material, correct? But I can, it's better I take the material which is of raw material type, correct? So hope you are following me, because you have to do this yourself also. So see, FERT is the material type for finished product, and there is one more for semi-finished good, SFG. Yeah, so half semi-finished product, right? So I'll see if there are some semi-finished products. So there are so many. Okay. So I don't like these numerical words. I'll pick up anything which is different than the numerical, FG or alphanumeric or so on. So okay, all of them are numeric only. Huh? I don't want to do this. Yeah, we have some. Okay, so I will select any material because anyway I'm going to copy it, right? So I'll select. No, but I can't select it also, right? Because I have to have a material which is available at 1010 plant, correct? Otherwise, it is difficult to copy. It is copied plant level. Okay, so I have an idea. What I can do is very quickly, I'll create a query between Mara table and MARC table. Okay, so Mara underscore MARC. And then let us create a query. Query is actually, this is transaction called SQVI, where you can combine two tables, because what I want is pass on the material, the location code 1010 and fetch the corresponding material type from Mara. Okay, both of them I'm going to combine. So you specify Mara Marci, do the table join, go inside. It's a good tool. And then you insert table. So first of all, I terminate it. Yeah, this S4HANA thing, right? So people, they have not properly tested it, all the transactions. This is some SQL error. Anyway, no option. Let me go to MARC. Pick up all the materials which are from 1010 to 45. Okay. There is no material type in MARC. That's the main thing. That is only available at material. Okay. So let us pick up these materials from here. So what can I? No, this is the wrong way then. So let's convert it to Excel. I hope it works in this server. You guys are following me, right? What I'm trying to do, the process and why.
Yes.
You have to do it today, all of you. I'm simply trying to pick up a raw material which is available at 1010 because I want to create two raw material which I'll be assigning to to as a component to my finished good. There are multiple raw materials available. I'm sure some of them would be via 1010 also, but I want to still give it a try and create new raw material 1, raw material 2, so that I can make easy context out of it. You can try to do it this way to gain an experience about how to create copy a material, or you can select the existing raw materials and materials from your chosen plant. No issues. Hey boy, this is not going to work, it looks like. Okay, forget it. I am just going to give it a random try now. Okay. So create material, copy from. Okay. Material by material type. Do you see it somewhere? Material by material group, class, material by material type. Perfect. But I also wanted material with the plant. So let us pick up any of the material from the bottom. This is okay. Let's pick up this wheels 77 material. Okay, so this is now I'm going to call as component 1. Sorry, component 1. Industry sector is chemical. Material type is semi-finished good. Okay, and copy it from 77. I need to select some views. So I'll select MRP 1, 2, 3, 4 and advanced planning and say okay. So plant is 1010 and copy it from now. I don't know the plant. So let's see. It allows. Yeah, it worked somehow. So I'm able to copy that 77 to component 1 that 1010. For time being, I'll just do the basic settings, whichever is required. Make sure that you go through MRP type X0. Okay. Make sure that you go through all the required things. Reorder point is 1. MRP controller is 001. Time fence is 15. We have to go through the settings as well. Okay. For now, I'm just selecting random. That's no issues. But I'm whatever is there, still it is a logical number. Lot sizing procedure is 0.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. In SAP S4HANA APO PPDS, what is the role of the product portfolio management component? Option A, to manage product development projects. Option B, to ensure compliance with regulatory requirements. Option C, to integrate with external design tools. Option D, to analyze and optimize the product portfolio. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, wanna ace your supply management game? Our SAP S4HANA APO PPDS course is your go-to solution. Take it at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, you'll master SAP S4HANA APO PPDS, a toolkit for planning everything from product quantities to their precise destinations. Covering all the basics and advanced tips, our course is crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors? They're pros with heaps of experience, ready to guide you through and answer any queries you may have. And guess what? Our students love it. Just like you, they found our course incredibly beneficial. The best part? It's super affordable. This golden chance to learn won't cost you a fortune. Ready to level up your SAP S4HANA APO PPDS skills? Enroll now on our page. For more details, head to ZaranTech's website. Stay tuned for more updates.
One or what is on S4 site? FX. No. Lot for lot. Okay. MRP4. Advanced planning is for now is not set up. Okay. So let us save this material. Hope it saves, and then that way my component becomes comp1. Okay. And second one would be comp2. These are two component materials that I have for FG126. Okay. Now similarly, I'll do the comp1 to be copied to comp2 because I want two materials, right? Again, select the same views. Perfect. But it did not copy the settings. I think MRP settings are product specific, so it does not copy. Okay. Fine. I'm focusing on the main tabs. Okay. So let's go to MM02 now. Okay. And if you go to comp1, oh, it did not create the other views at all. I should have selected all of them. Now, how do I do that? Okay, let's try if we are able to send it, but it is usually have a side effect. No, I can't use it this way. Let me create completely new MM01 RM ROMAT 1. Okay, create it from 77 and I would select all the views. Okay, 1010. Okay, the only issue here is you have to actually practically go through all of them, right? Sales org. So wherever you click, only those get created. Okay, these are not necessary. Let's jump on to MRP1. Fine. And what else? We perhaps would be needing something for forecasting, plan data, work scheduling. Okay, forecast we don't want to generate, correct? So all these tabs, they belong to specific module, like warehouse belongs to extended warehouse management and in general S4, accounting, costing for FI and CO modules, correct? So that is why I am just trying to skip over them and that's fine. My important modules and the basic modules should be in. Okay, so is there a detail scheduling related module again? Yeah, I think quality I want again. Okay, and then let's save. Okay, and then verify whether the material got created correctly or not. Just left with 9 minutes, guys. See, so now all the views are in. Okay, this is good. Now let me quickly copy raw material 2 from raw material 1. Okay, select all the views, go in. Classification, I skip. See, and in general, it is asking us to enter the required settings only in MRP views. That's what is required for PPDS, okay, not for everything. This is still not set up, okay. Okay, so now let's save it. Okay, so I have created 2 raw materials for myself. Okay, now if I go to PPDS and check it in PPDS, do I have the raw material 1 and 2? It is not there. Okay, and raw material 2 also it's not there. So let us just quickly do that setting in MM02 to send the raw materials to PPDS. Okay, and advanced planning. Clicked here, enter 2 times. It says now active for planning and say okay. Okay, and then let's do the same thing for raw mat 2 also. Okay, so now I should find both these materials here. It is immediate transfer. If it does not, then something is fishy. Now see, the material is here, product description has appeared, material 2 and material 1, both of them. Correct. We forgot to change the description, but we'll do that subsequently. Okay. So the material gets transferred. So this is the way that you first of all created and transferred the material to your PPDS system. Now your job would be to either create or find or do whatnot. Okay, because there is no limitation on your creativity out there. I would prefer if you create, then you have more control, and then you go and touch base the material master settings in more precise way. But the next step would be, now the plant material is created. Okay, plant material is created. So now we would be creating either a resource or work center in the next session, because we want to go and create a BOM routing. I forgot to mention about the BOM here actually. Okay, so we'll be creating a BOM and routing in the next session. For that purpose, we would need to have the resources and work centers first of all created. So now, because I decided to create two operations within my routing or recipe, I will create two resources or work center, whatever it can be. Okay, and then assign them under my routing. I'll create a BOM parallelly for this material with these two components and combine both of them and create a production version so that I can transfer it as a PDS. So your task would be to identify material plant and then just create your network. You need not to follow me. You can have 10 components, doesn't matter. The more efforts you put in, the more complicated your PPT schedule would be, and the better for your understanding. Or you can have just one component, it is fine, that's no problem. But at least create this basic, at least one or two is good enough, at least. Okay, fine. Now next step is for us, before I create the resources and work centers, I mean, ideally we wanted to actually arrive at the production version level today, but then we could not. So it happened because we had to repeat things. We had to, put in 1 hour, 115 hour, 1 hour, 15 minutes into it. So next time onwards, we may not be able to repeat things. So please try to be on time and come prepared. Read something about it. These recordings would be whenever it is available. Run through it in a 1.5x speed in case you want to save some time, right? And go through the documentation, the presentation that would be available as well. Yeah. Okay. RP 1234 is generic. See, nothing has changed on that side. You may your current customer may not be requiring anything, so he did not generate those views. Okay. See, these are all different views. So under one table, you may not need extended SPP, for example. So you will not generate it. I mean, I made that mistake in front of you, right? I just generated M234, nothing got generated. So that's the case. But MRP 1234 are there everywhere. See it. Yeah, it is there for sure. You can create the material on your own. That's a better way actually. If no question, then I'll still use the last 3 minutes and explain to you some things, because this is must for you to know. And we may not be able to go through all fields, but the important fields must. Okay. So on the MRP1 tab, we have base unit of measure. This is required. Okay. If you especially do the long-term planning, then people sometimes want to see it in different units. So this base unit is important. That is given. But the MRP type, okay, most important part, you must be knowing MRP type as a filtering criteria in case you're using the APO, correct?
Yes.
Because in APO, while you generate and activate an integration model, activate like CFM1, you will have to specify that, okay, I just want to take the materials which belong to say X0 material type to the next system. Correct. So that is used very well as a filtering criteria. MRP type has no significance in the planning system, but it is just used as a filtering criteria. While it comes to this EPPDS, embedded PPDS, we are not filtering the product master based on MRP type, because you just set the advanced planning relevancy and transfer. Then how come this MRP type help for us? So it helps for the conversions of the order. Okay. See, when we say X0 MRP type, it says without MRP with BOM explosion. It means that even if you are running MRP as a tool within S4 on these materials, it will not do anything because you have specified the configuration for this MRP type as don't run MRP. Okay, so this is very much useful from S4 perspective. Say for example, you have got 10,000 products, out of which 5,000 you want to plan within IBP. So you would call them as X0 MRP type, so that even if you're running a MRP tool within S4, it will not consider those products because you have specified that it is without MRP. Similarly, there are some other settings of MRP type. For example, if the order arrives for that MRP type, so you can specify that, okay, the order should be automatically firmed as soon as it arrives in the planning time phase of 15 days. You can specify that. So all those products which will belong to the specific MRP type, they would be automatically firmed during that time and so on. Okay. So these are some of the significances of MRP type. Okay, so we will stop now because this is a vast topic. I will not begin with the new thing. It's the time. So tomorrow we will not be able to repeat, but what we would do is we will start from here. I will show you the configuration of MRP type, followed by we will understand planning time frames, lot size procedure, how does it work, what is the rounding, minimum, maximum lot sizes, what is their impact, and subsequently we will see all other important fields within these 5 tabs. Okay, and then I'll go and set up the resources, work centers, then bomb routing, and then at least the expectation is by tomorrow evening, tomorrow end of the day class, we should be ready. At least we should be ready with the PDS, right? Because when PDS is ready, we are good to start with the demand from Monday onwards. Okay. Okay. So the workaround is like this. Okay. So I hope you guys are aware that S4HANA based PPDS or S4HANA itself comes with 2 types of GUIs, user interfaces. One is based on this thing, right? This classical old way of accessing SAP systems, and it is there from 1960s or so when SAP came into picture, correct? Where you add your server and so on. Okay. But the other way is to access via Fury dashboard, because nowadays everything is going to cloud. So even the subscriptions are provided on cloud from SAP, S4HANA cloud. You can implement for your customer, and so they have also created a new GUI, the Fury based GUI. So the usability is lesser because if someone is used to access SAP via this one, like me, I am not so much comfortable going in there, but then it comes with a lot of advantages also, right? You can access on phone, tablet, and so on. Correct. It's faster. It's easier. Okay. So just like S4HANA comes with that Fury thing, right? Just like your IBP comes with the Fury sort of web interface, correct? Similarly, because yes, PPDS is on S4HANA, so you should be able to access it here. Okay, and to access the link, the transaction is /o/ui2/FLP. Just make a note of this, because sometimes if you do not know the link where to access it, then this is the T code. In any of your S4HANA system, you can put it. So the T code says user interface 2, second user interface /FLP, Fury Launchpad. Okay. I mean, this is how I remember myself. I don't know if it helps you, but otherwise, who would remember these alphabetical numerical characters just like that, right? So it is /UI2/FLP. Place enter. It would ask you that allow it to go and access the web interface. Okay. So the web interface opens. Okay. So let me ping you this in our teams, and please try to access it right away. Okay. Use the same ID and password that you are going to use for your regular SAP access, right? So for me, try to use your same ID and password and see whether you are able to access it, because this is not VPN bound SAP access, right? PPDS access. So you should be able to access it. So basically, on the S4HANA Fury Launchpad, you would by default find this advanced planning related tab. Okay. If somebody has played around with that already in advance, then people may have moved the applications from this style. Okay, advanced planning. But usually out of the box, it comes pre-packaged with all the necessary applications for SAP, for PPDS. Okay. So now I clicked here and you are able to see the product view. Okay, product view, product overview and product view. So this looks like a new app, and we'll go through it once we set up all master and transactional data. Product view. So if you are aware about that RRP3 transaction, right, because you are comfortable with SNP and regular PPDS sometimes, then you would be knowing the RRP3. So what we will do henceforth is, once we show that in the regular GUI, we'll come back here and also verify, because why I'm saying is I may not be aware myself what is available, because this is a continuously evolving thing. Correct. So sometimes SAP is adding up new features here, and then This is becoming just like you go on a e-com portal, you go on Amazon, right? And you select 10 products, they appear in your cart, and you just do checkout and done deal. So it is like buying, it is like booking a sales order. So it is so easy for anybody to do that there. Same way SAP is proposing. So even if you go in the sales order creation app via Fiori, you'll find exactly same thing. The purchasing guy just goes in, selects 10 products, puts the quantities, sets, selects delivery date. That's the only additional feature, to select delivery date. Boom, that's it. Simple. Correct. So these things are becoming simpler to use for the end users. And if you remember my first and second sessions, I was talking about a term called design thinking. Just make a note of this term and read about it, because all the new softwares that are being built, and especially this SAP thing, that is all based on design thinking approach. What it means is you always think from a end user perspective. So it is such a powerful concept, right? These things are just like one app, no need of remembering transactions and so on. Go in, click in, put to cart and do it. So they are making it very easy to use. All the backend complications go in the technology, right? So the end user who is say purchasing guy, he does not need to go to that detail level. So that's how design thinking is important. And it is applicable concept to everything that you do, even to the personal life. Okay, trust me, it works. Maybe if we finish up earlier than all the sessions, then maybe 30-40 minutes I will explain to you what design thinking is. That is not in scope of PPDS, but that is for everything that we do, SAP you do or personal thing you do. All right, so if you are in the advanced planning and if you are able to see these apps, so we are not going to go through all the apps here, because they are actually they are to be checked when we go actually in SAP backend tool also. But this planning products and resources, this particular subsection here is really something that we deal with it from PPDS perspective. So see, this app is called Advanced Scheduling Board. So just like I told you, one of the most important and powerful tool with PPDS is the detailed scheduling board, because planning, there are multiple options. Out of that PPDS thing, PP part is production planning. So to do production planning, there are multiple options like MRP, SNP, IBP, and so on and so on. But for the detailed scheduling part of it, there is only one option, that is this PPDS tool. And because of that, this advanced scheduling board app is the most important one across all. And many times our detailed schedulers only go into this app, either this app or in the backend. And even whenever the scheduling is completed, right, you finalize the schedule for first 2 weeks or first 1 week, you pass on that same detailed scheduling screen to your shop floor guys, who would directly look at the schedule, that okay, I need to produce one particular product at this resource between time 12 to 2 and so on. Okay, so this is the one. The next important app is monitor capacity utilization, because this is all about capacities, correct? So what I mean is you got 10 resources on your shop floor. Okay, you did planning, then you did scheduling and so on. Now, because it's a rough cut planning, and because sometimes you are doing only when you got an actual sales order, you're producing against it. So it is possible that you may have higher capacity than you can actually than you got the plan order for or production order for, correct? So that time, if he goes to this monitor capacity utilization app, he would know that I have got excess capacity. Okay, then what do I do? Okay, I'll overproduce so that I can pre-build my stock. This is fine, right? So top managers, top management might look at this one, correct? So top management in the sense, the people who are capable of taking decisions of financials, because uh, planning something or making something in advance needs cost. There is no sales order, but you want to build something or produce something, and you want to store it. So everything involves cost. So that is why the top management would look at this, and they only can take a decision, not the scheduler. Okay, fine. So other thing that is important here is we will go through these apps which are PPDS relevant and all, but there should be an app to create material also. Just in case this thing gets delayed, your SAP GUI logon pad gets delayed, then let's see if there is any app to create a material. Because if you can create a material from here, it is the same app as your detail, your backend MM01 transaction. So Can you guys also search if you are able to find, and maybe let's do it like this. Material where use list bomb, display material serial number, change material, send material, create material serial number. I suppose this is the one. Let's see if we got access. Now this is the serial number thing. So this talks about barcoding. Never mind. So display material serial number, send material. Looks like we create material, send, get, create material, change material, display material. Perfect. So see, let's go to the display material and just ensure that this is the same thing and this is exactly the same thing. See, I created yesterday raw, what was it? Raw mat, right? Anybody remembers? Yeah, raw mat 1 and 2. These are the ones that I created yesterday, correct? Say it, enter, and then select some important views or any one view, select your plan and done. So you are in. Perfect. Right. What else do you need? If at all your access gets delayed, you have everything to create your material. Let's see if you can create a bill of material also. So display, create bill of material. So you can also create a BOM. Good. So whatever we would do today, you can create here. Then resource. So create resource. You have it here. Okay. So anything that you want to create today and that I'll be creating, you already have that access here. Okay. Let me see if I can access SE11. So by searching transaction code, I think it does not give, because in general, the way I'm accessing material, this is not a Fiori tile, but this is actually accessing the backend GUI on the web only, right? Fiori tile is different. I mean, let's not go in technical details about it, but the programming on which the Fiori is based and the programming on which this GUI access is based are different. It is just like they have just pushed, because you see the blue line and all, they have just pushed the GUI access here. Okay, fine. But I think this way we should be good, and you should be able to access it. So now let us proceed with the next steps of our training session. Okay. So where did we stop yesterday? I especially stopped at this place, correct? So I've selected a location, a material. I created two raw materials against it, right? Now today's deal would be to create resources, BOM, recipe, and production version, so that I can immediately get into my material master or the required master data within PPDS. But before that, I was here in the material and trying to explain you some of the important concepts or some of the important attributes on the material. So I'll Okay, before that, one question to be answered. I think Kshitij, yesterday your doubt was whether do we need that work scheduling view also or not, right? That's where was one of the open question. Kshitij is in today, right? Kshitij, yeah, he's there. Okay, so basically, if you go in here, MM03, so MRP 1234 are from procurement perspective. So this is the raw material. Okay, this is a raw material. I am not going to produce it. For example, if I am going to procure it from some other vendor, then only these views are necessary. But in case you have an in-house production product, okay, for example, the main finished product, that FG124 that I am using, if I'm going to produce it in-house, then I need to maintain the work scheduling tab. But for the raw materials, it need not be maintained. This is given. Why? Because see, all these tabs have all the information, this MRP 1 to 4 and also advanced planning, they have the information related to uh, how do I procure this material, in what quantity I procure this material, what is the MRP type for that. Okay, uh, if it is I have to always produce in the lot of 100, or I have to always produce minimum 5,000 quantity of it, and so on. So all these are procurement related things. Okay, but when you start producing it in house, so that time what you need is, okay, if I produce, then how much is my production time, in house production time? 10 hours. Okay, do I need to apply any setup time on top of that? Okay, 2 hours of setup time for this material for sure. 2 hours of tear down time. Tear down time is like, you material is too hot. Okay, you have to cool it down. So you have to anyway spend that 2 hours after production is done. That is tear down, and so on. So those kind of timings which are related to production in in-house, they are to be maintained within work scheduling. Okay. So for these raw materials that we created yesterday, I need not to maintain them because I am not going to produce them in-house. My supply chain, remember, my supply chain is only around this plant, correct? So the raw material requirement will just generate some kind of dependent demand for the raw material. But for now, I am not making it complicated so that the raw material has to be produced at the same plant or procured and so on. We are not doing that yet. Okay. So what will happen is it will just create the dependent demand for raw material. It will not understand where to bring it from or where to produce because we haven't done anything out that. And for now, I'm very much comfortable putting it that way. Subsequently, we might want to add some complication. For example, this is raw material 1, okay, and this is raw material 2, okay. So I might want to introduce a vendor here to the supply chain and create the transportation lane so that it sends the purchase requisition to the vendor. Quite possible. Or I might want to create another bomb for this raw material at the same plant so that it first of all creates the raw material and then creates the finished good, right? So we will add that complication as time permits later on, but for now we will just keep it in air, right? Let's see what happens. Okay, all right. So I'm going to explain some of the very important concepts from the material master. Okay, we'll come back to
Yes,
that
sir.
soon. Okay, so now yesterday what we did is we send the location first of all, correct? So similarly, there is a change location program function module or program also, but then perhaps you might not need it because locations are not many in any supply chain network, so you may not need to change it. But products, once the product is sent, you are able to see that into mat1 transaction. I am hoping that all of you are aware about this slash SAP APO slash mat1 transaction. Okay, go in the display mode. Okay, there are multiple tabs. We are not going through all of them because they are there. They are coming from S4HANA. We don't own that. For example, if you talk about the unit of measure thing, conversion. So there is always a base unit of measure on top. Okay. So everything that happens around this product is around these pieces, correct? So whatever quantity you want to produce or procure, that will be those many pieces always. And this is universal truth. However, just like in SNP planning book, you would have seen that you can change the unit of measure on the fly. Okay. Or else if you are comfortable in IBP, then IBP is actually aggressively promoting it that you can change the unit of measure on the fly and in any analytics or alerts and whatever you do. Okay. So PPDS is that way a little bit far behind because it's still the old way of working, but then we don't need to do that because at one plant, it is not universal. So you wouldn't expect that, okay, the scheduler is sitting in America and he is doing a scheduling for a plant in India. Not possible, right? You would like to have a scheduler or planner sitting right there. By the way, I have to take this 7 minutes of diversion because I am using that terminology multiple times, but I don't know if you guys are aware about it. So different types of planners in a system. Okay, we being the supply chain planning and production planning detail scheduling consultants, we should know what are different types of planners in the system. So I am again going back to this complicated, simple, whatever diagram. Okay. Now, so what happens is in this diagram, what we are doing is we are doing the execution in the first 2 weeks. Okay. In the first 2 weeks, we actually pick up the plan order to convert to production order and do all the detail scheduling out here. This is it, right? 2 weeks. Then from week 3 onwards till month 12 onwards, sorry, yeah, month 12 onwards, we are doing, this is the tactical horizon where week 3 to month 12, what are we doing? We are just doing a network planning, correct? Network and a production planning, for example, correct? Because there will be production plan orders created as well as procurement orders created. So here, somewhere, if you see lower capacity, higher capacity, we are adjusting the demand, we are adjusting the supply and so on. And afterwards, from quarter 1 of next year to quarter 4 of next year, like for next 2-3 years horizon, we are doing a strategic planning. So this is so complicated, okay, that all these things are done by different kinds of planners, and that is why it is utmost necessary that you use the right keywords while addressing your planners. Okay, so somebody who is doing actually executions here, he is actually picking up the order and doing the scheduling. So what time, what operation gets scheduled. So that is why we call it as production scheduler. Okay, always. And this is universal true. Okay, production scheduler. So most of the times, I mean 95% times you will find that the production schedulers are always next to the plant. They are sitting at the plant because they are the ones who are doing the raw material planning at the shop floor. They are the ones who are actually doing your labor resources, shifts management, and all those things. So they are the ones who are actually making the shop floor production to happen. So we call them production schedulers. Then comes in this horizon. Okay, in the 1 year horizon, we are doing network planning, like supply network planning. So you're just deciding ki kitna, how much raw material you need to procure from the vendor in a probable basis. You do not have sales orders here. You have just the forecast in this period, correct? So you're doing a rough cut planning. So you are tentatively deciding that, okay, I need so and so raw material in so and so fashion from so and so vendor. Okay, this customer might be giving me an order, so let me put in his customer independent requirement or plan independent requirement and so on. So this guy, whoever is doing it here, we call them what? We call them as supply planners, not supply chain. Okay, so these guys who are doing this entire supply, they are supply chain planners. Then there is one type of planner who is actually beside this. Okay, under this supply planner, because supply planner has to do a very long term planning. Why? Because the vendor lead times could be very long many times. Okay, so that is why I am giving him 12 months of horizon here to just do his planning. So whenever they review the results of our supply chain planning results every week, they would do such a long term planning. But under that, for the first 1 month or so, after the scheduling is done, for this 1 month or so, okay, there will be another guy who is just taking a decision about shop floor adjustment, not the day-to-day thing, right? He's not deciding ki, what is the resource shifts and all, because he's still doing a planning, but he is doing some sort of adjustments, long-term adjustments at the production planning. So what it does is, he's called production planner, by the way. Okay, so what this guy is doing is, he would pick up this plan, the production plan that has been fed from the tactical planning engine. He would pick that plan. He would look at that and see, okay, I have in week 5, I have got some higher demand, and week 4, I do not have. So he would ship the plan order here. In case there is no plan order in week 3 itself, and there are higher, bigger quantity plan orders here, then he would shift it here so that all the 4 weeks run equally. So some sort of designs he would take, I mean some sort of decisions he would take which are governing the production plan. So by the time the production plan is refined by him in these 4 weeks and it enters into week 2, week 3, the scheduler does not need to apply his head for doing the planning. He just have to apply his head for doing the scheduling, because by the time he doesn't, he or no company allows you any changes in the production plan by this time. They only do, okay, quantity is asked is 100, okay, I'm going to schedule it. Now how do I schedule and how do I produce, that is my headache. But he will not make that 100 to 110 or 120. Those decisions are taken by the production planners. So supply planner followed by production planner. There is one more planner who is sitting on top of them, and he actually goes to all the 3 years. Okay, and that guy we usually call it as demand planner, because the demand planning guy has to really think about it. So my example was Apple iPhone being released in India, correct? So the demand planner will he will have his ground agents, right? They will see that, okay, India is rising, and the people spending capacity is increasing, and that is why their iPhone buying capacity is also increasing. So why it is happening? So he would already judge that, okay, in quarter 3 I need to produce. I'm already seeing this much forecast, correct? So that would be the input coming from the sales people, correct? He would also look for, okay, was suddenly if the natural calamity happens, the COVID stucks, then this is the problem. The Suez Canal issue happens, then this is the problem. Then I need to think about, sometime if this happens, then I need to think about having some advanced demands and so on. So this is the guy who is thinking it that way. So these are various sorts of planners. Okay, these strategic horizon people, I'm not calling them planners because they are the decision makers based on the inputs coming from these planning guys. Okay, they are the decision makers. Okay, you remember I told you that they do not influence the demand, but based on the demand, they influence that, okay, I need to create one additional plant or additional warehouse storage location in this area. So they take those kind of money spending strategic decisions. But here is the deal. So these are various types of planners that we have. Okay. So I keep saying in this case, where was I? Why did I? Yeah, I keep saying in this case that the unit of measure conversion may not be necessary for production planning. Why? Because usually the production scheduler sorry, my bad. The unit of measure conversion may not be necessary for production scheduler because the production scheduler sits at the plant itself. This guy, the scheduling guy, this 2 weeks of first, he sits at the plant because he has to look after the shop floor. However, when it comes to the production planner, so there could be one regional production planner. Okay, for entire India, there could be one single production planner for all the plants. I have seen for across Europe, there are multiple countries, multiple languages, multiple units, and so on. Still one single production planner looks after all the 10 plants, correct? So that time this unit of measure conversions play a pivotal role. It would rarely happen that an American guy is doing the production planning for European plant, because that's actually a, you change the complete continent itself. But regional wise it is quite possible. So that's where this UM conversions play a role. Okay, fine. Now let me just go to another important tab, demand tab. I'm skipping for now because our next total the module 2 is dedicated to this, and this governs your make to order, make to stock strategy. So I'll skip it for now. Only this requirement pegging, availability, and demand penalties. Okay. However, I want to spend some time on the consumption part here. Okay. This part I'm not skipping. I'm just keeping it aside for temporarily, the other side, because this is coming soon. But the consumption part, okay, under demand. Let me explain you, and please use the exact same method that I'm going to explain you now to explain this to any of your customers. This is going to be valid for next 100 years. These fundamentals are not going to change. Okay.
Yeah.
प्लानिंग वर्सेस एक्चुअल्स के बीच में जो डिफरेंस है वो 100 years तक रहने वाला. Trust me. All that you see on the screen is about deciding ki how do I want to plan, whether I want to plan against a sales order or against a forecast or against both, and if I use to both, then how. So this left side part is about deciding your demand management. Okay, and that's what I would explain next. But I would assume that, say you decided this strategy 20, and this strategy 20 is whatever it can be, doesn't matter. So it means that you have decided that you want to use both sales order and forecast in your network. If the customer is building a very expensive product, he may not want to build it against the forecast, because agar, if the product takes $1 million to build, right? So why would he build it against the forecast? He would want to build it against a sales order. So only when he knows that the customer is there, I'll build it, correct? So such kind of activities play a important role for that make to order, make to stock, and so scenario. But assume that we have decided that we are going to use both types of demands, forecast and sales orders. Okay, these are two types of demands that we have. Okay, and then final demand, or how total demand, I would call it as total demand. Next, you have got number of weeks, and use this exact similar box structure and all while you talk to your customer, because I have seen end users getting confused with it many times. Okay, so you got, say, week 1, week 2, week 3, and I'm explaining you in the week format. It can be monthly also, it can be daily also, whatever is your preferred method. Okay, fine. Say you have predicted 100 forecast all across. Okay, that is your prediction from week 1 up to whatever number of weeks you're planning or forecasting. So 100 is your forecast that you predicted for week 14. Correct. Week 14 is roughly 3.5 months. Sales order may not be matching exactly same, right? Perhaps you got a sales order of 200 quantity here. Then you got a sales order of 500 quantity here. Then you got a sales order of 100 quantity here. And finally, you got a sales order of 300 quantity here, 400 quantity here. Roughly, anything it could be. Correct. So what happens is, if I just simply say total demand, okay, so total demand is equal to sum of your forecast and sales order. If I assume, then it is 100 here. But if you go forward, it can be say on some weeks it is going to be double than the forecast. Okay, so here it was a forecast of 100, you got demand of total demand of 100 and you planned against it. But here you forecasted 100, you got sales order of 200. So in general you got total of 300 uh, demand, correct? So that way if you just total it up, overall total, okay, so for these 3.5 months how much you planned for initially is 1400 quantity, correct? Okay, and how much is the sales order that you finally received is 1200 quantity. Okay, but if you are just summing it up, how much is the total demand that you planned? Okay, 2600. Do you see the difference? You originally, because for next 2 years or so you have been thinking that you will get 1400 demand, in reality you got 1200 demand. But if you added both of them, you planned for 2600 demand. So this is not possible, right? Especially for this 200. So you have been planning for week 2 that you going to produce 100, but in reality you got a sales order of 200 and you are saying that okay boss, now give me 300 quantity. That's impossible to happen, correct? How can you triple the production so suddenly? So for these reasons, the consumption activity comes in. So see, forecast is what? Forecast is just the temporary representation of a sales order. Correct. So whenever the actual sales order arrives, the sales order should consume the forecast. So you need not to double count the forecast. This 100 is here and 200 arrived here. So you have to actually consider only 200 because 100 is less than 200, right? So this will automatically go out and this will become 200. Fine. So I'm doing one thing. I'm just consuming the forecast on the same week when the sales order arrives. Correct. So there was 100 here. So I have got 200. So I'll consume it because it's less. If the sales order is higher quantity, then perhaps the consumption may not happen. In that case, the forecast will be higher. Correct. Because if I plan for the forecast, I will plan against the same quantity. So in this case, I did this consumption. Similarly, here also I did this consumption. Here is 100 is consumption, and this 400 is consumption. This is the thing. So what happened finally, even if I consume the sales order forecast by the sales order, still I am planning 2200, whereas originally I planned for 1400 only. Remember the original forecast was 1400. So to avoid this and to also have the intermittencies avoided, we apply some kind of logic which is called backward and forward consumption. What it means is whenever the sales order arrives, it may not be exactly equal to the forecast of that week. So you first consume the forecast by the sales order of that week. If still the sales order is higher, you go backward direction and consume the forecast. Then you go forward direction and consume the forecast. Or you only go in backward direction or you only go in forward direction. So this is the case of backward forward consumption. Okay. And that is what we govern here. So what we do for forecast consumption is we first of all specify the mode of consumption, which is backward only, backward forward, forward only, or period based conversion. Okay. Consumption, sorry. So here what we have chosen period based is you can specify a specific time period like only 3 weeks and 4 weeks and so on and so on. So it depends, right? That's a custom thing. But for now, focus on this either backward or forward or backward forward. So I am choosing two, which is backward forward. I cannot change the settings within PPDS. Again, this is coming from S4, MRP 1234, one of those tabs. Okay, so you need to make changes there if you want to reflect it here. But if I say two, so I am specifying that 100 days backward and 100 days forward. Okay, this is in days, backward consumption period and forward. If I select one, then it is only backward, so forward makes no sense in that case. It's like that. Usually these are too many. Okay, these are days only or weeks. I think these are days only. I forgot. Yeah, in calendar days. Yeah. So basically 100 days is too much. Usually you would have like 2 weeks or so, like 14 days, 28 days or so. 100 is somebody is playing badly here. Doesn't matter. But now assume that this is like 10 days backward, 10 days forward. So in this case, what would happen is this forecast arrived here. 7 days are here. Calendar days it is talking, not the working days. Okay. It is calendar days. So he would consume the forecast for 7 days here. Okay. And then it would go back. And for the sake of simplicity, consider is 14 days backward, 14 days backward, forward. So 200 has consumed the forecast here, then it would go backward and consume 7 days back. Because, sorry, 14 days back. So 2 more weeks it can go back. So it found one forecast here, so it would consume that also. So that sales order consumes this side. Now this entire sales order has consumed the forecast because there was 100 plus 100, 200 is gone. So this is fine. So even if it's good forward, it has nothing to be consumed. This is good. For 500 case, it consumed 100. Then it can go 2 weeks back, 2 weeks back. So 100 consumption happened, 200, then 300 consumption happened, then forward 2 weeks, then 400, and then 500. So this way the consumption has happened in both directions here. Fine. This sales order has consumed this own forecast, no issues, and this 400 and consume this forecast, but it can still go back 2 weeks. So it will consume here, consume here, correct? So 2 weeks backward, it consumes. So there is nothing to be consumed in the forward direction, so it will remain as it is, right? So the result is my total demand is now 1500. I needed one more week in the forward direction to consume this the 400, because this 400 consume 100 plus 100 plus 100, 300. So it has still appetite of consuming one more week, which is in the forward direction. So I could have done that in the forward direction. So it would have become 1400 original, correct? So with this forecast consumption, at least we are able to bring up the total demand equivalent to what we forecasted for. Correct. I'm not then asking the system to overproduce. Now you would ask me an obvious question that, sir, for week 100 forecast was there. So the production would have happened of 100 already. Then week 200 already. Correct. But the sales order arrived 1 week later. So this type of fill rate intermittency keeps coming because you do not have control over the actual sales order. Correct. So in that case, also they would continuously keep building because you are still building in advance only, right? So it would keep building, and whenever the sales order arrive, they do a goods issue against it. Or sometimes they might want to prepone the forecast and then they do goods issue for the sales order already. So that is the job role of that production planner in those week 3, 4, 5, 6 in these weeks here. Okay, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. So this is the beauty of forecast consumption. There are some caveats here, is like the duration that you decide that how many weeks backward, how many weeks forward you undergo. That is very, very important. Why? Because it depends, right? Intermittency of your sales order will play a role. Say for example, you did your forecast in a normal manner, that 100 quantity every week, and you know that your sales order comes in very intermittent manner, right? Suddenly the sales order of 1000 quantity would come and there is nothing for next 10 months and so on. So in that cases, you as a production planner only know about this thing, right? That okay, the lag that is there between my sales orders is 10 months. So you would keep 10 months of backward forward consumption, right? This is it. So the duration to be decided, it comes with an experience that you neither you have nor me. It is with the planners only. And that's why during implementation, we do decide many times what as a consultant, what we should suggest it. Let us do one thing. Let us try with 4 weeks backward, 4 week forward for now and see the results during UAT when the live data is there. So if it is not, if what you will observe then that, okay, here was 1400 original demand like this, and in the end after consumption I am getting 1500, it means I may need to increase one more week, correct? Because I am getting this some percentage of deviation, correct? So these decisions are taken based on data later, but that is the concept of forecast consumption. If you do not specify 0 weeks here, then it will consume only in that time period, that's for sure. Yeah. Or if you specify here only backward, so in this example 100. Okay, let us bring it back and say you have the consumption specified only in the backward direction for 2 weeks or 4 weeks maybe. So this 200 would consume this forecast and this forecast in backward, fine. Then this 500 would consume the forecast of this, maybe it is 4 weeks, okay, or how many weeks, 3 weeks. Okay, so this would consume this 3 weeks and the current week, this is gone. This would consume this 2 weeks, this is no, not 100 would consume only this 100, my bad. Okay, and this 400 would consume this 3 weeks, I said, right? Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
So ultimately it is the same. So because this is so simple example, so we came near about 1500. So it depends. Backward and forward, there is one additional point here is how much is the accuracy of your forecast. I mean, this topic is a mix of demand planner, supply planner, both, because forecast accuracy is really depends on what, that okay boss, in this week you predicted 100 forecast but you actually got 200 sales order, so your accuracy is minus 50% in this case, correct? And I'm
Yes.
not going into demand details, but the accuracy
Yes.
plays a pivotal role, and SAP tries to sell it that IBP gives you highest accuracy possible. There are many other tools, but it's judgmental. Yeah, right. Fine. But this is the way. And as a consultant, your takeaway would be suggest you explain first of all, because it is easy for you guys to understand. You're coming from the consulting background. You may have seen this. Okay. But when it comes to the shop floor guys, they simply cannot comprehend this. One issue I have mainly seen is those people who are implementing planning system first time, they are coming from Excel background only. First time I'm saying, okay, greenfield implementation. So if they are coming from Excel background, they usually don't do planning at all. They get a sales order. Okay. They ask the sales order in advance. They plan against it, produce against it, done, dusted. So this type of concept of planning, whenever gets introduced, then the forecasting and the demand planning gets introduced. So they have to start planning for 2 years, 3 years horizon. And there is a very big problem for them, that how can I produce for forecast? What if I don't get a sales order? Where do I store that material? How will I justify the raw material purchasing, right? Where the investment is going to come from, and so on. So such things are so dangerous, and they are the people who have been doing this type of planning for last 15, 20 years or whatnot. So they they get shaken, right? And this is the biggest challenge for greenfield implementation, that you cannot convince the people well. So you have to tell them that boss, you're planning this at advance. Now this will, if you do it like this, that with the correct forecast consumption logic, you are not actually overproducing things. You are going to get the sales order. So start trusting your forecast first of all, and then put the parameters in such a way that you are not overproducing at all. You don't need to spend. So these things, this is a process, and that's why we call it as a business transformation process in many times, right? And that is where you as a consultant play an important role. You have to give him that confidence, console him, and explain to him that this is better. And we are not applying that to production. We will first test it thoroughly. I'll prove that this works, and then go forward. So this will be your differentiator. So being a talkative consultant. Yeah. We are doing the consumption to calculate the total demand. Now this total demand gets fed into your planning engine. So it would start doing the production planning and network planning on top. So it will create plan orders and purchase requisition. So in this case, what would happen? Okay, assume that this is your final consumption, final demand. Okay, including forecast and sales order. So you would create what you would create, say 300 quantity of purchase requisition or 300 quantity of plan order. This plan order would get converted subsequently to production order. Once the production order completes, you will get a stock by doing a goods is receipt. That stock will get issued against the sales order. So that time the goods receipt would happen for the sales order and the truck would go away. So that's the process. We are still in the planning phase. What you are talking about, goods issue, goods receipt, is after the planning is done and after the execution is done, right? There is no benchmark as such. It only comes with
Okay.
experience. But usually, if somebody is saying I achieve 90% accuracy, it is difficult. You generally get 60 to 70% accuracy, to be very
Okay.
frank. Okay. Because, the tools, the engines, the planning engines, the forecasting engines that we are using, they are still, something similar, which is available in Excel also. I said some of the statistical forecasting algorithms you can also do based on Excel. IBP is something that is binding all of them together. Correct. That is why it is a tool. But even in
Yes.
Excel, if you're comfortable doing VB programming, you can create your own module out there. And you should explore doing this kind of experiments on your own. So the accuracy, and I can predict this thing, even if the technology is advancing so much that machine learning algorithms are coming up, you have got this AI and all those things. So people will propose that the accuracy will increase, but my personal opinion is, even if we are advancing in technology, at the same time we are actually destroying the nature, destroying the environment, and so the natural calamities would keep affecting your accuracy for sure. You take an example this year itself, the rains that are happening all across India. Have you seen such situation earlier? Entire North India is flooded, correct? Now you
Correct.
saw in Maharashtra yesterday there was rains, in South there will be rains, then last year or 2 years back there was something in Kerala. So these things are unpredictable. We think we are doing it, but then no, the landslides are happening. So the result, say the entire North Indian FMCG actual sales order would have gone at toss now. Why? Because they would have predicted that okay, this is the month of rainy season. Okay, not 100, but I may get 80 quantity. Okay, but in reality, the roads are blocked and everything is disturbed, so they wouldn't have got even a zero quantity, right? That's null, nothing. So all the forecast accuracy goes at toss. So these things play a role. Last time there was this Suez Canal issue. That was a man-made thing, right? But the natural things I'm telling, the COVID. So these are happening more and more these days. So that is why I am a strong believer of sustainability. I am not an expert, this is something personal, so I keep reading about sustainability. SAP is lagging behind. Okay, they are not including any sustainability related characteristics yet in the planning, but I think that's going to be a future in couple of months, not months, years time. You will see that, for example, if you do a production planning, correct, what you try to do, or your network planning, you try to reduce the transportation durations, right? Say you got two sources or two plants to procure one material from. What will you do? You will just put some random cost that this plant is cheaper, this plant is costlier, I'll buy it from the cheaper one, something like this. This is a generic supply chain decision. But there has to be one additional parameter which says that if I procure it from that plant, then I will be releasing so and so carbon footprints. And if I procure from another plant, so and so carbon footprints. So the lesser the footprint are, I have to procure from there. Everything, all the planning should should also have this kind of constraint of carbon footprinting. Otherwise, we cannot avoid this forecast accuracy deviations in future. Trust me, we are at that cusp. So all of you guys also please start doing that, start reading about it, so that we as a consultant apply that into it. There are facilities. If you are into IBP or into S4 HANA, there are some sustainability related topics, but they are at so nascent stage. People are, this is like a survival struggle for the companies yet, that okay, first of all I need to digitize myself, then I'll think about sustainability. But I think they can go hand in hand. They have to be done right now. Otherwise, this is inevitable. Can't help it. Yeah.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a benefit of using SAP S4HANA APO PPDS for product development? Option A, improved supply chain management. Option B, enhanced financial reporting capabilities. Option C, better management of human resources. Option D, faster time to market for new products. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, wanna ace your supply management game? Our SAP S4HANA APO PPDS course is your go-to solution. Take it at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, you'll master SAP S4HANA APO PPDS, a toolkit for planning everything from product quantities to their precise destinations. Covering all the basics and advanced tips, our course is crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors? They're pros with heaps of experience, ready to guide you through and answer any queries you may have. And guess what? Our students love it. Just like you, they found our course incredibly beneficial. The best part? It's super affordable. This golden chance to learn won't cost you a fortune. Ready to level up your SAP S4 HANA APO PPDS skills? Enroll now on our page. For more details, head to ZaranTech's website. Stay tuned for more updates.
Now I'm going to lot size tab and PPDS only. We will cover two more tabs and we'll be done with the product master side of it. Coming specially to lot size. because of these settings. So if you see under lot size, there are some settings like lot for lot, fixed lot, periodic lot, reorder point, and so on. Okay. We are doing production planning. These are important in production planning. Why? Because see, when we do a production, okay, so some customers have a specific requirement that, okay, unless and until I have to produce 1000 quantity of this product, I'm not starting the production line for you. And that is quite possible, right? That again goes back to that sustainability angle. I mean, I am connecting it, not SAP has connected it that way, that if I have got 10 orders of 100 quantity each, so I have to start the production line every time. So starting and completing it would be like extra overburden on my electricity bills and so on. So I have to produce only 1000 quantity whenever I reach at least minimum. Correct. So you might want to put some minimums on top of it. Okay. Or you might want to always produce in the lot of 10,000 quantity. So even if your demand is 50,000, I'll still produce 5 lots of 10,000 because that is how my packaging happens. Correct. So based on my full packaging of the pallet, you would decide I would just do that lot of 50 of 1000, 10,000, 10,000 of 5. So these things are decided here. Okay. If you say lot for lot, it means that whatever is the demand, produce equivalent to that. जो lot आया वही lot बनाया. Simple. If it is a fixed lot and specify some value, even if 50,000 quantity come, it would always produce that fixed lot quantity of 10, 10, 10, 10, 10,000. Okay. Similarly, there are some other things here. I'm now going into most important ones, but if at all you have to explore something, you can press F1 on top of it. That helps. But if you go to quantity and date determination, okay, so the lot for lot, fixed lot, or a periodic lot, what they would do is they would decide that how should the quantity be. Okay, how should the quantity be based on your demand. Periodic lot I should talk. So if you say periodic lot and if you specify a weekly or monthly or whatever lot says, then it would just create one order per month or per week, whatever periodicity you define here. It means that you are say getting a demand of 10,000 every week. Okay, but you have defined a periodic lot size that I am going to produce this product only once in a month. Then whatever is the demand for that entire month, it would club together and create just one plan order only once. It will not produce multiple times, right? So that is periodic lot. Reorder point is something that, okay, you just start producing whenever you meet a specific reorder point that I have to produce. I go below some minimum supply. Say you decide reorder days supply. So on 10,000 is your reorder day supply, right? So if you go below 10,000 on one particular day, you create a plan order for whatever demand is there. If you are above that reorder day supply of 10,000 in your stock availability, you do not go beyond that. So pay attention to these three: lot for lot, fixed, and periodic. These are the procedures that govern how are you going to produce. But how much are you going to produce is decided based on the next step, which says minimum 5,000. If you say, okay, if you have decided lot for lot on the other tab, that whatever is the input requirement you would produce. But if you decide that minimum is 5,000, so even if your quantity requirement is 10,000 or 5,000 or whatever, sorry, 1,000 or 2,000, it would produce at least 5,000 all the time because you said minimum 5,000. Maximum lot size is also you put a maximum cap of 500,000 only. Your plan order cannot go beyond that. Why? Because if you produce more than the maximum, then you may not have a space to store it at the plant. So that is why maximum lot size things are put up. If you say rounding value, then for rounding, it will always create in multiples. Say even if your demand is 1200 or 1400, and if you say rounding value is 500, then it will always create 500, 1000, 1500, 2000. So it will be in a lot. And this thing is helpful in case that your packaging can happen only when 500 materials are there together. Correct. If there are 400 doesn't happen. So you would put a rounding on top of it. So these are your production planning related settings, and they are important. I have to explain you that here. I just created a table for you. Okay. So that it is more clear to you. And this is the way you will have to explain to your customer also. Okay. So imagine that you got a lot for lot type of setting. Okay. Your demand is 20, 20, 20. Okay. Sorry, demand is 20, 20 and 50. There are three demands. So this is your input demand. This is your input demand 20, 20, 50 in 3 weeks. So when you say lot for lot, it will just create 20 to 20, 20 to 20 and 50 to 50. Just jo lot aaya wahi banaya. Simple. But if you say fixed lot size of 40, then it would create 40 in the first week. Even if you're asking for 20, it would create 40 because it's a fixed lot size. This 40 can cover up demand of this one and this one. So it will not create anything next week, but it would in the next to next week, it would create a fixed lot of 40, even if your demand was 10. And if there was fourth week, then it would have created 10, 40 again. Why? Because you need 50, you got only 40. So 10 demand to abhi bhi unfulfilled hai. So it would create one additional 40. If the fixed lot size of 30, okay, then in the first week it would create 30. 30 में से 20 consume हो गया, 10 बचा. So that 10 excess cannot fulfill the 20 demand. So it would again create a 30 next day. So this 30, 30, 60, and then you're left with 20 again, correct here, because out of this 30, 20 are consumed. So that 20 cannot fulfill 50 demand. So it would again create a 30 here, correct. So that way your total demand of 90 can be fulfilled with 30, 30, 33 is a 90, correct. If you apply a rounding value of 45, okay, no minimums, for example, then it would always create the plan order in terms of rounded value. So it would create the 45 here for the 20. So this 45 can fulfill this 20 plus 20, like there be 5 remaining. That 5 cannot fulfill 50. So it would again create a 45 demand. And if there is a periodic lot size, so आपने decide किया that for the entire month I'll go to produce only once. So it will create one plan order for all the demands of that month, total 90, right? This plays an important role because usually production planning is done with this way. Usually lot for lot nobody would do. People would go for minimums and roundings and so on, because packaging is actually, if you have seen any shop floor, if you haven't seen, and now you are getting into production planning, okay, you're going to be a production planning detail scheduling consultant. So on the weekend, go and watch some of the manufacturing videos on YouTube. How there are some how it's made sort of videos that on that channel. So that would explain you that how raw material comes and how the production happens and how the packaging happens. So you will know what a pallet is. The packaging has to be in a particular boxes. So that time the number of quantities play an important role. Then there is storage and there is limited storage space and so on. Okay, fine. All right. And then we'll quickly cover the last tab of PPDS. I mean, this is the tab for which we are doing this thing, but all these things play a backend role, and this is the forward part for us. Correct. So there is something called as planning procedure on PPDS tab. Okay. Planning procedure has a particular configuration behind it. It actually governs that on the product. If I make any kind of change, then what happens? Because PPDS is usually the short-term planning thing, right? In the short-term planning, you cannot wait for the weekend, right? Again, going to this diagram, the long-term planning is happening per week or sometimes per month. You're not doing this planning, long-term planning per day, correct? Because the previous engines are not supporting. Now with IBP, it has started supporting doing the planning every day also. But still, the long-term planning is rough cut. But then while you are here in the short-term horizon, right? You have to every day you have to consider the changes in demand and supply. So you have to run it every day. At times you may want to run it 4 to 5 times in a day, depending upon your criticality of the situation. Okay. So for that purpose, what SAP has given us is this PP planning procedure. If we should go to the SPRO and understand how the PP planning procedure is. Let me see, double clicking does not take me there. So it has the planning procedure has got some sort of triggers. Okay. What happens if I just enter a new sales order? What happens if I change the quantity on the plan order? So some sort of triggers are there. And for each trigger, what should be the action that is given? Okay, so usually this planning procedure 2 or 4 is used where for every change in the demand, okay, you have to trigger a production planning run in the backend that is given. Okay, so then all the time your production plan is perfect, right? So for example, we are using this 4, right? So 4 has reaction to events. So there are multiple events. So when a purchase requisition is created in OLTP system, OLTP is the execution system, your ECC or S4 system, then what happens? It is not relevant. But when a plan order is created in PPDS, it would automatically get scheduled. Okay. When a plan order is changed within OLTP system, it should automatically get scheduled. So the backend scheduling plays a role. You could have said that, okay, do a scheduling, you deallocated that plan order or whatnot. So we'll see what these terminologies mean. But for now, do we have any other event which says that do a planning? Yeah. So see, if you expand the number of events, you change the product master in APO, what happens? You change the T lane in APO, what happens? So there are actions based on every event that is in. Not that you will have to create the planning procedure on your own anytime in your career, but you should know what does it mean. So see, most of the planning procedure for that we are used, they are mostly related to scheduling. Okay, you're doing a scheduling of the automated created orders. So whenever the order gets created, you would do a automatic scheduling. For our context, we are just doing a planning based on the plan. So we need not to extend this planning procedure to multiple other echelons of the network, right? But at least you should know the main importance of the planning procedure, that it is the collection of events and the triggers that it would govern based on any change of master and transactional data in PPDS for PPDS. Yeah. Another important thing here is the product heuristic. Okay, other parts you do F1 and they are not so important, so skipping it here. But the product heuristic is important here, is because if you want, whenever change happens, if you want to automatically trigger a heuristic, then what is that heuristic that you can specify here? But more of it is coming in the planning section. I have to revisit it here anyway. Okay. Okay, the plan explosion, this again comes from S4 side. So 5 means it is based on the PDS that is generated from R3. There are some other settings also, you can do a customization here and so on, but most of the times you will only use the PDS based on explosion. Do you know what explosion is? When I say explode the bomb or PDS explosion, what does it mean? Yes. So see, in short, this is my bomb material, right? So this material has these two components, and there will be some operations, correct? So that is the bomb, and we have to create it now. But once we explode the demand for this material, sorry, when we run the planning for this material, it would find out the explosion bomb, and it would just create raw material requirements. So that's what we call as explosion, right? So basically, explosion is, I mean, take it literally, once you explode something, it will bring out all the components out of it outside, right? So that's what happens in the explosion, and we say 5 is the strategy for that. Okay, then we have actually um, these horizons are important again. I don't know if uh, I have one request, that the feedback form that is shared with you, just stop, keep giving the feedback, because I just don't want to run over the topics anytime unless you are understanding to the depth. I'm very happy to skip a tab and just explain one tab, spend more time over there, because the better you understand, the better is your opportunity to explore other parts of it later on your own. So use that. If you can talk here, that's fine. Okay, so that I know the improvisation next. Okay, so before I go on, I just want to very quickly talk about these horizons that are here. Okay, opening period. Okay, so this opening period, whatever you specify here, is the period by which, before which the order should be converted from plan order to uh, production order. Okay, so what does it mean is, say your production order is starting somewhere, by this example, it is somewhere starting in week 4, okay, and ending in week 4 only, and you have specified opening period of 2 weeks. It means that this week 4, whenever it is here in week 3, so I am here in week 0 or week 1, so before 2 weeks it should be converted to production order. So before it enters into this PPDS horizon, it should be converted to production order. So if you specify 2 weeks, then it would be automatically converted. Why? Because if you put some kind of tab on top of it, that okay, I will do the conversion myself, that no planner is so efficient that he would always go in and do it. Sometimes there are cases where the planners would do the conversion on their own, Okay, but we have one dedicated section called firming. So when we create an order, we will talk about it there. Okay, again, but for you, it is important to know there is something called as this order opening period. Okay, and if you press F1, there is for the opening period, they have given a formula also to calculation. It's such a beautiful formula. I cannot restrict from explaining it. What it means is consider a case of plan order. Okay, so the plan order start date minus opening period is the opening date for it. You got this? Consider example, if your plan order is starting somewhere in 2 weeks down the line and my opening period is 2 weeks, then I have to convert it by this date. So this is an indication. There could be an alert also that, okay, this order has passed beyond the opening date, but it is not converted yet. Okay. See, by conversion, I mean only one thing. You have plan in this horizon. Okay. The moment you convert the plan, okay, conversion means the plan order is converted to a fixed plan order and then to a production order, or purchase requisition is converted to a fixed purchase requisition and then to a purchase order. So this is called conversion. So there is a step of firming in between. You have a plan order, you firm it, and then it gets converted. So three steps. So the moment either you apply a firming indicator or you convert it to a production order, the planning tool, that MRP, IBP, SMP, none of them can see it. Nobody can change it anymore. Okay. I mean, you are able to follow me, right? So the main to firm it, convert it, no planning tool can change it. And firming means, okay, I'm pretty sure I'm going to produce it. So that is why these production planners, when they are in week 3, 4, 5, 6, they do planning here, and as soon as the order enters in 4 week, they would do the firming, and the firmed order automatically goes to S4 and gets converted to production order. So nobody then changes here. Okay. Now only talking from a planning perspective. Okay. And there can be a purchase requisition from a procurement perspective. So this is production. Okay. And this is procurement. Fine. So when this is the first stage, this plan order creation happens based on the forecast we have seen in the last section, right? Plan order creation happens based on forecast. So you created a plan order here. Subsequently, you have to convert this plan order to firm plan order. Why? Because at some point in time during your horizons, you would say that, okay, now whatever is the quantity of the plan order, I am not going to change it anymore. I am sure I'm going to produce it. So you firm that from PPDS, okay, especially talking from PPDS side. So you firm that there are some two options available where you can firm. See, PPDS can never convert a plan order to a production order on its own. PPDS is not an execution tool. Execution always happens in S4 or ECC. That is why PPDS can only apply firming. And that firming comes via this sort of settings where you say opening period of 2 weeks. It means that the order before starting, the start date before the firming period, firming period before the start date of that order, it would automatically get firmed within PPDS. So if you apply 2 weeks of firming opening period to that, then it would get firmed. So this firmed order goes to S4. So when I say firmed order, it means it changes it ATP category. There is some sort of firming indicator on the order gets applied, so that firming indicator goes to S4 on top. I will show you how does it look like. But when it goes to S4, then they run the production schedulers on all those guys. They run the PP guys, core PP guys. They run some jobs. The jobs would pick up all the orders which are firmed and they would convert it into production order. Okay, so this happens in S4. Okay, this happens in PPDS and this happens in PPDS likewise in context of this meeting. This can happen in not only PPDS but IBP also, right? Anywhere you can create, but the firming happens within PPDS. Okay, and then
Okay.
S4 production order. So this is a typical life cycle of a plan order. Okay, and that's what I'm talking here, opening period. Now what happens is planning tool keeps changing the plan order based on your forecast. So if your forecast changes or if you suddenly get a sales order, it would keep changing the plan order. But when the order is firmed, even if your forecast changes or your sales order changes, nothing happens. This firm means it's a firm plan. You cannot change it anymore via the planning tool. And production order, of course, it is a super firmed order, so nobody changes it later. So that's the significance of opening period. Then we have something called as PPDS planning time frames. So say if you if you have a scenario where you are not doing auto firming, okay, consider this example. You are not doing a auto firming on the orders based on opening period, okay, but you still, for this 4 weeks, you don't want the planning engine to change any orders in this period. Whatever is there, it would remain as it is, and then as per the production planner's convenience, he would apply the firming on his own. So in that case, what you would do is from week 1 to week 6, you will apply something called as PPDS planning time frames. So it is like 6 weeks. It can be applied per location product. So if you say 6 weeks here, so in this period, in week 3 to week 6 also, or rather from here to here, there will be plan orders. Okay, normal plan orders. But these plan orders, but whenever the planning tool is running SNP, IBP or whatnot, it will not do anything on that. That is a frozen period for the planning engine. So this is a PPDS planning time phase. No changes happen on the order. So this works in, you know, conjunction with each other. Either you use opening period, auto firm them, or if you don't want to auto firm, you can use this. Because what happens is if you auto firm some orders and the job is running on S4, which is automatically converted to production orders, then you lose your capability of making some changes from the production planning side. So you do not perhaps want to do auto firming, or you maybe want to apply just 1 week of auto firming, and for the next 2 weeks you still don't want the planning engine to change the order. You want your self control, but that's how it is, right? So you would keep 3 weeks of planning time frames and 1 week of opening period. Got it? And in context of this example, it would be from week 1 week to week 3. So considering 3 weeks of opening period, for example, here, so orders coming in week 3 would get auto confirm. So all the orders in week 3 would be auto confirm, but planning time frames would go up to week 6. So none of the order would be auto confirmed here, auto firmed here, but they will not be changed by the planning engine. They would just remain, and only the production planner can change the quantity. Correct. So that's a major difference between opening period and planning time frames. Okay. I hope it's clear. If in today's session, actually, we are covering multiple conceptual things. So it would be at most necessary for you to repeat this session again later. Okay, whenever the recording is available. Trust me, these concepts, once clear in your mind, they are technology agnostic actually. They are not only for SAP, but they are universally true across everything that comes under supply chain planning. There are two more horizons here: adjustment horizon and requirement a certain horizon. So basically, in a nutshell, this is related to make to order scenario, where if you put up some sort of horizon here, then the system, while converting the orders from plan order to production order, will only convert those orders which have a sales order associated with it. Because we have seen, we create orders for both sales orders and forecast, correct? We have seen we create orders for both forecast as well as sales order, plan orders. But then while the order gets converted to production order, it should only get converted if it has a sales order against it. I mean, this again comes back to that topic that customers actually are very apprehensive about forecast accuracy. So in the initial days, they don't want to convert or produce anything against the forecast. So they would put some horizon here that for first 2 weeks or 3 weeks, only sales order related orders should be converted to forecast and so on. So that's the thing. But something to be explored in detail later for you. Okay. We have some settings like procurement. So procurement type decides whether it is an in-house production product or it is the external procurement. For us, it has to be in-house, correct? So this thing helps. If you set X, which is both external and in-house, it means that the plant can procure it from vendor, or it can produce it internally. So all the plant materials which are produced there should have E as a in-house production. This is important. Okay. I mean, these are core concepts. For the distribution centers, it is always F because it does not produce, it just procures it from outside. So technical keywords I've been talking from yesterday, keep noting them down and then using them. Procurement, production, distribution, right? All those things. And there are not many. If you get used to them after this training session, then you will have the lasting impact on whoever you are talking to. Then we have GI processing time. So after transportation or after production, it sometimes needs one additional day to cool down or packaging or quality inspection and so on. So people generally put it here. So after production, if you need goods receipt processing time, which is 1 day to quality inspect, they would put 1 day here on S4. So if 2 weeks it takes, it would take 2 weeks and 1 day additional day to actually let the material be available. Okay, so set up the basic scheduling part first, and then we will go on increasing these GR related things. There is one additional complication which is called handling thing, right? So if, but okay, let me not confuse you there. We'll talk after the basic scheduling is done. Okay, and then do we have any other tab? No, extra tab is whatever extra you can think of, doesn't matter. So this way we completed, or we have gone through the important sections of a material master, product master that we call in APO, sorry, in yeah, APO or PPDS. Okay, fine. So we have covered again this part, that we have location, material, raw material part, it all comes under material master. Now we will set up two resources. We decided to create a recipe or routing later, right? We'll create two resources so that we can use it later. Then we will create a bomb so that we can use these raw materials, and ultimately we will create a production version later. Okay.
Yeah.
Now next step is we will go and we will create them resources. Okay. So Kshitiz, I also explored if there is any difference between resource and work center. So other technically both of them are accessible via same transaction. Sorry, same table in the backend, get stored in the same table. So
Yeah.
only thing that I can conclude is work center was past. Resource is the next, because resource has more types of categorization. So I think SAP, instead of uh, using the old version, they just enhancing the old version, they just created a new one so that they can call it same way. When the ERP came, that used to be work center concept, but later on APO came, they started calling it resource in APO. So just to make it in sync, the new version came up like APO only, right? Since all of you guys are pretty new, actually you may not know, now we are talking about something called as PDS, right? You would have seen that production data structure in APO. But around 2008, 10, 12, SAP brought in, it used to be PPM, okay, production process model. And then because there were some limitations in the PPM, they brought the PDS concept. And at the same time, they brought this resource concept, correct? So that is just something beyond the explanation that is there. I mean, that's a fact. You can't deny it. So let us create then resources. Okay, so now I'll try to be as simple as possible in this way, also not very complicating. So I'm going to create, I have component called raw mat 1, raw mat 2. This is the finished good. Now I will say that I have to go and do two operations on the two different resources. So I'll create uh, uh, what should be the name? Okay, resource 1 and resource 2. I'll take the privilege to take the better name myself. RES1. Okay, and let us create it of resource category processing unit. Yeah, enter. Okay, so resource 1 for PPS training July 23. Okay, fine. Person responsible, let me give some name. Usually this person responsible is important in a way that this becomes a planner in PPDS. Okay, and we will see that when we go to the scheduling board. So you have to actually create exact same name as this to PPDS so that you can load all the resources which belong to me. So it will be a real name of a person, a production scheduler. So he need not to then load his resources and his plan. He just need to load everything that belongs to the person responsible of his name, right? So this is a master data that needs to be created. Okay, I might create ANIL, something like that, or ANI, something for me. And then I'll, this gets transferred also to the resource in PPDS and filter. Okay, then let us find the usage. We'll just set up the important thing. So yeah, this resource can be used only for routing, or can be used for recipe or rate routing. So there are multiple types of those structures, right? The way the operations can be put up. Just like routing and recipe can be used for type of industry, right? Variable per industry. But then what I would say is I will make it for all task list types. So I'll just say 0009. So I can use this resource in the routing also and recipe also and whatnot. Okay. Standard value key is something that the resource would need, correct? So let me select one of the standard, maybe normal production, enter. So the moment I press enter, it just loaded that the resource would need setup time, machine time, labor time. So the various values that you need. Okay. How it is different is this resource would be used to manufacture something. So if I say machine time and labor time, that would be depending upon the quantity, correct? That for 100 quantity, I need so much machine time and so much labor time. But the setup time may be once only, correct? Once you start the resource, it would be irrespective of the quantity, correct? Setup is like you make the resource ready. So it's not depending on quantity. So those things need to be governed here. Then let's go to default values. So control key is already selected setup machine. And let's go to capacity. This is important, okay? So practically, the thing that you see into PPDS is actually capacity, not the resource. The more the capacities you create here, the more number of resources that would get created in PPDS. Okay, because we do the capacity planning there. We don't do a resource planning in PPDS. So now for time being, I will select one which is say 0008 processing unit capacity. Okay, enter. So the moment I pressed enter, it brought into the capacity screen. See capacity header screen. So capacity for resource one. So what we do here is capacity responsible again 0001. So I would know what type of capacity it is as SAP example. So this is again an identifier on PPDS side. So I don't know what is the factory calendar here. This is 1010. Okay. So for time being, I'll just say standard collector of Germany. I don't know many details here. Active version is 01 always. Normal available. See, you can have multiple versions of capacity within PPDS. Okay. And you might want to use one version or want to use another version. So you can, for simulation sort of thing, you can keep maintaining multiple capacities. So the default capacity that goes in the active one is 01, right? We'll see that while we are into PPDS. Okay. Base unit is hour. I'm going to maintain it in hour. How much time I'm available from 00 to say 23 hours I'm available. I have a length of break of 1 hour. Okay. Capacity utilization is 100% and number of capacities is 1%. So just press enter. So just the moment I press enter, it got saved. Everything is in and yet I am back at the capacity category type. Okay. Here I need to specify a formula also. There are various formulas that is usually done by the PP guys, but I am going to select the machine time related formula because how the machine time should be calculated and I'll explain about it. Okay, enter and it needs something default. Fine. So I entered the formula. Okay. Then go to the scheduling tab and assign the categorization. Otherwise the resource is not usable. So I'll again use the processing unit. Okay. And I need to assign a formula here. Let me see if there is, yeah, formula is assigned. Fine. And the costing and grouping related things are different, right? We are not, I mean, see, the routing has multiple resources. So every operation, how much the cost for producing that operation there, that has to be calculated. So that is a costing related thing. So we're not going in that costing detail for now. Okay. I assign all the basic things. Fine. And let me save it. Fine. So my resource got saved. Now I'll go and explain what did I do. So let me go to CRC3 resource one. Okay. The default values are here. So those I need to fill up and so on. But most important part is come down to capacities. Okay. In capacities, go to the capacity category, double clicking here. So what it has calculated for me is this resource is available from 0 to 23 hours with 1 hour of break. Correct. So total operating time is 20 to 98. Okay. How is it like 20 to 98 is almost 23 hours, right? I have to go in the change mode actually. Then we can try out things here. Okay. So how did it calculate this 20 to 98%? What if I just say 10% of availability? Then it calculated 2 hours and 30 minutes is my available capacity. Because what are we telling him that from 00 to 2300 hours, this resource is available. Okay. For timing, let me make it simplicity purpose 24 hour, 100 hours. Okay. So what I'm telling this guy is this resource in totality is available for 2400 hours. Okay. And 1 hour of break is there in between. So the total operating time with 10% efficiency is 24 hours. If I make it 100% efficiency, then this resource is available for 2398. This is little strange. Is there anything that is making this 0.02% gap? Is it the setup time or so? We need to check that later. But when I'm saying 24 hours availability, it is just giving me capacity of 2398. Perhaps it is some approximation in the backend. We need to find that out. Okay. Few concepts here. This decides the total availability of the resource. I told you about the rough cut capacity planning concept somewhere, correct? So that efficiency is managed here, right? I told you that the long-term planning would operate based on 90-95, even if the resource is available 100%. So that gives us a margin of error, right? When it actually enters in the production scheduling, we have that 5% margin of error. So this is what we call as the efficiency or the rough cut capacity planning. For now, I will use 100%. This efficiency is managed. This 100 to 95% conversion happens when the resource gets transferred to the rough cut capacity planning engine. Say you're sending this to IBP or SNP, we would do that in the integration part, that we would just reduce the capacity by a certain number of percentages. Okay. At the bottom, we have got some settings. So if you say relevant for finite scheduling, this resource becomes finite. In SNP, the resource can be of finite or infinite, both types, correct? If you do not set this, the resource capacity will not have any impact. You can produce any quantity that you want on any day, right? And for heuristic, usually this is good enough, right? Because heuristic, the planning heuristic, it is doing the finite level planning. But for scheduling purpose, we need a finite scheduling related resource. Can be used by several operations. So in SNP, have you seen single resource, multi-resource concept? Anybody has seen that during any of his project and any of the ticket? See, can be used by several operations you set up for resources which can accommodate multiple plan orders at a time on them. So biggest example is say oven. In a manufacturing setup, if there is a oven, so the oven has got say 1000 cubic meters capacity. Now you can put one orders 10,000 quantity or 10 orders 10,000 because the oven, industrial ovens are so big that it can accommodate multiple orders at a time. And you would like to do that, correct? Why? Because you don't want to heat the oven to higher temperature only for one order, 10 orders. So such resources, when you create, you flag this as it can be used by several operations. So when it gets transferred to SNP for PPDS, I think PPDS multi-resource, it is there. Sorry. So it gets transferred as multi-resource, not single resource. So there is a type of resource on PPDS side that identifies it. So if it is a multi-resource, the engine knows that I can put multiple orders at a time, and then it would schedule those orders parallel to each other at the same time on that operation, on that resource, right? Long-term planning. So this is not relevant now from S4HANA perspective, S4HANA PPDS. But if it was a SNP based scenario, ECC SNP, then you had to flag that. So it means that the resource would be created for even SNP type in the long-term planning, where the bucket, the resource capacity is available per day, not up to hour. See, I told you one thing. I don't know if you remember this part, that the capacity that is available in this duration for the long-term planning, or the master data that is available in the long-term planning and master data for scheduling, the detailed planning, is different. Okay, for that matter, even between week 1 to week 6 could be different. Okay, because here you're already doing the production planning with the detailed manner. So that difference comes from here. If you say long-term planning, then the resource is available for SNP. It will have information at bigger level, right? It will have information at day level, not up to the second level. But if you do not flag that, the resource is available for PPDS by default, and it would get information per hour level. Then and then the scheduling can happen at that level. So technically something happens in the backend where the technical partitions get created per second per that minor granular level if you flag it that way. Okay. You can do multiple resources grouped together. There is a concept of pool capacity, which we are not right now trying, but for your information, pool capacity is like shared capacity. So if you say I have got a drill machine, no, not drill machine. I have got 5 electricians on my shop floor. Okay. So once you assign that electrician for one particular operation, you might need 2 electrician, 3 electrician, or you might need one only, and so on. So it is like you don't need to create 5 different electricians in the system. You might want to create a pool of that electrician capacity, correct? That I have got 24 into 5, 120 hours of pool capacity available for electrician. And if you flag that, then it would just pick up, one order would pick up 12 hours from this capacity. So that can be 1.5 electrician, okay, something like that. So it's like it's like creating a pool of resources, okay, so that you do not allocate one single quantity there, correct. This can also be achieved with the help of number of individual capacities. So for example, you created one resource one, okay, this is the lathe machine, 24 hours it is available, but you have got 5 lathe machines on the shop floor, correct. They are not pool of each other, they can be individually used, okay. So you cannot use 1.5 lathe machine, but you just have to flag 5 number of available capacity. It means that one order you can split on the 5 lathe machines and get the work done faster. Correct. It's possible. It's like number of creating the number of capacities available for that resource at the same time. Right? Okay. We have to experiment around it to understand it in a much better way. For now, listen to the recordings and then we can discuss further more when we use this resource for scheduling. I have to tell you one other important concept in the resource. So under capacities, I assign this formula, correct? This formula is important from the perspective of calculating the time required to produce a particular product on this resource. Okay, so if you scroll down, select the formula and say display formula. So this is the backend. This is a out of the box coming from SAP. Very rarely we need to modify. But what it says is consider the machine capacity multiplied by total operation quantity divided by base quantity divided by number of operations that you are going to parallelly perform. So it would just come up with some sort of total duration required to produce. How it is? So let's close it and let's test it. Okay. Select the formula and here's test the formula. Okay. Now, as per the formula, say I need to produce how much 2400 quantity, or let's make it simple 1000 quantity. Base quantity is 10. Okay. And I need machine time of 1 hour to produce base quantity of 10. You are following me, right? So you have a base quantity of 10,000. You have machine hour. This is hour, right? This is hour. Yeah. So basically, for this resource, if you want to produce base quantity of 10,000, then you need 1 hour. So actually, the standard value always refers to the time required to base quantity. Here, we define something. Just a moment. We went to default values, right? We selected, sorry, basic data. We selected the standard value key, correct? And as soon as we selected that, it loaded this setup machine and labor. It means that for this resource, you can define all these 3 times or one of the 3 times, anything that you define, correct? Now, once we want to test the formula, and this is how even the planning engine will test the formula, then we have to tell them that, okay, I want to produce 10 base quantity. So the machine would require 1 hour. Okay. So it is as simple as 10 base quantity 1 hour. Then if my requirement is 2400 base quantity operation quantity, then how much time it would need? That's what I want to ask. Correct. So it is just mathematical calculation. So in this case, 1 hour is required to 10 quantity. Then how much time would be required to produce 2400 quantity? So sometimes you define it in 24 hours, some quantity, right? But I am defining at the base level. It depends. But now do the calculation. 1 hour is required to produce 10 quantity. Then how many hours would be required to produce 2400 quantity? 24 hours, 240. So let's do the calculation. Here is the button. So the calculation says fill up all the required fields. So what is missing here? Acha, operation quantity in terms of some unit. Okay, kg or so. So whatever is the base unit. Okay. I mean, this is tricky again because generally the base quantity and machine time is set up in terms of base unit, right? But you might want to specify different unit for this quantity so it does the quantity conversion in the other unit and does the calculation. Could be. But what is the base unit in this case? I think it should be kg only. Let's see that later. But let's calculate. Yeah, so it calculated requirement internal processing. It would need 240 hours, right? Got that? Now, why this is important is because we are doing a scheduling, right? We are going to use this resource for scheduling. So if I have got 2400 quantity, I should know that what time it will start, what time it will end. It is not a weekly or daily level, right? That, okay, someday it will start, someday it will end. No, this is precisely to the second level, correct? because while we do the operation scheduling, it starts at 2:40 p.m. and ends at 6:40 p.m. and so on. So it is exactly with those hours and seconds. So that's how it is. I'll do one change here. So say number of employees is one, and uh, number of splits. So if I split that operation into two, okay. So if there are two resources, or if I am doing parallelly two operations, so I'll just do two splitting. Okay. Then the total amount required should be half. So it now needs 120 hours only. Correct. That's how it is. So the number of splits of the operations are can be tested, and in real life it happens. Now probably apply some setup times of 10 hours. Okay, let's see. I don't know if calculation would come. Let it keep like this only. Okay, so as per the original calculation, we would need 240 hours to produce 2400 quantity, but now I will need 10 hours of setup time. So the time required is still 240. Why? Acha, it will, this is the operation processing time. Sorry, the 240, the 10 hours should be on top of it, actually outside shown. Ideally, I would have expected this setup time of 10 hours to be added actually. Why doesn't it show? We need to find out later. Isn't that formula include the setup times and all? Did we see the formula? So we have operation quantity, base quantity, operation splits only, and machine time only. Okay, so this formula is not considering the setup times. You see, only machine times is what it's considering. Let's see if we have another formula which can consider the setup times also. Hey, I've chosen the production machine times only. So I have to add additional formula to the capacity. This is the processing unit only, right? So I have to add another capacity, another formula to the setup time and labor time and apply that. So there is no formula which can consider all of them together, it looks like, from the standard. Can I do that here? I can create something. I can create a new capacity and apply the because this all belongs to the same resource. So it would get cumulatively added to each other, right? So just we will not test it, but I'll just check the formula that is there in the setup time, whether it is quantity based or it is uh, just the fixed time, correct? Because I would expect that machine time should be a fixed time, not a quantity based. So see, setup is equivalent to setup, no quantity and base quantity calculations at all here, right? So whatever setup you apply, that would get applied only once, right? Fine, you got that? It's clear. All right, so now I have saved it, right? I have saved it. So I am going to copy this resource and create another resource because I have decided to have two resources, correct? So let us go to CRC1 and copy from. So this is RES2, copy from, because I don't want to spend time in setting up everything again together. Still, it will ask me to set up something. So copy RES2 from RES1. You can use my resource because you can specify plant while you create your own resources. Okay, and I'm going to copy all these things, default values also, capacities also, and scheduling also. No costing, by the way. I never maintained it. So let us copy it. Fine. Control key is fine. Capacities is fine. Okay. Everything is maintained. Only thing here is I'll just make it 90% for the other resource. Okay. And it's good. This I need to see whether the scheduling part is copied because otherwise the resource is not available for PDS. CRC2. Let's go to scheduling. Yeah, see, it is not. Okay. And I think the formula, I mean, I've seen some error sometime that it does not, but we'll see that in case it doesn't get transferred. But make sure that you are doing the scheduling capacity assignment as well. Okay, fine. So now we created two resources. Fine. Where are we now? In this case is we still have 30 minutes, right? Yeah. So we created this resource one and resource two. Next step is to transfer these resources to PPDS. Correct. So how do we do that? Again, not by our integration models, but if you are working in APO world, you have to again go in CFM1, create the integration model, generate, activate, and blah blah. But here I will simply go to CRC2 transaction. I was there. Go to resource one and simply say advanced planning. That's it, and save. Boom. It's now sent to PPDS. Okay, so let me check the transaction code is still same. res01 slash SAP APO slash res01 is the transaction to check resource in PPDS. Okay. So 1010, and let me see if what are the resources there. I don't know the naming. Yeah, so some people have in old ages done that, but I have got these two resources, right? One is dependent on planning version and one is non-planning version. This happens all the time. So the naming that it has applied is W to represent work center based resource, even if it is a resource based resource, right? Resource or work center as a master data, but this is how the standard integration has been set up to always apply W in the beginning, then the name of the resource, followed by plant, followed by the capacity that you have created on the resource. You remember on the resource, inside the capacity, you created processing unit type of capacity. If you would have created a labor 0001 machine, whatnot, different type of capacity, that would come here. That's an indication of how the resource is, why the resource is. Okay. So this resource is created. Now for the sake of checking, I'll see if the area 02 is also there and see. So it's not there yet because I haven't set that up, correct? So let me just transfer that resource also. Okay, and now I should have area 02. It is very quick. See, it's faster than the fastest. Okay, so I've got a resource. You see on top, we have single and multi thing. I did not click can be used by multiple operations. So it came as a single resource. If I would have clicked there, then it would have come as a multi resource. Calendar and production line are separate types of resources. Okay, so we got the resource here, correct? We got the category of the resource. It's a production type. We got location, time zone. It's selected from the calendar that we assigned it, Germany calendar, correct? And the total duration it is available, 1 hour of break. This is 1 hour, right? Or 1 minute. Hey guys, you didn't tell me this is not hour. That's why it was saying 2398. See, this is not hour. That is why. And see now it is 23, correct? 1 hour is reduced. And
Yes.
say we okay, so let it be 90 only. 1 minute break cannot be the real break, right? Okay. So now just go back and display again. So now it has become this 1 hour of break duration, utilization rate 90% and whatnot, correct? So this is the 90%. So the production time in a day is only 20 hours, 70 minutes available, correct? Fine. On the resource, there are some things like you select the resource, you go to the capacity profile of it, correct? And you should be able to see the availability of the resource based on the calendar. So see, this is the capacity variant. 01 is the default variant that is assigned by us there, right? This 01, correct? On the S4 side, you could have created 02, 03, or you can made it here in APO directly by going in the change mode or PPDS. But for now, let us stick to the capacity variant 01. It is the active variant for the capacity storage. It is showing us the availability. So see Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday only. Only 5 days this resource is available. Saturday, Sunday are gone. How it is? We never specified. Can anybody tell me where the Saturday, Sundays are gone here? Why? See, for Monday, it is available. On this day, it is available for 24 hours, then 1 hour break. So total available capacity is 20 hours because the utilization is the rate is 90%. And it is only one single resource. That's why one capacity. But where are the Saturday, Sundays? Where did I specify that don't consider Saturday, Sundays? So let's go to SCAL or calendar, some transaction. Yeah, SCAL.
Yes,
And go to the factory calendar, display it, go to 01 and go to the definitions of it. You will have just Monday to Friday as working days. Saturday, Sunday, public holidays, you are not working. These are Germans, right? This is Germany. Germans are very strict about their working days, correct? So that's why the capacity hasn't been generated for those many hours, correct? So these are some basic settings that are available. One thing that you said is about downtime. So I should mention, especially this is useful for production planning and detailed scheduling because there could be a machine breakdown suddenly, correct? आप लोग कहाँ बैठे हो? We are sitting today, but you are already seeing that the machine has broken down and there is no chance of fixing the machine before next 3 weeks, correct? So in this diagram, you are sitting down today, machine broke down in the week 1, you want to fix it, but it would take at least 3 more weeks. So you have to not schedule anything on that machine for next 3 weeks, correct? Schedule I'm talking now. Slowly we are entering from planning to scheduling side. Okay. So if there are any plan orders or production orders here, you have to push them to week 4-5 because you cannot do any scheduling here. So you just have to come down here, put valid from today to valid till that day, from timing and type of downtime you need to select it is a planned or unplanned. So it is like a unplanned downtime because broken down. So put resources inactive, give some description and boom. Next time the scheduling algorithm is run, it would just push out all the orders outside. Correct. And it happens. There could be a planned downtimes also. What does it mean? Is say Christmas time. Okay, entire Europe, because this is a German factory now, right? So entire Europe is off during December, correct? December last 2 weeks. So you would already insert planned downtime for last 2 weeks of Germany. So even if it is some setting somewhere here, I'm setting today, and it would be somewhere like month 12, right? December mein aata hai na Christmas. So I'll put it here. So no orders would be scheduled in this duration, in the month 12 duration. No orders would be scheduled. So that is the beauty of downtime. So that is called planned downtimes. Correct. If the same resource is used for the planning engine also. Remember, I am now trying to use this resource for scheduling. Planning part, I'm using IBP or APO. Okay, but if you are using say PPDS only for planning, that time you might be using the same resource and then you include it. Correct. I told you about block planning. If you remember, I will explain you the block planning concept in the first week, because in the first session I was telling you the advantages of using PPDS. So block planning is one of them. Okay. What do we do in the block planning is for the product. Okay, let me go to the product. If you are at the product, there is a tab called classification here. Correct. So this classification is like if you go to S4, there is also a classification tab. Under the classification, you create a class. Okay, if you are aware about the object oriented orientation concept, there are classes and objects under that, something similar, not exactly same. But what you do is there are some different transactions. I don't want to divert a lot, but see um, I forgot how to create class and characteristics transaction. That is CT30, CT30, CT01, CT02, and so on. So explore if need be, but you create a class. Okay. So the class is like a placeholder for what are the characteristics of the product. So say you will say that product class. Okay. The product could be differentiated based on color, size, um, shine. These are three types of characterization of the product it can be identified with. So you will say that, okay, my product class is product underscore class. Okay, this is the name that you gave to the class. So you created the class. Under that class, there are three characteristics that you created. So this hierarchy is followed. This is a class and these are the characteristics. So what you would do is you will assign this class to the product master, and that would appear somewhere here under the classes. Okay. I mean, there are various types of classes that is beyond the scope, but that's why I'm not going in. But if the class is assigned to the product, it becomes a configurable product, right? You can design the product the way you want, color red and then size bigger and so on. So you assign the class on S4 side, the class also come down here, and then once the class is available here, you can assign a specific characteristic value, right? If it is a color, red color value, then 10 size, and shine is bright, something like that. Okay, so these are the values. Okay, values assigned to the characteristics. Fine. So there can be one single product, okay, but with various types of values possible. What I mean is, the if I assign a product class to the product, and if I have a color as a characteristic on top, it can have red, blue, yellow. So there could be various values that the product can have. Okay, all the possibilities. If it is size, then various sizes, and shine, then various shines. So all these values would be available to the product to be assigned. Now when you put a demand for that product, so that demand cannot be for all colors or all sizes. It can be only for red, 10, and bright. Okay, it can be only for these three values, because the customer would order that give me 10 size, red color, bright shining sort of product. Correct. The product has various possibilities. So what what would happen is, the product, once you assign the class, and the class has various characteristics and various values possibilities under that, the demand would come for one combination of the values specifically. Correct. So what you do, under block planning is you assign the same class here. Okay, same class that is assigned, and from that class you create a block. That block would mean that, okay, this resource would be reserved for red color 10 size shine type of demands. Okay, there could be the demands flowing could be of various types, but whenever for the same product the 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 demand comes for a specific set of values of that characteristics, then only this resource can be used. So from January month till end of January, you create this block. Okay, now it will not allow because there is no correct class assigned and so on. But when it is done, you create here, then it would just create a block. So it means that in this diagram, for say week number 4, you created a block, then only for that specific characteristic based demands would be fulfilled or produced on this resource at that time. No other thing can be consumed. So it is kind of a reservation of the resource for some specific values. Very useful, very useful for high priority products. Okay, what it means is the scheduling. You can apply some prioritization, but you cannot apply a reservation. Okay, one classic example for that is same. You have a very inflammable product to be produced. You are a chemical manufacturer and you produce various types of chemicals, but one product is very much inflammable. To produce that product, you need to do a setup of all the machineries, secure the area, and that setup takes around 14 days. After you are done production, you again need to deassemble whatever you set up. So it would take additional 14 days. So you need 14 days to set up in and 14 days to set up out, right? 1 month. So you have same number of resources within the shop floor, but since you've already done setup for that inflammable product, you don't want any other product to be scheduled during that time on those resources. So you will simply create a block on that particular inflammable product related characteristics, correct? So that no scheduling engine would use it. Why? Because you cannot produce any other product. You have done a specific setup. However, individually on the resources, you are still able to do that, but you want to avoid doing that. So that's where this block planning concept comes into play. Okay. So uh, you create a block for a specific duration, right? Main pivot is the class, right? This class you assign. See, this, say for example, this is a material which has a class which has color and which has got two different set of values, for example. Okay, blue 20 size and less bright. Okay, this is it. Now this same class you assign to the resource. Okay, and you create a block on the resource for only these three sizes. Okay, three characteristic values. Okay, for January. So
Okay.
the demand should be coming for these products as well as these products. But while the scheduling happens, the resource would see I have a block of January only for these three. So whenever the demand and the resource block characteristic match, it would just produce that for January. Yeah. As a concept, remember it is not, I mean, it would need dedicated 2-3 sessions to set up all the block planning and all. So not that frequently used, but if you know it as a concept, whenever time comes, whenever your customer says, I want reservation sort of block sort of planning, then you can very well explore that and implement it. It is very easy, just 4 to 5 steps, but it takes time because you need to talk to the configuration guys, the PP variant configuration guys, understand what should be the class, what should be the characteristics. And we being the scheduling related consultants, we don't deal with that. So we don't know multiple stakeholders are involved. Then you need to transfer the class here. Correct. The transfer itself with the ePPDS setup, the transfer is different way. It is not like you go and create an integration model. So a lot of things are involved. So understand the concept, basically the possibilities here, and explore when the time needs that. Okay. All right. So now what have we done by now? Coming back here. So we created, let me keep highlighting it in green. Okay. I don't repeat. We have created resources. Okay. Resource one, resource two. This part is done. The next step is let us go and create a BOM. Okay. We'll not spend a lot of time in the BOM. So anybody knows the transaction code for BOM? We may have some BOMs for the material, but my material is FG124. The BOM would be created for the finished good. 126 it is, right? Yeah. BOM usage is always one for me. Don't ask me why I'm so, because it's a production bomb. Okay, it is valid from today. Going. Hey, alternative 2 added to the bomb. Why are there some bombs existing? CS02. There should be some bombs pre-existing because yeah, 1 and 99 are existing, right? Alternative bombs. So I will create bomb number 2 in that case. Correct. I don't want to. I mean, or can I delete these? They must have been created long back, but I don't have deletion thing. Yeah? Deletion. What about my authorization? Never mind. I'll create a bomb number 3. Okay. Sorry, 2. No, bomb uses 1, alternative 2. Eh? Okay, fine. So once I come inside, I just need to specify what are my components. That is raw mat 1, raw mat 2. Two components I'm going to use. Correct. What are the quantities of this? Okay. So quantities is perhaps 10 quantity of this guy and 10 quantity of this guy to produce one base quantity of the bomb. Base quantity is specified under header. That will see. I think it jumped out of it, but we'll see. Unit of measure, I'll keep it kg, everywhere consistent. Okay. And that's it. The rest of the things are not required, I guess, but we'll see if it needs it. Okay. Press enter. Enter item category is L always. KG is not supported for material raw mat. Why? So what is the base unit that we selected for this raw mat? So base unit for
Piece.
finished good, we need to make it consistent. Okay, this is pieces. And raw mat is also pieces. Kya? Yeah. Okay. So that way then the resource, okay. The resource also we need to validate. What did we do? Okay. So item category is L. Pieces. Fine. So bomb is created, but let me see in the header level what is the base quantity. So the base quantity by default is 1. Okay. This concept is like you to produce one quantity, you will need 10 quantity of raw material 1 and 10 quantity of raw material 2. It's the combination, correct? You will need higher level of raw materials. Fine. No doubt around it, right? So let us save this. And I want to go again because there is a concept of scrap. Okay, not here. It is in the routing. That's why I can't see that. Okay, so let's see whether the bomb is correctly created. So now it would show me all. So 2 number is my active one. And okay, descriptions are wrong. Raw material 1 and 2 as wheels. So I need to change the description also so that I see it in a more meaningful way. Okay, so I'm not spending a lot of time on to bomb. Okay, because it's simple and usually we don't create it, but now let us create a recipe, correct? Because at least if we reach up to the production version, it is good and we would be running short on time soon. So recipe, since we have created resources, we have a choice to either go for a routing or a recipe. Recipe is used in a process industry where you are processing something, say for example, chocolate manufacturing. So you created chocolate mass and then went on processing it next, but you cannot go back from next step to previous step. Routing is used for some sort of discrete industry where you can always go back, right? You just do the assembly thing at every step, correct? So I'm flexible to use both, and I would advise that you guys can also use anything then go forward. It's like that. But here, if I want to add a phase to this 20, what I'll do is make it 20, indicate that this is a phase. This is again on resource 2, and then give the phase description as mix. This is processing mix uh, sugar. Okay, and done. So enter another operation number. Okay. Hey, why? Okay. This is where I get little confused. I need to specify 0030 here and then specify 30 to the second previous one. No, I should go back and create it again once I'm skip this. Okay, so the recipe has been created. Okay, like this. Okay, 10 and 20. Okay. Do you know how to add a phase? Have you seen that? I generally get confused here. So this 30 is no, this is 20. To complicate it. I need to revise how do we assign the phase. If you guys know, please let me know. Otherwise, I'll just go ahead with these two operations for now and we'll assign the phase.
Okay.
Okay, I think it accepted. But this destination meaning is 0 on your default. It's okay. And then second processing. Fine. Yeah, it did accept it. So now what does it mean is I have first operation without any phases, correct? And then I have got second operation where there is third phase on top of it, correct? Sorry. C202. Okay. Didn't it get saved? Yeah, it did.
Outside.
Now let's go to recipe header. I'll already release it, otherwise it will keep haunting me. Okay. Let's check if it's intact. It's still showing red. Why? Is there any, or do I have a check here somewhere? We do a check also, right? Okay, but with this setup also, I mean, it is good that it is at this stage. While we assign, then it is more clear whether something is wrong. We will generate the PDS out of it very soon, right? And then we'll see that. So this is to be looked back again, no worries. Very quickly now, what I want to do is to create a production version. Okay, because you remember the PDS is a combination of, where did we write it? PDS is a combination of BOM and routing, correct? Recipe. So let us create a production version. So the transaction to create production version is C223. Specified those things, production line, this goes, and let's see if there is anything. There is no production version. Okay, there is no production version looks like. So let us create that FG126. Okay. Then the production version number you need to specify, which is usually 0001, but you can have different version, 0001 version PV, give some text. Then it is valid from 01/01/2023 till, say, it could be time bound, right? So 31/12/2025. Okay. Lot sizes, it should be defaulted. Okay. And I have to explain you this lot sizes. Just like we spoke about lot sizing thing onto material master, there are some lot sizing from and to here also. That is an filtering criteria. But let me talk about it tomorrow. I'll not forget. Okay. Then you need to assign the alternative BOM number 2, correct? Second one is the production BOM type. And then we have a grouping. So here we should be able to select the recipe that we created just now. Task list selection. But it is showing me everything. But we did not give any description to PDS also, right? So let me see what was the task list number. It is 5001, right? Yeah, 5001. So assign the grouping number. Group counter was 1, right? It is this one, right? There was no other. And the type is, it is a master recipe. And enter. Let's see. So version already exists. Why didn't it show me then? Never mind. I'll create version number 2. Perfect. So this date is not valid because see, the recipe itself is valid from today. So we cannot make the production version to be valid from 1/1/23. So let us put the date as 21/7. Okay, great. You made changes to product. Do you want to save? Of course, I'm here to save. Perfect. So this way our production version is created and now it is showing us, hey, where is our production version? This is 0001. What happened with our production version? Okay, so here is our production version, correct? From here itself, if you double click on the BOM, you can redirect to BOM, right? And if you double click on the recipe, you can redirect to recipe. But what is important for us is it's not showing us the, yeah, this one, this tested part, this should be green always. Okay, so click on consistency check and see whether everything is fine or you're getting any errors or warning. So looks like there is no error or warning for us, right? Otherwise it highlights it, the task list or BOM. See, BOM exists. Okay, task list exists. If it doesn't come with this message, then there is a problem. And now it is green. So this way we have created our production version also, right? So save it, go back. Okay, we created the recipe routing and also the production version. So S4 side of it. And then when I say S4 side of it, you need to also keep completing your right side of task. So we may want to do it this way, that one of you will share your screen and then I will explain, so that one of you will get a hand of, I want to logically conclude this thing. So we transferred everything, we transferred the BOM material, the resources, etc. And we have now created the production version. So the next step is to get the PDS to PPDS, correct? So there are two ways to do that. Before we transfer the PDS to PPDS, we need to ensure that the PDS is correctly generated. The production version is rearranged in a different fashion, which we call as PDS for PPDS, and PDS is production data structure. So there is a transaction called PDS underscore MAINT, no SAP APO. So this is a ECC or S4 specific transaction. PDS meant go in there and see whether the PDS is generated. So your FG126 and 1010. Okay, production version based PDS, all these things are selected. You want to give the production version number also if required, right? So it is 0002 and just execute. Let's see if the PDS is generated. So we are able to see two PDSs here. The one which is ending with ES is SNP. Now we don't have SNP, but someone might be using SNP also, right? APO based SNP. So it is generated. Other one without that is the PPDS PDS. The PDS type indicates PPDS. Okay. So expand that PDS. We should be able to see all the BOM components and the operations under that we created. If we do not see something here, like the component tab is missing or operation tab, then something is wrong with the master data that we created. So this is important that you verify it before sending. Header data says everything okay types. Component data says what. This is a very bad GUI actually. Please find out if there is there is an option to see this on the web app. You can also try to search based on the transaction codes, by the way. Okay. PDS underscore mint. Do we see it? So maintain additional data, maybe. Oops. So you don't see it. It means that's not there. Never mind. But go in the component, see whether all the components are seen. So see, first component FG126 is the output component. It is indicated based on the type of component. And two components are there with 10 and 20 number from the BOM as input component. So even the components are correctly coming, right? Is there anything else? Nothing. Then go in the operation data and see whether the operations and phases are coming up. So you have something is fishy. See, only number 2030 part is coming up. So here we have got valid from activities 30, where this is the superior operation 20, but what about operation number 10? It's not coming up. This is coming on the resource number 2, capacity and blah 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 blah, right? So all the things are coming up, but something has happened with operation number 10. It's not coming up, correct? So you need to go back and see what has happened on your recipe part, correct? So operation 10. So, okay, standard values are not maintained, right? CR, what is it? C202, right? 202. So, okay, standard values, it is enabling. I think it is something related to the phase it means, because this is recipe and it's been a while I created recipe from. Operation doesn't need it. So we may have to create a recipe for this number 10 operation also. But since we are at the end of time, I will not go in deeper here. I'll explore it myself, or maybe together we can do that in next class. And anyways, you guys would come prepared before next class with your set of master data.
Hey there, wanna ace your supply management game? Our SAP S4HANA APO PPDS course is your go-to solution. Take it at your own pace right here on our platform. In this course, you'll master SAP S4HANA APO PPDS, a toolkit for planning everything from product quantities to their precise destinations. Covering all the basics and advanced tips, our course is crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors? They're pros with heaps of experience, ready to guide you through and answer any queries you may have. And guess what? Our students love it. Just like you, they found our course incredibly beneficial. The best part? It's super affordable. This golden chance to learn won't cost you a fortune. Ready to level up your SAP S4HANA APO PPDS skills? Enroll now on our page. For more details, head to ZaranTech's website. Stay tuned for more updates.